Yes.
And I think that's good to go. All right. So, as always, feel free to familiarize yourself with what's on screen here. I'll do a proper stream intro in just a moment. But I gotta go hunt down that link and post it to some places. But the game plan here is to do some look over Relict, see what I need to make it runnable, and then maybe write an adventure for it, depending on how long that all takes place. Because I think it's pretty dang close to being runnable, and I want to make sure that once we get to that point where it launches, we have something to do. There we go. Then here, one last place today. Very good. Very, very good. All right. Should be good enough. And then we want that up. Then we want this. Hey, less than a minute this time. I'm getting better at that. All right. So I'm gonna add to this list. Oh, hello, Kiki, or Chi-Chi. I don't know how it's pronounced. First fool. Oh, you beat the bot. Chi-Chi. Okay, I got it right. Second time. But yeah, I've got this nice little list of things. I'm gonna probably add to it as I go along, or subtract to it as I go along. But my initial goal here is I want to go over the system and try and figure out exactly like what I need to be able to run in it. Because supposedly soon we're gonna get a few more classes, and then the monster rules are gonna, a little bit more of the monster rules anyways, are gonna be out. So then that should shore up most of the things we need to be able to run in it. And so I'm gonna try and like create my own little rough draft of the things that we don't have that I think will be compatible with this system that will hopefully allow me to run it, right? That's the goal. And if Nost wants to use it, that's great, and make it official content, whatever. But I don't know if that's what's gonna happen or not. I doubt it. But we'll see where it goes, right? But first I want to go over like the things that I feel I need and why I need them. And then we'll go and search through the Relict system and see exactly like what it has to offer, right? But obviously we need solid core rules. That's not just for the DM, that's also for the players. The players need to know what they're able to do as a character and how to create their character. Spoiler alert, yeah, the Relict already has this. It already has good core rules and good character creation rules. Okay. It's all good. They're just talking about Genshin Impact. I don't have to worry about that yet.
Oh yeah, you're fine. Yeah, that's all.
And then we need the ability to challenge PCs with combat encounters. So for the most part, that entails monsters, right? Sometimes traps or fun little systems beyond just monsters can come into play in terms of challenging the characters with combat. But for the most part, that's going to come down to monsters, which it's my understanding we're going to get some more monster information within the next week or so. So that will ideally solve itself. The trap stuff, I'm not sure if that's going to solve itself or not, but we'll get into that. We need basic overworld exploration and travel rules. I need to go over the core rules again and maybe poke around. Maybe there's more on that here, but if not, that's another one of those things that I'm probably just going to write myself, largely by stealing from other systems. And then we need general guidance on how to stock the dungeons with the various challenges and loot that the players do need to be able to like have a reason to go adventuring beyond just what reasons the DM writes, right? Because some of that is on the DM, some of that is on them to write a reason to go adventuring, be that to save the town or to get some kind of legendary sword to slay the dragon, right? So it's not as though that has to be on the system. Some of that is on the DM, but to a degree, it doesn't hurt to have reasons to go and get loot, money, have things to spend that money on, have magic items that you want to obtain, get more powerful as you level up, that kind of thing. And then just general guidance on like what sort of loot at what levels should be expected. And I'm pretty sure there's already some basic advice on that. I'll go poke around that and see how I feel about it. But otherwise, that's something that I feel I would very much need. In that same boat, I do need to be able to motivate my players to engage with the setting, story, adventure, right? In some cases, they can self-motivate by having self-assigned goals, like I want to obtain that sword so I can go and slay that dragon, or I want to obtain this key magic item because it synergizes well with my build. And maybe that's something they know of in the world, that they can go to that set dungeon and obtain that artifact. Or sometimes maybe that is something that you can craft, right? So then they want to go adventuring for money so then they can come back to town and craft it during downtime, right? So having the tools to do that is something that I'm very much interested in. And I think some of the system does already have material for that, but not quite to the point where I'd like it. So I might touch that up a little bit. As I already covered, some of that can be covered by like a good DM. If the DM knows what they're doing, they can like guide the players and nudge them in the right direction. They don't necessarily have to be self-motivated, but it's nice to have ways to motivate the players baked into the system itself. Yeah. Solvable via session 0 and good writing. So you could just talk to the players and be like, okay, we're gonna talk about like what the campaign has in store and like various directions that we could take it. What are your characters interested in? What do you want here, right? And then that can help inform the campaign and help you motivate your players. So just good communication and honesty and whatnot, that can sometimes be really all you need, right? But again, it doesn't hurt to have the system itself support some of that. And then I need to know knowledge of how and when and what to award my players as far as like magic items are concerned. Again, I know there's basic guidance based upon gold thresholds and lined up with level thresholds, I believe. We'll look over that. And then I do need to know detection, lighting, and just general rules for dictating what the players know/observe. To me, this is necessary not just for like exploration, but for everything, period. You do need to be able to describe the local town and what they know of the local town. But for the most part, yeah, detection and lighting, that's mostly going to be in the dungeons, right? How do torches work? What happens if there are no natural lighting sources in the dungeon? How does dark vision work? I think there is some description for dark vision. I need to go look into that, because I know that on species it says dark vision, yes or no, but my assumption is that implies there's a section for dark vision itself somewhere else on that page that I just am not aware of. But the knowing what the players observe and how passive detection works versus when to call for an equivalent of the perception check, right, or an investigation check. That's stuff that to me is necessary for dungeoneering and for writing a good adventure. And by dungeoneering, I don't necessarily mean like a dank, dark cave. Like dungeoneering could just be like the local lord's house, right? Dungeoneering could be a field of mushrooms, right? There's all sorts of dungeoneering is broad, but what I mean is like exploring an area, right? And then these are things that I think are technically optional, but I'd want rules for anyways. So I do like traps, and because damage isn't tracked in between combat scenarios, the only thing that is tracked is afflictions. My assumption is that traps would need to deal afflictions, and then we need to figure out what the detection and avoidance rules are. I'd theory crafted this a little bit in my head already, and I talked about that over on the Discord for the game. So I don't think this will be too hard to come up with rules for, because my assumption is that it's not something that Nost will make official rules for anytime soon. So my assumption is this is something that I'm gonna have to do if I want to make this runnable for myself. And if I'm gonna write an adventure, I mean, yeah, there's gotta be a trap or two. I mean, you can't write a good adventure without a trap or a trap-like occurrence. Anyways, curses and diseases and their removal. Curses are a lot more optional. Diseases are a lot more optional. Not everyone likes dealing with them, right? They're typically very infrequent. But it is good to know how they are adjudicated and then how they are cured after the fact. Because unlike other systems that have set spells that a wide variety of casters can take that will cure those things. So far, we don't have anything that does that. Unless the field medic has something that cures diseases, I'll have to look at that. But to my knowledge, nothing interacts with curses and diseases. We could turn curses and diseases into types of afflictions, which can then be healed via a extended rest, or whatever the term was for it, right? The one that takes like a week or more, depending on how many dice you need to roll to get those afflictions off from you. So that could be an easy workaround, right? Is we just make curse and affliction that presumably you can cure with enough time, with like your local priest looking after you during that time where you are resting up, right? Now it could just be that easy. Same with diseases, that perhaps we abstract it and we're like, okay, well, if you're taking an extended rest in this town, you probably can go to the pharmacy. Well, they'll give you something to cure that disease, right? And we just kind of off-screen that. So by making curses and diseases afflictions, that could be an easy way to just bypass having to make up rules for them. But that's my thinking initially there. And then rules for quickly creating humanoid NPC stat blocks. Monsters are cool and all, but sometimes you do need to have humanoid NPCs. And to my knowledge, well, I haven't fully looked at the monster rules, so maybe there is some stuff there already. But to my knowledge, we don't really have rules for quickly creating a humanoid character, other than just making a new player character that the DM would then make per NPC, right? In some systems, they have pre-made humanoid characters, right? So I'm going to use 5e as an example because it's my comfort zone. There's the noble stat block. There's the veteran stat block. There's the knight stat block, right? And you can reflavor these and swap equipment around and swap weapons around, and suddenly they are indistinguishable from their default stat blocks, right? So even though it's the noble stat block, a quick dexterous adventurer could use the noble stat block, and then you just swap a few little things around, and suddenly it doesn't feel like a noble. It's just, oh, well, this guy is some kind of dex-based martial character. It makes sense, and he's going to help us with this dungeon, right? So we either need to have pre-made stat blocks, or have a fun system for buying approximate power when it comes to creating your humanoid characters. We're just like, okay, what kind of general level are we looking for? That gives us like this many points to spend on our various things, and here's what you can buy with those points. That could be a way to go about balancing it potentially. But otherwise, like, yeah, we do need some kind of guidance or some kind of rules for making humanoid NPCs. And that doesn't necessarily mean they're bad guys either. Like, this doesn't have to be your evil wizard, right? This could instead just be like the mayor of the town, because maybe that's important to know, because when the goblins invade town, he's on the front lines doing his best to protect his citizens, right? Anyways, you get what I mean. And then I'd like a list of downtime activities. Right now, what we currently have is very vague and doesn't actually supply us with any mechanics other than mechanics for removing afflictions. To a degree, that's fine, because it does allow us to just make stuff up. So it's like, okay, while Ben is healing his afflictions, what do you want to do? And then the player character just makes stuff up, and then you just also make stuff up, and you go and do that, right? So that's not something that's necessarily a bad thing to not have rules for, but also having like some default options with accompanying mechanics, I think is very important, especially when it comes to what carousing looks like, and then what shopping for specialty items look like. To me, those are two necessities. Obviously, you're going to have a default town shop where you've got some basic adventuring gear. You probably have some kind of blacksmith's shop or some kind of adventurer-based shop where you can buy armors and weapons. That's not what I'm getting at. But magic items, or like fancy, there's like a category for mundane stuff that kind of grant magical effects. But those kind of more specialty items that you buy for your build, potentially, assuming that you can't like track them down. You're just like, oh, I know that the ring of fire resistance that I want is in that dungeon, so I'm going to go to that dungeon. You don't always have that luxury, so sometimes you want to shop around for that ring of fire resist, right? And so tracking down a specific magic item being a downtime activity, that's something that I think would be reasonable and something that I'd like rules for, or at least some kind of precedent for, right? For carousing, perhaps that grants some kind of bonus to the town that you caroused in, or perhaps a bonus to you, or maybe it just is like, okay, well, while you're carousing, you made some friends, and then you can work with the player to write to your new friends, or give them a set, like, number of points they can cash in to pull NPCs out of nowhere. I know that Blades in the Dark kind of has a bit of a system for that. So there's definitely some potential there if we're just looking at it from a storytelling standpoint. If we're looking at it beyond just that, though, sometimes carousing is the source of quests. The players may not know all the options in the area, and it's only by going to the tavern and carousing, right? Partying with the other adventurers and locals, that they can hear rumors about what's going on in the hillsides and about this old abandoned dwarven mine and so on and so forth. So having precedent for effectively snooping for quests, I think is something that I would personally want for downtime. But yeah, this stuff is technically optional. You don't really need it to run a campaign or an adventure, but it certainly helps, and it's stuff that I would want. And now we can get into like the actual stuff I wanted to do for the live stream. I know that it already has a solid core for character creation rules. I know that it has a way to track damage and afflictions. I know that there are rest and affliction healing rules, and then here's some of my concerns that I wanted to look into, some of which kind of noted up here as well. But anyways, I'll look at monsters in just a second. But I want to go look and see if I can find any sneaking or lighting and darkness rules, because if not, that to me is one of our priorities. So, let me go over here. Gear and consumables. Let me go see if there's anything here at all. Oh, no, this is just redirecting us to melee weapons. Okay. Because what I'd like to see is, are torches a thing, and what are their rules? If not, then I guess we probably just steal from 5e. Its torch rules are pretty solid. And low light, dim light, that kind of concept is pretty solid. I'm not seeing anything there. Let me go see. Soul Scanner. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's under construction. Same with magic items. Even though magic items are under construction, let me just go back to the regular melee weapon page. We can see down here that there is precedent, not only for item rarity, which we'll get into in just a moment, but for magical weapons, right? Same with magical armor as well. And there's also non-magical items. These are still like valuable and would count as loot, and we still want them, right? But they're not technically magical. So you could have an exquisite long sword that adds +1. Exquisite is effectively our equivalent of a +1 weapon, is basically what we're getting at here. If we just wanted the +1 to damage, you could put deadly on it. If you just wanted the +1 to attack rolls, you could put accurate on it. There's all sorts of other fun little modifiers as we go up, but basically, like, even though we don't have a magic item section, to me, we have enough between these that, at least for an early game campaign, we could brew our own loot in, right? We could, of course, reward them gold, and then we also have like a handful of enemies that perhaps there's a gnoll in the dungeon that, there's a gnoll in the dungeon that has an accurate flail, something like that, right? And maybe that's something that the player characters care about and can use. Or the boss of the dungeon has like an imbued fire longsword, right? Then that could be something. Oh, hello, Nost. So you missed the intro, but what I'm doing right now is I kind of went over a list of things I need to be able to run a system, things I technically want before I start, and now I'm finally going through the things I know Relict has. So I'll get to monsters later, but I went to go look at sneaking and lighting / darkness rules. No, they're not repeating everything from the top. And I got sidetracked because I didn't find the torches, but I figured that while I was here at the weapon page, I could talk about how even though we don't really have magic item rules, we kind of have some magic item rules via this. So we certainly could use this as loot for our dungeon if we wanted to be official and not necessarily homebrewing potentially unbalanced magic items into our little adventure. So anyways, we'll take a peeky poo at that later. But it seems as though, for the most part, levels of play and loot, which this was one of the things I cared about, was how we know guidance when it comes to like loot and stuff. A lot of that guidance is right now, anyways, through item rarity. So we can see that if it's under 100 gold, it's fine. Everyone can use that. If it's over 100 gold, you probably don't want to be rewarding it to your player characters until they're between levels 3 and 5. If it's above 500 gold, that's the range of 6 to 9, and then so on and so forth when it comes to even higher level stuff. So using that as an example, we can see that an imbued fire longsword or whatever would cost well over 300 gold, because I'm assuming the longsword's more than a single gold. Whatever the equivalent of it would be. You know what? Let's actually go and get some specifics instead of me just spouting stuff off the top of my head. Probably be a fine blade, right? No, that's more of like a rapier. Okay. Well, sabers and katanas. I guess we could do curved blade. It's kind of a long sword. Or would it be under like... Oh, it's probably the straight sword, actually. Yeah, okay, it's a straight blade. Got it. Yep. I found it. We're good. Thank you. But we have the straight blade, which is 5 gold. So 5 times 300 is 1,500. So 1,500 puts it in the rare rarity. So if we wanted to have a long sword on our enemy boss that deals fire damage, then we probably don't want to put that in our module unless it's a module that's meant for characters around level 6. If it's supposed to be like the big key thing of loot, you certainly could like put that as loot for like a level 5 or level 4 party. I don't see the problem with making things a little bit unbalanced, because DMs can rebalance on a whim usually anyways. But that's that. Otherwise, if we're being like conservative, we probably don't want to give them that fire damage longsword until level 6. Let me make sure I know what that does. Yeah, okay. It doesn't actually add more damage. It just adds an elemental type, which is fine because presumably that would get around resistances and maybe do some fun weakness related stuff. But you can kind of see how there is. Even though we don't have like a list of magic items, there is enough here design-wise that we can kind of get a general feel for how things are meant to be balanced in terms of loot. Which maybe we do some math later on, and I figure out like a good middle ground for how much loot to reward the players early game and mid game and so on and so forth. Which then would need to be redone later. Fair enough. Rare damage types tend to kill quicker. We don't buff them too hard. Which makes sense. Because, at least for the player standpoint, it makes sense, because things are a lot more stout for those elemental damage types. So they approach death a lot quicker. I don't know exactly how that works with the monsters. I think I actually will go look at the monsters now, because the last time I looked at the monsters, it was like a mock-up on the core rules side, and it wasn't really anything that seemed solid. There we go. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. Well. Is there another way to get to monsters? Refresh? Okay. I'll just refresh this page. And then more. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, now it's simple and advanced. All right, very good. I'm gonna go look at advanced for now. Oh man, that's a lot. All right. Here's our example. Oh, the spuds. All right, cool. So the spuds are still the examples. And I know that you're working on more monster stuff. The site's out of date. What do you mean it was out of date? I just opened up that tab. Yeah, wow. All right. Okay. Yeah, and Nosta said that he's currently working on more monster stuff. It's my assumption that's coming out within the next week or so. But for right now, we can at least kind of look at some of this stuff if we really want to. But having more solid monster rules and example monsters and ways to balance things potentially is what I'm most interested in right now. I'm not seeing anything like CR, so unless there's stuff up in here that talks about balancing things, that is a concern of mine. Okay. Simple monster template, lore description, flavor text, stats for the monsters, K. Tags. Okay, yeah, this is stuff to help for tags. Searching, got it, keywords. Tendencies. Oh, yeah. We did talk about this a little bit on Discord. I'm glad the tendencies and tactics sections made it in. I do like the idea of having like a default, like, yeah, the DM can do whatever they want with their enemy units, right? But like having some default like tactics of like, oh yeah, kobolds will hunt in groups and they prefer to weaken them with traps and then ambush them, right? You can have some default tendencies and tactics. Damage type weaknesses, damage type strengths. Actions. Okay, reactions. Got it. Sir Idaho. Very good. It's an affront to gods and men. A testament to the dangers of an unmonitored Discord channel. Oh no. He roams the land seeking one who can best him in combat and deliver onto him the sweet release of final death. But gosh darn it, if we don't love him for it. He's an honorable knight type character. Understood. Type Spud. Tags Spud. So Spud is a key word that we're expecting to be able to search for our Spud based campaigns. I see. I see how it is. Alrighty. Sodium Blast. Alright. Project nihilism. He did sound like he wanted to die. Alright, that makes sense. Propagate. Okay. Sprout. Okay, so you can spawn Spudlets. Whale of a doomed tuber. Physically bellow his joy at his possible end. Oh, it's not a screech of pain. She's like, yes, I'm dying! And everyone loses one step. Very good. He does have counterspell. Alright. What is his mana amount? Oh no. I'm not seeing his mana amount. Or his stamina amount. Oh, never mind, it's right here. Okay, we're fine. Okay. 8 and it regenerates 2. Got it. So he could counterspell stuff. Like, Blink Mage's normal blink is 2. So early on in combat, you definitely have more than 2 mana and you're going to regenerate 2. So it looks like Sir Idaho here could pretty consistently counterspell the Blink Mage's blink. Again, I would recommend the honorable house rule of always doing it exactly on the number or deliberately overestimating so that it feels a bit more fair to the players. Because then either you do mark off a considerable amount of resources, or if you do guess it right on the number, at least it comes down to a die roll, and so then that feels a little bit more fair. But otherwise, it looks like he could pretty consistently counterspell some of the early game shenanigans, which gives me the general feel that he might not be a low-level character. This might be a pretty difficult encounter. That's my big problem, is I have a hard time of figuring out exactly how how challenging this character would be, because we could go down to down below here where I have my example character, Blackheart Betty from before. So I do know that I'd be using a +6 to hit, and then I would be dealing a d6 damage with the longbow. So if we come over here and compare that DPS... Oh, hold on. Where's the monster rules? Here we go. How much HP does he have? It's not here. It must be down below. Oh, endurance. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, threat system. That's the word for it. Very good. Yep. Because that's my biggest concern. That's like the biggest thing that would stop me from being able to design a dungeon and like put stuff in it, is I'd be too worried about wiping the players. The alternative is you do a fuck ton of example encounters as a part of that dungeon, and a lot of math to kind of reverse engineer and be like, okay, this is probably going to result in them taking 2 afflictions, which means that they'd still have enough to push on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. And about right here is where things would stop for them and become, like, deadly, that kind of thing. So, like, you could do that on your own side with, like, a bunch of math and planning, but it'd be nice if there's tools to avoid that. Because not everyone's got that kind of time. I certainly don't appreciate that kind of stuff, but it is what it is. Have it kill a bunch of my playtesters to figure it out. Oh, yeah, that works. Yeah. Once we get to the point where we can playtest, I guess that's one way to do it, is like don't do the math or like have guidelines. Just in playtesting, throw whatever you want at the party and just watch them wipe a bunch. And be like, oh, okay, I got a good idea now. This monster's a little bit too strong. We'll put this in the too strong category. That's one way to... That's one way. Nuke them. Science? Yeah. Hello, dearest players. You are sacrifices in the name of science. What? I thought we were gonna play D&D and have some fun. Nope. You are my experiments. You are here to suffer. And you will tell me how much you hate this monster on a scale of 1 to 5. And by then, I can put it into a category of not good to very good. Most of them will probably fall into not good. Prepare to die. That's one way to go about things. Alright, so he's got 80 HP. So let's assume we're rolling slightly above average. So we're rolling a 4 on our D6 pretty consistently. So we'd be doing 4 DPS. Presumably, our other party members have ways of dealing more damage. I don't know how reasonable that would be, but let's say that their DPS is around 10. Let's say we have 4 people in the party. So, they'd be dealing 30, we'd be dealing 4, so 34. Sounds like this guy could be killed within 2 to 3 rounds by level 1 party, assuming everyone hits every single time and they're dealing consistent numbers. You gotta remember, not everyone will hit every single time, nor will they roll consistent numbers. But this guy doesn't have very high AC, so for him, yeah, 8. In my case, on my character that I didn't really make necessarily as like a precision specialist, right? But at a +6, that means I hit on a 2 or higher on a D12. So I've got pretty good odds of hitting even on like a non-specialist type of a character. So presumably we're going to be consistently dealing damage. So yeah, dying to level 1 party by round 3 to 5 is what it's sounding like to me. It sounds like that's what's going to happen. As he reaches 12, he's going to gain a wound, which depending on what that wound is, those will apply some penalties to him, so he'll be a little bit less effective. So that's a potential pressure point where things can swing back in the player's favor. Of course, he could also deal wounds to the players, and then things could swing in his favor as well. But ideally, that doesn't happen, because afflictions don't go away. Afflictions are dangerous. Number of wounds, 5. If he suffers 5 or more wounds, he's instantly killed. Okay. Let's grab a calculator and do some math. So 12 times 5 is 60. Okay. That is interesting. That's well below the 80 health he has. 12 or more damage. Oh, in a single turn. That's what's going on. Okay. Got it. It's not just 12 or more damage, period. It's in a single turn. Okay. Like a single player turn or a single round, as in all 4 of them deal 12 or more? Presumably a single player turn. 80 to chip, 60 if you can hit him hard. Okay, yeah, my assumption is a single player. Yep, okay. Got it. So if you have a knight that does one of his fancy little maneuvers or flourishes or whatever it's frickin' called, let me actually go find that. Now I'm curious. Marshals. Knight. Wow. Stances, that's what they're called. He does one of his little stances. And maybe one of those stances lets him do some big damage, then you can start wounding the spud. The spud! Alright. Grievous wounds. If he suffers a wound as a result of a specific damage type, he suffers an additional effect below. Each effect can only be suffered once. Okay. That's cool. So, if the wound specifically comes from burning damage, he can no longer use the sprout action, which the sprout action is what lets him summon the spudlets. Yeah. If they do enough burning damage to him twice, he can no longer recover 1d10 health. So his regenerate turns off. I guess it's not passive regeneration, but you know what I mean. If he suffers a bunch of 12 or more slashing damage, his sword attack bonus is reduced from +5 to +3. Okay, so he gets a -2 on attacks, which is actually pretty significant on a D12 system. Let's see, if he takes 12 or more psychic damage, he may only take 1 action on his next turn. Okay, it's just on his next turn, though, so it's not on every turn past that point, which is fine. Like, a 1-turn delay is probably all you need to cut his DPS in half and then finish him off. In some cases, it's not even cutting his DPS in half, because sometimes he would have been summoning or healing himself instead. Because those are also actions instead of just, attacks. And then if he takes a bunch of infernal damage, Curse of Life feature is removed. Where's the Curse of Life feature? Oh, when killed, his body is not burned, he regenerates in 30 days. Oh, he's like a proper revenant. Got it. So if you hit him with a bunch of infernal damage, he won't come back. But otherwise, Sir Idaho will just keep coming back as a reoccurring character. And we do know that he can communicate his angst. So he is to some degree sentient. This is a fun little joke stat block. I don't know if I'd make your entire monster list. This can't be, but as a one-off beer and pretzels type of a monster for a beer and pretzels campaign, I think this would be hilarious. More spuds, no. I want goblins! You promised me my greenskins! Give me my goblins and orcs! And kobolds. I like kobolds. Alright. And then we have the template for that as well. Good. I want my goblins. My little chaos gremlins. Alright. And then we have all this fun little stuff. Yeah, so my one concern is that we don't really have a good way of balancing things right now. So you kind of just have to throw stuff at the wall and see if the players survive your quote-unquote science, right? I understand that's probably going to take a while to get a handle on. I don't expect you to have that kind of system out anytime soon. But long-term, yes, I would like to see it. I'm not sure if I could recommend the CR system. The challenge rating system that 5e uses is flawed, and I kind of hate it. And it's sometimes actively not helpful. The idea of an adventuring day and having an amount of XP to buy based upon it, and modifiers depending on how populated things are. On paper, it sounds good, but in practice, it tends to result in some very unbalanced encounters that tend to kind of be a cakewalk until and unless like the players, unless it's the right kind of DM and the right kind of table, what it expects the players to do is have an adventuring day, that they will have multiple encounters per day, which can work if they're going through a dungeon, or if the DM is kind of railroady, right? But more often than not, the players will find a way to long rest at some point in time during that adventure day. And because they're cautious, if you don't find a way to disrupt their long rest, then suddenly you don't have a good way to challenge them. Because if every other encounter they're fully restoring all their resources, then each of those encounters needs to effectively be equivalent to like a boss battle, right? Where like they needed to have expended those resources. So then it kind of just turns D&D into easy mode, unless you have an experienced enough DM to know that they do need to be a little bit hard on the players when it comes to resting and pressuring them to adventure more and more and more. But at the same time, like that's also good, because then there's that risk reward element of, do we push on or do we go back to town? Because the DM might not allow us to rest in the dungeon. So we need to push back to town. So sometimes with the right table, 5e's challenge rating mechanics can work very well, but they don't present it well enough to the DM. They don't really get that across, and 5e's kind of devolved into this very much role play focused system where combat is supposedly rare and infrequent, where dungeons are rare and infrequent, and usually if there is combat, it's equivalent to a boss fight, and CR is effectively useless, right? It's kind of a shame, but like I get it. With the advent of like the podcast shows and Mercer and whatnot, like combat's become a lot less de-emphasized when it comes to, and dungeoneering has become a lot less de-emphasized when it comes to this hobby. So I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily 5e's fault. Okay, it's entirely 5e's fault because it didn't do a better job of getting that across to the DM and instructing the DM. So that itself is 5e's fault. But the culture changing, the what players are here to experience changing, that's not necessarily 5e's fault. That's just the times changing and people, inexperienced people finding the hobby, where otherwise, if the hobby was a bit more brutal, like it has been seen in the past, then suddenly the expectations of constantly resting and players going through dungeons and whatnot, those would be a lot more prevalent. And we unfortunately exist in a world where that's not the case currently. I don't know. Hopefully I articulated that well enough, but that's my problem with CR. It can work, but you need your DMG to be on point, and 5e's DMG is not on point. So hopefully that makes sense. Otherwise, I don't know the details, but I've been told that Pathfinder 1E has kind of like this point buy type system when it comes to monsters, where all their traits kind of cost an amount, and you can just be like, okay, well, here's the points I have to spend on this encounter for my party, and then you spend those points buying monsters and their traits and so on and so forth, if you're customizing them with additional little feats and features past that point. That might be worth looking into, but it also puts a lot of work on the designers, in that you then need to decide how many points each of these little traits is worth, which is good for the DMs. It makes things a lot easier for the DMs when it comes to designing encounters and keeping things balanced, but it's also now a lot of heavy lifting on the game designers. So I don't know if that's something that you would want to look into or not, but that's certainly an approach that you could take. Otherwise, I think it's just a matter of like coming up with general guidelines for thresholds, because like we've seen the thresholds work well with the mundane and magic items, right? Where you're just like, so long as it's within this gold price, it's suitable for this range of people. So you might come up with something like, say, so long as it has like 80 HP and let's say 8 AC, and it's simple and doesn't have like some of this nonsense, it's suitable for first level characters. That could be something you come up with is like general thresholds of guidance, right? It's just like having modifiers or HP numbers in excess of this number is a risk. That could just be a nice and simple way of doing it. I don't know. That seems like it'd be very difficult to determine, and so you're probably better off just doing math and coming up with a CR system, or assigning numbers to buy monster traits. I feel like that's probably better in the long run, but in the short run, you could come up with just general threshold guidance type stuff. But otherwise, from what I'm seeing right now, there is enough here that I technically could brew my own creatures. I think I'd largely wait till that next big creature expansion on the horizon before I would really nail down exactly what the creatures in this potential adventure will end up looking like. But at the very least, like, yeah, you can kind of see how it works. They do have HP, which I appreciate, by the way. I did notice that you, even on this advanced template, let me go down to, no, let me go up. There we go. Yeah, I do appreciate that even on the advanced template now, they have health. And then the wound thresholds system kind of still does simulate that varying damage type of, like, marking the boxes until you get to the stars, or the skulls or the circles that are filled in, that kind of thing. It still semi-simulates that a little bit via the thresholds and whatnot, but it's still a lot simpler to track than like a set of boxes for each and every single encounter, which was my biggest concern when I was going over the core rules before. So I very much appreciate the simplification for running monsters. Yeah, rewards both styles of play, absolutely. And then presumably the simple stat blocks still also use HP, and it's just a lot simpler, and we don't have to deal with this. Aha. So I'm actually gonna go give that a peeky poo. Oh, simple. Oh, there's actually some stuff here. Zoomies. Ruffian. Oh, there's humanoids. Okay, good. This was something I needed to find. All right. So we do have their core stats, very nice. Their passive detection, size medium, health 10. Tendencies, okay, tendencies and tactics are still here. Special features, group up. Now within 5 feet, okay, got it. Today's project, the soldier isn't done yet. Okay, that's fine. You take the time you need. But yeah, that was one of my concerns I went over before. Was it's not something I technically needed, but rules for quickly creating humanoid NPC stat blocks was something I greatly wanted. Because otherwise we'd have to either just make shit up on our own, or we'd have to make our own little player character and then just play them as an NPC, right? So having example stat blocks to be able to steal from or just straight up copy paste and reflavor is very beneficial. Again, the only concern I have then is like determining what's balanced, that kind of thing. But that's something that we don't know yet, and we'll deal with that later. But it looks as though like the vision is to have some example stat blocks. Soldiers still in the works. All right, I won't look at it right now, but Ruffian though. Okay, so tendencies and tactics, got it. Pretty much what you'd expect. They got the grip up. They got combo attack. Oh, combo attack is an action. Okay, so combo attack is multi-attack. Got it. My concern is that there's no clause saying they can't do it more than once. So is it the intention to allow them to attack 4 times on a turn, potentially? Because if they use both their actions to use combo attack, then that's what they would be doing. Not with the knife, of course, but that's what they'd be doing with... Basically, like, is it your intention to allow them to hit the player with their fists 4 times? I guess that's not that bad. It'll only be 1 bludgeoning. Yeah, that's fair. Some will have limit per round. Okay, got it. So the intention is to eventually put limits on things where it matters, but for right now, you're of the opinion that it doesn't matter. Upwards of 4 bludgeoning damage isn't the end of the world. Got it. It's that, or they go for 2 knife attacks, which would deal at most, what would that be? 10 slashing damage, at least 4 slashing damage, assuming they hit. So 4 slashing damage, assuming they all hit, is also on par with the 4 bludgeoning damage, assuming they all hit. So I see what you're getting at here. For right now, the combo attack being doubled up upon does not matter, but it's still a concern of mine going forward. Pugilist variant below? No. Remove the knife attack. Make an additional fist attack as part of the combo attack once per round. Yeah, but it only does 1 damage still, so like that still seems pretty weak. I don't know. I guess that's the potential to deal 6 bludgeoning damage. Well, even my pathetically like weak toughness level 1 example character, they had their first affliction threshold at 7. So 6 bludgeoning damage is pretty low there. But it might, if I can go double check it, it might reach our first little threshold. Okay, no, our first threshold is 15, actually. We do get dazed at 10. A 15. Okay, yeah. So my one concern here is that Pugilist might actually be a little bit too weak now. Because if it's not even scratching, or getting close to scratching, and this is, of course, assuming it hits all 6 of its attacks. Okay, just an example of round limit. Okay, got it. All right. My concerns, though, Pugilists, they need either a better to hit, so they're consistently hitting all 6 times, or they do need a bit of a damage multiplier. Get it upgraded to a die. Otherwise, I don't even think that this will really like threaten even just a single level 1 PC. Which maybe that's the intent, right? Maybe these are supposed to be like level 0 mooks, right? But otherwise, assuming that this is something that the party's supposed to take seriously, I'd up their damage to a D4 +1. Just like how knife was, or you could just drop to +1, just upgrade it to a D4. At least that way, like the minimum of 1 still exists, but they have the potential to deal a little bit more. I don't know, because at a +2, they're just not gonna hit. Because I'd be willing to wager most player characters can pretty easily achieve 6 AC, maxing out that 3 threshold for both precision and fortitude, granting them 6 AC, even without any kind of shields or adamantine leather armor or that kind of thing, right? So at a +2, well, that does mean they just need to roll a 4 or higher. I guess that's still doable. But assuming that AC gets any higher than that, fists become a lot less accurate. I don't know. I'm thinking too hard about this and balance and whatnot. I'm gonna go use the bathroom and then I'll get back on track. But it's good to see that there is some monster stuff, and that's currently what's being worked on. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So I can add to this little fun list here. We do have monsters, but not balance / creation guidance. Very good. And then sneaking rules. There has been passive detection, but to my knowledge, there was not sneaking rules. I'm gonna go try and poke around or anything like that, and if not, then that's probably gonna go in my list of, we'll just steal inspiration from 5e for now. What am I doing? Under characters? Oh, there's core rules. I'm a fool's just at the very top. Let me actually see. Sneak. Nothing. Alright. Stealth. Oh, okay, so we know it's governed by precision, which is fine. That's our equivalent of dex. Oh, that's it. Okay. Detection. Okay. Well, hide or stealth. Okay. So stealth didn't pop up when I searched that before, so that might be something to look into. But otherwise, hide here exists. A precision check to attempt to conceal yourself. Conscientious creatures have a passive detection higher, and your result automatically detect you. You cannot hide from creatures or plants. Okay, got it. So my concern is this is in combat, and maybe we can say that this is achievable outside of combat as well. Great. Then my question is, well, what governs if you want to be hidden and sneaky and stealthy, but then also move through the dungeon, right? What governs that? And what do group stealth checks look like? And do enemies use their passive detection or not? There's a lot of noodly bits that you would need to be able to articulate as a DM that I would like official rules for, but I'm not above just making shit up. But for right now, that's my big concern is like I can see someone being like, I want to scout ahead with my rogue type character. What do I roll for that? And the DM says, oh, you can't. What do you mean you can't? It's not combat. You can only hide in combat. Well, I'm not trying to hide. I'm trying to sneak through the dungeon. Well, there's no rules for sneaking through the dungeon. Oh, okay. That kind of thing. Because that's currently what I'm looking at. Like, that's a very, like, strict DM who's not willing to just make shit up. And most DMs would hear the question professing, sorry, the player professing interest in sneaking through the dungeon and be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, we can adjudicate that via a precision roll, contested by their precision roll, that kind of thing. So it's something that DMs could probably just make up on the fly just fine, but it would still be nice to have it in writing, you know? And then in terms of, like, group stealth, right? If the party's sneaking through... Oh, and then also how does, like, lighting affect things? How does dark vision affect that? That kind of thing. There's a lot of noodly bits that not even 5e handles well when it comes to stealth rules that I think are very important to get clear. So that's probably, if I'm going to get this in a playable state, one of the things that I'm probably going to go and write for myself, at least until official stuff comes out. Which then brings me to lighting and darkness rules. I know that there is precedent for dark vision existing, but I don't know. Actually, let me just type in light. Slightly, no. Slightly, nope. Slightly, nope. Jasper takes a light below, nope. Not what I'm looking for. Slightly, no. Okay, so doesn't appear to be any light rules on here. Nothing strongly established yet. Okay. And I noticed there's no torch items yet, so we also don't know how that works. I guess I could just ask, is it your intention to do, like, bright light, and then dim light, and then, like, low light, or whatever, into darkness, some kind of system like that, or... need a running the game page below? Yeah. That would definitely help us. Oh, overland travel is another big thing I want for sure. But yes, yeah, that would definitely be helpful. There's a running the game type of a section, and then we can stick all this stuff in it. But lighting and how that's adjudicated and how that would modify things, right? Like, what kind of penalty does a character without dark vision looking for something in the darkness incur? Does it just make it impossible, or is it a -2, or do we want to start inflicting stuff like disadvantage, right? Like, what sort of let's say that a role relies upon color to help, and that even though the elf can technically see in the dark, they still can't see very well because they don't have color. They just have like grayscale. What kind of penalty would that incur on them? I believe for 5e it's disadvantage, but it might be like a -2 or something. I don't remember. I know they mostly try to avoid that kind of stuff. But I haven't defined it well yet, but most of the outline is nothing final or articulated. It's a good project to implement. Okay, got it. Yeah, hopefully lighting is probably something I'll just steal from 5e and shop myself. For now, anyway. And then travel rules, it sounds like that is something that you intend to put. My question is curses and traps and diseases, by extension. Do we want to make them all just afflictions? Oh, hold on. Let's stay on vision for now. Now you're engaging in that. 5e is weird with vision. You have disadvantage for fighting in the dark, blind, or just a little off balance. Apparently, blindness is a minor inconvenience. Yeah, it is. It isn't entirely realistic. I think it works for the system, but I can understand that concern. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And I think the main reason why they used advantage was because they were trying to avoid like -1 or -2 penalties as much as possible. And so they're just like, would it confer something bad? We'll say disadvantage then, right? So I don't know. It's a design philosophy you certainly can do, but it's not perfect. Oh no, the traps are a whole day's project. No. Damage points. Yeah, because my concern is if they're damaging points, hit points instead, then that puts an icky precedent for retaining damage in between combat, and then having that those points of damage matter for that combat, but then suddenly go away in between combat encounters for after that one resolves via the rules. So HP damage doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So my assumption is that it's more like save against taking an affliction. And then it's like not roll on the affliction table, but like a listed affliction that makes sense for the trap, right? So that's my assumption of how we can do traps quick and dirty, just save versus affliction. But I don't know. Maybe you've got more plans there. I'll wait just a little bit in case you want to type something on that. And then I'll launch into curses. Terrain altering traps. Okay. Springs and other puzzles. Oh, springs could be fun. They just launch you somewhere inconvenient. You fall down a cliff and take some fall damage, which probably gives you an affliction, and then also puts you somewhere in the dungeon you don't want to be. That would make sense. Yeah. There's definitely ways that we could do that's not just save versus affliction, but that still has a meaningful and lingering effect, right? Party splitters. Now that's brutal. That's mean. Ooh, okay, all right. So we're getting into some AD&D stuff here. Not very 5e friendly of you to put the precedent to split the party with like falling doors. We're just like, okay, now you're split, and the orcs have come from both sides. Have fun. I mean, the blink mage will be fine. They can just teleport, but everyone else. Everyone else, oh boy. But yeah. No, I'm on board. I do like more brutal traps like party splitters, but like, oh boy. the modern soft audience of today would not like party splitters. That's that would send some people into some panic attacks. Goodness. For curses though, Blink Mage, Best Mage, yeah, Blink Mage is great. Oh, Blink Mage makes me so happy. Like, it's not powerful, but there's a lot of really fringe clutch situations where I could see it being a lot of fun. And like, you're part of a larger party, you don't always have to be the main character who saves the day. It's okay if someone else is playing like a more pivotal character in your party, but every now and then you're there when it matters and you come up with that clutch play, right? So, I don't know. I like that kind of a loop. Force Mage comboed with it. Okay. I'll see what you mean by that someday, but for right now, all I've got access to is Blink Mage, so that's what I'm gonna gush about. But curses, do we want to, because when it comes to curses and diseases, in other things, we have, other systems, we have spells that multiple classes get access to. So you have multiple people that can remove curses and multiple people that can remove diseases, right? If we are not going for that in our system, because each spell list is effectively tied to a class and is specialized, then suddenly having the party constantly have the ability to remove curses or diseases isn't as easy. They could rely on an NPC that is good at doing those things, but otherwise my recommendation is that we make a curse and a disease a type of affliction that could be cured by downtime. That you don't necessarily have to like spell it out, right? But when they roll their d4 to cure up afflictions, we can be like, oh well, they for this particular curse type affliction, they went and got it removed by the town cleric. Right, that can be off screen. How that was handled can be off screen, that kind of thing. Same with like disease, right? Maybe the town cleric did that, or there's some kind of doctor that did that. The pharmacist, right? That'd be my assumption, is that curses and diseases are going to become a type of affliction. But if not, then that's something that you need to consider laying down rules and monetary values for. Is okay, who can cure these things and what does it cost? That kind of thing. Yeah, it depends on severity of curse. Yeah, that's fair. So some of them you probably could just put at the affliction tier, and just have them be removed off screen during downtime. But there could be bigger ones like lycanthropy, right? That can't just be so casually removed, or like the mummy's curse, right, from touching their gold pile. That's the kind of thing that I assume wouldn't be so casually removed. I guess it depends, because maybe lycanthropy is a disease and not a curse. But then that's still the same thing, is that's probably not a easily cured disease. I mean, there's precedent for it being easily cured. You can't just like have a potion of cure disease and you stop in its infancy, but if it progresses too far, then it is uncurable or something like that. I don't know. There's some noodly nonsense there. Conditional to every month evil cat stalks you if it's raining. You arrive at the city of Landgrave. I don't know. It's just off the top of my head. You got past the guards, no problem. You're going to go and search for a tavern quick, though, because it's begun raining and you're trying to get out of the rain. And when the player says, wait a minute, it's raining? And the player's like, the DM's like, oh yes, it's raining. Oh, guys, we need to find shelter quick, the cat's coming. That does sound like a funny curse. And maybe the player doesn't pick up on the fact that you said it's raining. And so then maybe the player's like, oh no, we're not gonna find shelter from the rain, it's fine. Let's go straight to the king. Yeah, we need to go and report about those bandits. And then the DM says, okay. On the way to the king, the cat appears. What? No! That does sound like a fun curse. Just some reoccurring, like, mid-tier monster. Like, the players are probably not going to get wiped by it. It's probably not going to be deadly, but it's definitely an inconvenience that'll give them, like, an affliction or two that they'll have to go and heal off. You did one of your 5e games where a demon could see and hear everything one PC saw and heard. That's always fun. I like doing that. No direct mechanical effect, but it was an excuse to set up encounters / feed the BBEG info. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there is nothing I love more than that. So, like, whenever there's an opportunity for some power to interact with the players, and that power could perhaps be villainous or kill the players, what I like to do is instead offer the players something. Offer the players convenience, safe travel through the dungeon. Perhaps that entity goes to deal with a key boss monster that had been plaguing the party instead. And in return, the party goes and does something for this power, right? In some cases, though, the gift of service is free. And by free, I mean they own you now, and I can do magic shenanigans. And that's 100% the kind of stuff I like to do. It's like, okay, it seems as though there was no real cost here, but in truth, the DM now allows this player, this player to be a vessel for this entity, and the entity's not really acting upon their influences yet, but they can still see through that character's eyes. They could maybe have them get up and walk around while they're asleep. There's potential for shenanigans there. And then if it comes up later on in the campaign where they find out about this kind of stuff, then, like, I don't know. That's the kind of stuff I love to do as a DM. It doesn't always come up, but when it does, it's spicy. It's good. It even got to use the player as a portal one time when they chose and stepped through to just fully abduct a major NPC and vanish months after the curse. Oh, that's so good. The players wisely avoided the rain and went to the tavern because they didn't want to fight the cat. The next day, they did go to the king to report the bandits in the area, right? And it is at that moment where the demon lord stepped out of the player's skin and took the king to the hell realm. Surprising everyone there. No, that could be fun. Yeah, having curse not necessarily be like afflictions or negative effects, but be roleplay and storytelling opportunities. There's definitely some opportunity there, for sure. So I think you're right. I think we do need to keep curses more flexible. That we do need to allow for there to be like multiple different rulings, like varieties of curses, where some of them are just affliction, some of them are just debuff intel solution, and then we lay out what that solution is, if it costs money, how much that is, that kind of thing. And then the third category of the curses, like, this just happens. This is something you can sit on for role play type stuff. Or at the very end, something that doesn't mechanically matter, like this demon now owns the player's soul. So if they die, then maybe they have to go and quest for their soul if they wanted to resurrect them, that kind of thing. But it's not anything that mechanically affects the players right now. It's not anything they necessarily know about right now, but it's something that you can sit on for later, right? So then you can have like those three categories of curses. So I think that would work very well. I'm actually going to add that to my notes until you come up with official stuff. I did say that I'm gonna try and get it playable on my own side. Varieties of curses. Now we can just bold it and go to the next line later. A curse that delivers an affliction easily curable via downtime. What? A curse. I guess not delivers. So that simulates. That acts as. There we go. That acts as an affliction. There we go. A curse that produces a long-term negative effect. It can be lifted by a specific rite procedure or NPC for the correct price. And then the last type of curse, a curse that lingers permanently, that is not necessarily immediately revealed. It has no mechanical effect, but could have a major effect on the campaign. What would be a better way to word that? Going forward. Well, we'll just stick with that going forward, and then I can just say e.g. the BBEG can now see through that player's eyes. Another example. Their soul is now owned by a prominent devil. The player gains a roleplay flaw or trait they are expected to honor, etc. Okay, yeah. That works, and I can certainly work with that, because I can go and look through like the affliction list and be like, oh yeah, I like that effect. We're just going to rename that effect to Curse of the Moth Eater. I don't know. And attach that to this particular trap in the room. If the players pick up the moth pendant, they are afflicted with the Curse of the Moth Eater curse, conferring the following penalty until they take down time and get it cured by the local priest. Right? That's something that I could easily work with. Or if we did want to like name a price or like a specific way for it to be lifted and not make it an affliction, then that works. That could be something interesting. Is that I'm just gonna make a note of it actually. Two types of curses here. Permanent affliction, or merely a status effect we keep in mind. If it counts as an affliction, well, there we go, affliction that cannot be removed, the player may approach their death spiral more quickly than normally. If that is not the intent, don't treat it like an affliction. Well, don't treat it. Don't make it an affliction. Just period. Don't make it an affliction. Perhaps add it to their sheet as you would a feature or perk. There we go. Yeah. I should delineate that. Because that is something to consider, is that if a long-term negative effect, that could be considered an affliction. So people might be tempted to just give them a affliction that cannot be removed by rest, that would require NPC gold, a specific right or procedure, that kind of thing. But if we do count it as an affliction, then mechanically it would still count as an affliction, which would mean that it would count towards your number of afflictions before you become incapacitated, and until then you step on its head to make sure it's dead and you die, right? So that could be risky if we did count it as a permanent affliction. But some of the more brutal curses, I don't think we should just remove that possibility. I think we should just put some language cautioning people against using that it does mark that player for death just a little bit more. Yeah, exactly. Limit it to higher level or severe curses. This is of course just some rough notes for myself. I'm not typing this section out for you, but yeah. This is certainly how I feel about curses right now and how I would run them myself before proper rules and precedents come into being. I think it'd be nice to make them either an affliction or a long-term effect that requires something special, possibly a permanent affliction. And then the other curse is mostly just there for DM shenanigans. Yep. Yeah, you have fun with your notes. If you want me to, I can send you what I come up with at the end of the stream too. If you don't feel like taking too many notes, I'll probably do that anyways. But that's kind of what I planned this stream to be. And I'm just kind of going through these things and seeing what we have and what we don't have, so that ideally I can get this to a point where I can start designing an adventure for the playtest, right? And then if official rules come out before I complete it, then great, I'll integrate those official rules. And if not, that's fine. We can just put in my stuff like this in the adventure. Because I don't know, if we're going to be playtesting this thing, I haven't run D&D for like a month now. No, multiple months by now. Oh no, okay. But then, so I'm itching to run something. And then B, if we're gonna have a system people playtest, they probably would want like a starting little adventure to play through. So I don't know if you have one of those already planned and written out or not. But if not, well, I'm gonna do that. And then if you do have one already written up, that's fine. Now they just have options. That's my intention anyways. So we'll see where that goes. For right now, I'm still just looking at like the system stuff, and we'll get to writing the adventure later. But I would appreciate some goblins. I'd like to put some goblins in it. Okay, good. So you do have a little playtest adventure planned. That pleases me. Let's see. Travel rules. It looks like that's something you're already considering. But I'm gonna add it to my to-do list anyways. Lighting / darkness / dark vision rules. All right, and then travel rules, stealth rules. All right, so those are things that it seems we don't currently have that I would need if I'm going to write. Trap rules, it seems like we're good to go there. Let me just go over here to traps. Varieties of traps. There we go. A trap triggers the player makes a check against it, acquiring a relevant affliction. We'll say a relevant predetermined affliction upon failure. Some bigs. What's a bigs? And yeah, I'll message if I have like any specific creatures I'd like. Like I want a wizard. I always like including evil wizards and sorcerers and whatnot. So having some precedent as to what those kind of look like. I mean, I guess I could just steal from the elementalist from now. But otherwise, like what evil precedent for what evil mages look like is something I'm very interested in. Not necessarily necromancers, but evil mages. Mages are coming? Okay, good. Bigs are larger than smalls. Okay. I bigs are large. All right, yeah, okay. I think I get it. Fuck you. Some traps just inconvenience the party. Example. Hold on, how did I format it down before? Semicolon before, okay. Example. A falling portcullis splits the party. A trap. Sorry, springboard, we'll say that. A springboard flings a PC to another location, or down to the next floor of the dungeon. A pitfall deals falling damage and possibly a bludgeoning affliction, while also relocating the player to a potentially dangerous environment, etc. Okay. The lone player. There we go. Yeah, that should paint a pretty big picture of how, like, yeah, you don't necessarily have to inflict an affliction. Some of them can be inconveniencing traps, as you pointed out earlier. Very good. Oh, you gotta run? Alright. Well, you have fun. If you're watching the playback, let's see here. This is at the 1 hour 27 minute mark. I don't know if you're still here, but 1 hour 27 minute mark. Then I'll go message that to you. Bop, 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 bop. You left off around the 1 hour 27 minute mark. There we go. Hopefully I'll be fine. All right, so we've got our trap section. We've got our curses section. Make monsters as relevant. And magic items as relevant. Okay. Very good. All right. Carousing / quest finding rules. We've seen that there wasn't that, and that wasn't something I got to ask him about, but that's a-okay. I think I can write up a little thing for that anyways. Downtime. Activities. Carousing. And then acquiring specific items. Very good. Note it like that for now. my life easier. Okay, so then my problem is we could take carousing a lot of different ways. I think I'm just going to go back to what I was doing before and just spitball that all out for now. Consider. It provides some manner of morale check to the town or local area or adventurer themselves. Consider it as a means to obtain quests or quest relevant rumors / info. Because some of it might not like actually be rumors, you know? And then we can say consider it providing social connections the player, we'll say in parentheses, NPCs in the vague box or known the player can call upon in the future. Okay. So can we loop this all into one downtime activity, or do we want to make these 3 separate downtime activities? Do we even want to address the top one without having a better understanding of how this system works and how roleplay mechanics work and how towns work and whether or not we're going to do any domain level play and how that's going to contribute to things? We probably just want to nix the top one for now. If domain level play becomes like a thing that actually matters, then we probably do want to go into the idea that parting with the locals, your troops are a part of those locals, right? They're part of the local town flavor. And so perhaps that gives them a morale boost that would help them in war, right? Or with whatever checks it is that you're going to be. Oh, hold on, I misspelled activities. I weep. There we go. Or whatever checks they need to make to go and do like your espionage or whatever it is that you use your units to do. So that could be relevant if we write the rules for it. But otherwise it doesn't super duper matter. Consider it as a means to obtain quests or quest related rumors / info. Okay. And then provide social connections. Okay, so what we can do is we could tie it to a check. Perhaps the check is modified by the amount of gold you invest. And then that check determines your degree of success. And even at the lowest tier, you still get something, right? So in the case of this bottom one, you still get 1 social connection that you can call upon later or immediately for all we care. Or you get 1 quest or tidbit of information, right? And then that can go up from there. So maybe, yeah, I think we can put these both under the carousing umbrella, and we give them like a number of points that they can then spend on buying social connections or quests / quest relevant information. This does mean that the DM needs to have a quest or quest relevant rumors or quest relevant info. I could see there being some tables where the DM does not actually have any quests that they don't already have or information about them that they don't already know. So at that point in time, the DM could just give them rumors. So we do want to word it such that it can be flexible. They are not guaranteed one thing specifically if the DM can't improvise that bit of information immediately. Actually, we could probably just put like a little thing at the bottom saying if the DM is not prepared enough to reveal the quest information or roleplay these new NPCs, the DM can get you that information at a later date, possibly at the next session, right? That kind of thing. We can put some little text there that kind of like, even beyond just a session 0 setting the expectations potentially. Like we can also set the table expectations within the text of the system itself, which is something that I wish systems did more, but to each their own, right? So I think that's probably what I'd do for like a quick and dirty carouse thing, is make it a check, perhaps modified by gold, to get points that you then spend on call-ons later, or information/rumors. That sounds good. So how about we go down here and we start typing that up? What do the downtime things look like for some of these other ones? Okay, this guy doesn't have downtime. I know at the very least Assassin has some downtime. Wait. Where's Assassin? Please, Mr. Assassin, tell me about your downtime. Okay. It's got all these little things. That's how that's worded. All right, and then I actually do want to go to core rules. Man, I'm sorry. My nose is really itchy today. I don't know if that's bothering anyone, but I'm sorry. My nose is bothering me. I gotta itch it. Here we go. Resting. So there's not really precedent for how downtime is noted. It's just saying that this is something they can do. Full rest is a longer period between quest missions. Okay, got it. For each week spent. Oh. Maybe beyond just investing gold, you can also say for each week spent, the number, the modifier to that dice goes up. That could work. That could work very well. I do like that idea. There's nothing saying we necessarily have to tie it to a D12 check. Like, we probably should tie it to cleverness if we're tying it to a D12 check, right? But there's nothing saying that we have to. So what we could do is tie it to a smaller die or dice, like a D4 or a D6, right? And then say for each week, you would increment that die. So let's say it's a D6, right? For 1 week, you get 1 D6. For 2, you get, well, but then the numbers can get pretty, but then those numbers just determine thresholds, and then we can assign how many points that actually gives you. Yeah, okay, then we can still make that work. And then for each, I don't know, 50 gold, 100 gold, however we want to balance it, spent, you can increase that modifier on top of those 2d6s. Or 3d6s if they're taking 3 weeks off, that kind of thing. Yeah, I think that works. I don't think we make this a skill check. I know that skill checks aren't technically a thing, but just saying check, like a modified check. There we go. That's a way to say it without saying skill check. I don't think we make this a modified check. I think that we actually assign it its own mechanic. That way it's not like, oh, you have to make our carouse checks for us, party rogue, because you have a busted cleverness stat. So you have to take this downtime activity. No. If we decentralize it from that kind of play, then it means that anyone could make that check, even the fighter that dumped cleverness, right? Because sometimes it's fun to just play the big dumb himbo fighter. At least that's what I like to do. Who's not necessarily charismatic in nature. That's not true. I haven't played a himbo fighter. I've played a himbo ranger, but I played him like a fighter, and that's all that matters. Anyways, seems the wording is for each week spent on a full rest. Okay, well, maybe not on a full rest, but for each week spent. For each week of downtime spent. How about that? For each week of downtime spent. We'll make this a group activity such that if multiple players do it, there's it will make things go up, but not to a ridiculous degree. Because otherwise, we might end up in a situation where, let's say, all 4 players take this downtime activity, right? Now suddenly the DM's like, oh, that means I have to reward you with 12 new NPCs because you all technically have it, and there's nothing saying that like those NPCs have to be doubled up upon. Those could be 12 unique NPCs, might be the unfair expectation, which could create some problems. So I think rather than set up that potential expectation that the player characters are just acquiring so many things just immediately, of stacking players, perhaps we allow each player to add their own die to the pool. So the gold gets pooled into modifiers, the players get pooled into dice, the number of weeks taken get pooled into dice, and then that final number then determines a threshold of how much they get. Very good. That works for me. For each week of downtime spent, the party gains a d6 to their carouse check. If more than one player character is participating, you add a d6. So you add an additional d6 per additional character. Additional sounds. Well, we can just they should know what I mean by that. We can just say a d6 per character. All right, additional d6 per character. Okay, perfect. This check can be modified further by spending gold. This gold presumably is spent buying rounds for the tavern on extravagant parties, on gifts, or the like. Buying around the taverns on extravagant parties, on gifts, or specific individuals. For each, and then once I understand gold thresholds better, for each numbered amount spent, your rolls. Sorry, your roll. Your check. How about that? Your carouse check gains a +1 modifier. Consult the carousing table for the for the what the results yield. Doesn't work here. Consult the browsing table for the results of the session, of the activity. For the browsing points yielded. We can reword that later on if we need to. It doesn't super matter. We're roughing it right now. All right. Carousing points can be spent in one of two ways. We'll say brackets, or three ways if we want to add in domain level play mechanics. Add in morale mechanics for domain level play. All right, very good. Making connections or acquiring information. We don't necessarily want to call it information because they might be rumors. Sure, we'll just say rumors or acquiring rumors. You may buy a connection using, let's just throw a number out here for now, 2 points. You may say up to a maximum of number connections. So like, let's say 5, right? Up to a maximum of 5 connections. Because then, like, if the DM isn't comfortable with that, you know what? We'll put the maximum at 4. I think a DM could reasonably create 4 connections that they met at a party in between sessions, right? And we're going to put precedent down at the bottom that the DM doesn't necessarily have to reveal this stuff immediately. So that should be fine. I think 4 is a good number. If we really want to be conservative, we can go down to 3, but then, like, what was the point of them spending all their downtime on this and all their gold, right? We can, okay, we're gonna go and do like the next little section for the info, but then we're gonna say any spare points that cannot be spent are expected to be honored by the DM. Sorry, we use GM now. DM's copyrighted, I checked. I was still gonna verbally use DM though, but when it comes to writing for systems that aren't D&D though, I do have to use GM. Spare points that cannot be spent are expected to be honored by the GM in some way, perhaps at a later date. Any excess, there you go, excess points that cannot be spent. I'll say could not. It could not be spent, or expect to be honored by the GM in some way, perhaps at a later date. All right, very good. Then here's our little area where we can start talking about rumors. Rumors do not need to merely be gossip. They could be factual in nature. The GM, there we go, I caught myself, rewards them. May give you information relevant to a quest you already have, a new quest, key info on a nearby dungeon, gossip on the infidelity of a regional noble, information relevant to the setting or nature of the campaign. Etc. These are exchanged at one point I think we do type it out to 2 points there. Okay, 1 point per rumor. Then we have the line about any excess points. Okay. The GM is not. Sorry, the GM does not need to reward the party their rumors nor reveal the NPCs that represent the fruits of their connections immediately. We'll say, yeah, sure, creating lore or hints for the campaign and NPCs relevant. There we go. Relevant NPCs can be time-consuming work. A GM may feel comfortable enough with the concept of improvising these rumors and connections into reality, or may have a excellent grasp on the setting enough to reveal all manner of things but giving them time between sessions to get you these results. Here we go. Should be the norm. I don't like how this reads. Give me a second. It should be the norm. Okay. How do we do this? But giving them time between sessions to get you these results should be the norm. Should be expected. Is perfectly reasonable. Got it. How about that? But giving them time. Oof. But taking time. How about this? But taking time. Time between sessions to iron out these rewards is expected, reasonable. We'll say perfectly reasonable. It's not quite as clinical and clean as we like to keep things for some systems and whatnot. Perfectly reasonable is me afflicting some of my characterization upon the flavor text here, but I think it still gets the time across, the point across. Like, you are kind of like, it is kind of like me telling the rules and setting expectations to the table. So I think it's okay if we like use some more personal language in there. Yes, with is a good addition. Thank you. Okay. The GM does not need to reward the party with their rumors, nor reveal the NPCs that represent the fruits of their connections. With their rumors, nor reveal. We'll say immediately, nor reveal the NPCs that represent the fruits of their connections immediately. Yeah. It technically makes it a little bit more wordier, but I think it's fine. It makes it a little bit more clear. We've segmented it off with this comma. People will understand what nor is, and if not, they can look it up. Nor reveal the NPCs that represent the fruits of their connections immediately. Okay, very good. Creating lore or hints for the campaign and relevant NPCs can be time-consuming work. I'll say creating leads. How about that? Leads and hints. Leads or hints. And relevant NPCs. How about that? Creating leads or hints and relevant NPCs for a campaign can be time-consuming work. Say word venture. The GM may feel comfortable enough with the concept of improvising these rumors and connections into reality, or may have an excellent grasp on the setting enough to reveal all manner of things. We'll say off the top of their head. But taking time between sessions to iron out these rewards is also perfectly reasonable. And to be expected. All right, cool. That sounds good. There's some personal writing in there, but I think that would do the trick. And then we just need to like write the tables and insert like the gold amount, right? But at least on the surface, level, carousing is done and written. I would be pleased enough putting this in an adventure as an option, and then there you go. And then you could also like say like, here's some example rumors, or here's some example NPCs they could unlock, that kind of thing. It's definitely doable. Definitely doable. I've missed some messages on Discord. Oh, okay. Jenny was just writing some lore, which is relevant to me, and I want to go and look at that in just a moment. But not in the middle of the stream. I guess not in just a moment. After stream. How about that? There we go. And there's some memes. Very good. All right. Oh, I forgot to post the link here. Oops. I forgot to show there. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, that's a can of worms I don't want to look at right now. So we will mute this server for now. We'll deal with that later. All right, cool. I'm caught back up. I don't think there's anything I need to tend to right now. Okay. So we have carousing. Let's bold and 12. I think we will kind of segment this a little bit. Double space and then that. And then we can go over here and go double space and then that. Now I did want to do carousing off the top of my head and make my own system for that. For acquiring specific items, I may go and steal from Xanathar's Guide. I'm debating on that. My problem is I just don't know enough about what the expectations are for gold and whatnot. I don't know. We could reduce that from D6 to D4s. That would technically be my preference, but I think it'd be best to use the D6 just because people tend to have multiple of the D6, and not everyone has a bunch of D4s. So rolling the D4 again and again and again could get annoying. So that's really the only reason I use D6, is because it's the second lowest die, and it's also the die that like everything uses. Like even if they don't buy a good set of D6s, like they can go and rob their board games for it, right? That's my thinking there, in case anyone cared. But otherwise, I would prefer to keep the numbers small and use D4s. Anyway, in this particular case, they have their points. They can cash them in for 2 for a connection and 1 for a rumor. Which, by the way, some of those connections could be useless. There's nothing in here saying those connections need to actually be good guys or like of extravagant value. Presumably, they are meant to have some value to the player characters. Presumably, the DM will honor that in some way, but there's nothing that locks it in, right? The rumors, though, those are in that same boat, right? Where it's assumed that they have value, but they could just be gossip. It could just be a rumor, right? I don't know. I'll write down acquiring specific items in a bit. I gotta use the bathroom again. I'm sorry. I'm also gonna fill up my water bottle. It's part of the curse of streaming. I'm back. Alright. Acquiring specific items. Well, no, I want to put in an extra clause here. Beyond that, the GM is expected to reward the players here for their time and monetary investment. But be wary. Some rumors are just that, rumors, and not every friend, not every newfound friend need. Oh, hold on. Not every newfound friend may be good aligned. Yeah, that sounds good to me. You can put your brackets. Carousing. What? Oh, I got it right. Table. Thresholds of die roll results then equal points to spend. All right. We don't do an equal, or I mean that's just technically what's going to happen, but we're going to put like a dividing line instead. Yep, that should do the trick. Okie dokie. Not every adventure yields the desired loot. Some treasures may need to be acquired by other means. With a week or more of downtime, the party may spend, we'll say may attempt to find a I don't know, how do I phrase this? May attempt to find an auction house selling their desired good, a passing merchant hawking baubles, we'll say exotic baubles, a guildsman with the resources needed to track a specific what's the word for it? I don't want to use the word artifact because artifacts could be misleading. Varieties used desired good, exotic baubles. Say a specific weapon. Down, or the like. Why is good underlined? No, we do just want a specific good. Some treasures may need to be tracked down and bought. Be acquired with, we'll say, acquired. And we can say by other means. Because it can be fun to vague box. This is not necessarily them buying the item. Maybe they just know where it's at and they steal the item. And that money that you mark off to quote unquote buy the item was part of what you paid the person to track it down, right? Or what you paid the thieves that assisted you in that heist, right? So it doesn't necessarily have to set the precedent that you are buying and purchasing this item. Like, we can vague box it a little bit. But this is money you are using to acquire this item. I think that works. First, determine the rarity of the item. And then let's go over here. Oh, nope, not over here. Nope, that's assassin now. Oh. Okay, let's go to character creation, playable species, classes, perks. No, yeah. Yeah, there should be a section under melee. Mundane, unusual, rare, very rare, legendary, mythic. Oh, mythic. God, I miss Magic the Gathering. Oh, I hope they're getting their act together. I want to get back into that at some point in time. Anyways, mundane, unusual, rare, very rare. All right. Mundane, unusual, rare, very rare. And what was it? Legendary, and then mythic. Or mythic. Oh, very rare, legendary, mythic. Okay, very good. Mechanics for how that rarity translates to a number threshold. They need to, say comma, they need to roll that number or higher. Very good. All right. Just round that rarity challenge to number threshold, then roll that number higher. On success, acquiring this item by the end. Well, no, hold on. We can do that later. Of your downtime is possible. All right. Anyways, doing. I need to put the thing where it says for each week, adjust dice and modifiers. There we go. That's what I need to do. I can probably just copy that from up here. More than one player participating. You add additional D6 per character. Following rounds for each of us. What am I? And we can consult the table. Okay, got it. So we can probably just paste that in. For each week of downtime spent, the party gains a D6 to their acquire check, is what we can call it. acquire check. If more than one player character is participating, you add an additional d6 per character. This check can be modified further by spending gold. This gold presumably is spent hiring experts. Paying the Thieves Guild to steal the item. To track down a seller, paying the Thieves Guild to steal the item. Paying a mage to scry out its location or the like. There you go. For each numbered amount spent, we should add GP. Should probably go add that back up here as well. And this is called acquire right now. Acquire check gains a +1 modifier. Consult the carousing table for the carousing points yielded. Okay. In this case, consult the item acquisition table. It's a good enough working name for now. For the threshold. Success threshold needed. Is possible. Roll on the acquisition table as determined by the item's rarity. As adjudicated, how about that? As adjudicated. To determine how much party must spend to acquire this item. This cost may not necessarily represent a flat payment to a single buyer. It may represent them hiring adventurers to retrieve it from a dungeon. Hiring. Right. Greasing the palms of a merchant's guild. There we go. Funding a heist to liberate it. We'll just leave it there. Funding a heist to liberate it. Or the like. I'll say or whatever feels the most relevant or fun for the GM. There we go. Flat payment to a single buyer. It may represent them hiring adventurers to retrieve it from a dungeon, greasing the palms of the Merchants Guild. The local Merchants Guild funding a heist to liberate it. Most relevant. Whatever feels most relevant or fun for the GM. Alright, yeah, that sounds good. If the party has the money to spend, or if they can do an NPC, sorry, a relevant NPC, a favor to make up for the costs. They acquire the item. All right, very good. I think that's it. I think that's all we need. And then parentheses, item acquisition table. And then here we have rarity. Check. Threshold. Gold. Cost. We'll say buy cost instead of that. Buy cost. Okay. And then that works. Yeah, that seems solid to me. Once again, via like the D6 and people being able to pitch in to add more D6s, we have that fun thing of like you're not all individually hunting down your own magic item. You could, but it's expected that you're pooling yourselves together, right? To be like, you know what? I've got nothing better going on. Let's go get Bob a new sword, right? So then you go and help Bob try and track down his new magic +1 sword or whatever. In that case, it's a relic sword, right? That's the term for it. It might not have been relic. It might have been like exquisite. It's exquisite. Okay, I was almost there. Relic is the D4 of extra damage. Okay. Exquisite. Very good. So that would give them the ability to do that. In the replay, Nost, I'm sorry if this was kind of boring. It was mostly just me fiddling with it and typing it out. But ideally now you can like copy paste some of this and maybe use all of it. I don't know. It can be reworked, but I'm personally a fan of the idea of adding ways to increment it per party member signing on board rather than set the precedent that the entire party does it separately, because then things can get out of hand and it can snowball really quickly into a big slog of of a session. If then the DM, like let's say they all rolled very well on the carousing table, if then suddenly the DM needs to go and determine like 12 NPCs, then that's going to take a while. Even if we do allocate that to in between session via this whole little section. And if you wanted to, you could nix things like this. Beyond that, the GMs expect to reward the players, blah, 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 but be wary, blah, 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 blah. You could nix that and just say that goes without saying. The DM can do whatever they want, but I personally like the idea of putting precedent in here. So that's why that's there. Same with all the various examples I give along the way, right? So I recognize that you probably could nix this sentence right here, but I like that it adds flavor and allows you to spark creativity, right? And maybe it's just as simple as buying rounds for the tavern. Maybe it's as simple as hosting parties. Maybe it's gifting key individuals stuff, that kind of stuff. But like it also leaves it open with or the like, right? So there's options here. Because if the town doesn't feature a tavern for whatever reason, right, and it's like, oh, well, now you can't carouse. It's like, well, but it might be that you are resting at the villa of a noble, right? So perhaps you can grease his palms and get connections that way. It's like, well, I know this guy in the nearby city goes by, and then you give the NPC name. Tell him I sent you. He'll do right by you, right? That could be an example of how even without a tavern, one could take the carouse downtime. Same with hosting extravagant parties, right? Perhaps they're resting up at their stronghold because we're doing domain level play, right? And so they open up the ballroom and they hold an extravagant party. So they don't necessarily go to town to carouse. They have the nobility and the party folk come to them, right? So there's I don't know. I like example fluff like this. And I like setting expectations because it makes things work for me. So you could just nix all that though, because I recognize that this is kind of wordy. Like this is very wordy, and we haven't even inserted the table yet. But I think it's solid. And once I think the table runs at like a singular time, they'll know what's up. They'll be able to determine their 2 or more d6s and their modifier, and just roll it immediately, and then look at the number, and then the DM's like, okay, cool, I'll get you to you next session, right? I think that once they do it once, then that suddenly becomes like a 1-minute activity for all sessions past that point after they've read this a single time. So I don't think that it being wordy is a terrible thing, but if you wanted to nix some things here and there, you certainly could. But I personally like the flavor stuff and the implication stuff and the setting expectation stuff. That makes me happy. To me, it teaches DMs how to be good DMs, which I feel we need in the world right now. But that might just be me being a pompous asshole, so I mean, do what you want. And then I think that's it. I mean, I can write more downtime activities as needed. I could probably just go and look at Xanathar's guide and see how they do stuff. Something else you might want to consider is allowing them to pick up specific proficiency in like a single weapon, not necessarily giving them like the light weapon perk or whatever it's called, right? But if they have like a specific light weapon, maybe they take a week of downtime and train with that weapon. They're able to hire an instructor, that kind of thing, and then they can use that specific weapon. That counts as one of the default category weapons now for them. That could be something that you look into. Same for learning new languages, although that normally takes like months of time, so that probably has it's not going to be worth it in most campaigns, unless we like say that they learned it magically, like a wizard can impart knowledge on your head for the right price or something like that. I don't know. Unless we want to get weird and magic with it, learning languages isn't as quick as learning how to stab someone with a short sword, you know? I mean, I know that's a default weapon, but you know what I meant, right? Anyways, there's a lot of different downtime activities we could write, but to me, those are like the 2 that I think are most relevant to my campaigns. And considering, there we go. Oh, crime is another one. How about this? I'm just gonna go down here. to do. Crime. Very important. Learning a learning to use a special weapon. I'll say a single special weapon. Learning a language. There we go. Perhaps magically, if we don't want it to take months. Say, perhaps through a magical imparting of knowledge. If we don't want it to take months. There we go. Oh, what else would be good? Fighting in an arena sounds good. Gladiators. Arena. Or fighters. Guild. Pit fighting. Street brawling, etc. Let's change like gladiatorial combat. Gladiatorial combat. Very good. Performance / gigs. Hard stuff. Or perhaps just picking up a part-time job. All right. Maybe working the field. Or helping a wizard organize their library. That sorta thing. All right. You know what? I am going to go grab Xanathar's Guide. There's got to be at least one cool thing from there that I'm forgetting. I mean, there's things there that I don't have written down here, but that's on purpose, right? But I just don't think it's relevant. I just don't care enough. It's just not relevant enough, and I just don't care enough. Water bottle, go there. All right. Very good. Okie dokie. I'm sure the downtime stuff is probably... Nope, that's the random encounter tables that I have bookmarked. Here we go. Okay. Alright. So there's buying a magic item. There's their version of carousing. Yeah, carousing, it looks like by default here, makes them contacts. It requires a persuasion check. It's just per person. So that's why I wrote it from scratch, is I like my system better, and I use less words. So that means I did a better job. That's my assessment anyways. Same with buying a magic item. I use less words, and yeah, I will also end up using less dice. There we go. In that. one thing I will note though is that I don't currently have the option of failure being a thing for carousing. There's no option for them to make a hostile contact, that kind of thing. There is still the option to fail to find your item buyer, right? So like there's still a failure thing there, or failing to have enough to cover that cost, which is kind of why I put like this right here, or they can do a relevant NPC a favor to make up for the cost. Say we'll say A. Yeah, we'll go with A. Yeah, A is fine. All right. Or they can barter. Or if they can barter or perform a favor to make up for the cost. There we go. The party has the money, that's misleading because that might be like, according to the rules, they have the amount of money. It doesn't say they have to spend the amount of money. No, okay, like we do need to reward that, otherwise assholes are gonna be assholes. And maybe that's showing that I have no faith in players, but like, yeah, I've met some players like that. They exist. If the party has the money to spend, they mark it off and acquire the item. Marking it off isn't really necessary. Sorry, doesn't really apply to the stuff here in parentheses, unfortunately. But that stuff's also in parentheses. So if we were to ignore it, because that's what the parentheses means, is that you could pretty much ignore this unless edge cases, and that's what it's here for. Then it makes sense if we say mark off the money, right? But otherwise, like, this is just setting precedent in here that, like, the party may be able to perform a favor barter for the item. So I like it. I already went on a ramble about this, but I like setting expectations and leaving stuff like that in here. This note I don't think actually is necessary anymore. First determine the rarity of the item. This determines, hold on. Then for each week of downtime spent, well, no, this doesn't necessarily need to be done first. Well, it can, okay. Well, we'll say this determines the threshold they need to roll at or above the party can then act accordingly. So prepare accordingly. Okay, there we go. So this like gives a little thing, because otherwise we have to wait all the way down here to figure out what the frick the rarity mattered for. I mean, people could probably just look at the table and figure it out. Like, it should be intuitive enough, but there's a second little stopgap in there. It also like gives them the reason of, hey, you might not be able to roll for this on your own. This threshold may be beyond just you. You may want to cough up some gold or get another player to help you to get some more D6s, right? That kind of thing. Like more than one player character is participating. There we go. Okay, and then we go. and label how those mechanics all work, how the modifiers and rules are working, right? This could probably be a separate line. Yeah, we'll make this a separate line. We don't need it then. Then for each week of downtime spent, the party gains a d6 on their acquire check. If more than one player character is participating, you add an additional d6 per character. Okay, this check can be modified further by spending gold. Okay. This gold presumably is spent hiring experts to track down a seller, paying the Thieves Guild to steal the item, paying a mage to scry out its location, or the like. For each, let's say 50 gold, that's probably not reasonable, but let's just throw it out there. Spent, your acquire check gains a +1 modifier. Consult the item acquisition table for the success threshold needed. Very good. Maybe 50 gold is reasonable. Like, that is a sizable chunk in most fantasy settings, if we're in a world where people live off from coppers and silvers, right? 50 gold could, like, change your entire life, right? So an expert asking for 50 gold to hunt something down, that seems reasonable to me. So maybe 50 gold is actually too much. But then again, it depends on how money is balanced, right? If adventurers are expected to, like, have thousands of gold, and suddenly 50 gold is, like, nothing, which is my understanding that eventually becomes the case. What we could do is we could tie the amount of gold to the rarity as well. So we'd add a fourth column that says gold for +1, right? That could be something we do. I'm going to add a little note down here. Rarity could affect the amount of gold. I don't know why I keep doing 2 M's. Anyway, gold needed per +1 modifier. Consider a fourth column that lists that. How about that? That lists that and adjust the, say, tweak. To reflect it. Very good. And that should be A. Thank you for catching that. All right. Yeah, because I don't know how Nos is going to want to do this, or Nos might just be like, fuck the idea of acquiring specific items with downtime. That can be a thing that Derek does for his table. And you know what? That's fine. Right? But on the off chance this is something that he'd want to consider, scaling it by a fourth column, by rarity. Because, like, maybe, like, just a random mook would be willing to go and find, like, a mundane item for 5 gold. And now suddenly 50 gold is ridiculous, right? But then when you get to, like, legendary stuff, then, like, oh, clearly the player characters have a buying power of, what would that be? Oh, yeah, they have the buying power of 50,000 gold. So now suddenly it's just like, I don't know, I could go and find this for you, but I mean, 500 gold, maybe 1,000 gold could make me try quite a bit harder, right? And they know the party can spare like 1,000 gold, right? So, like, it's also difficult to hire. So it might not just be a corrupt person. It might just be like, no, this is legitimately how much it costs, because I need to go and hire a bunch of staff to hunt down this specific legendary item. I also need to go and fund at least like 5 different adventuring parties to go and quest through here, because they're probably going to die on the way. Like, there's a lot that goes into me acquiring this item for you. So yes, I do require that money, right? That could be a simulation of what's going on when they're paying that money. Or maybe they don't care about the +1 modifiers and they just make it raw. They just make a raw check where they're just like, all right, we're just gonna see what our 3 characters doing this downtime activity can do while Bob is busy resting off his afflictions, right? In which case, maybe 3d6 is enough to roll above that legendary threshold, and then you're good to go, and then all you have to do is worry about the cost, right? But otherwise, I think that could work better. I think that's probably what I ended up doing. I'm going to leave it here as like an optional little note that NOS doesn't necessarily need to do a balance around, but I think that if I were to add it to my table, I'd probably add that 4th column. It runs the risk of overcomplicating things, but I like it better, and as I said before, I think once you read this once and run it through once, I'm pretty sure past that point, you're going to be totally fine. Totally fine. Anyway, what was I looking at? Oh, crafting an item. Okay. Well, crafting an item we kind of already have rules for, via like the modifiers and whatnot. And if we need more specific rules, I'm going to leave that up to NOS later on. I don't think that necessarily needs to be a downtime activity. Well, unless it's a magic. Ah, well, but he's also working the enchanter class. Okay. Well, that's to do. Crafting items, and in parentheses, wait until enchanter and other complementary classes are out to compare to. All right. Let's see, what else have we got here? Crime is very important. Gambling. Do I want gambling? It would be rather minor, and it would be like an individual thing, I think. Sure, we can add in gambling. Gambling. I'm going to put that under performance/gigs. Well, the gambling has a connotation of high risk, high reward, maybe go in debt, which the other 2 don't. So I think we should do that. I don't think that gambling is super risky in this book in 5e. But that's certainly something that I'd like to fix if I'm writing downtime activities for this. And then they do have pit fighting. And then they have relaxation and religious service. Religious service can go in like the gigs/performance category. Relaxation is kind of already a thing via the extended rest. Whatever it's called. I don't think it's called extended rest. Full rest. All right. There we go. Research. Yes, research is actually very important to do gambling. Research. Very important. To do. And I'm just going to highlight the really important ones. Crime is obviously very important. Research is very important. The players will inevitably look to craft items, unfortunately. People like that. Yeah, the rest is all kind of whatever. But research is very important, because to me that's separate from carousing. Carousing gives you rumors and information, yes, but research can give you specifics, especially if you know a specific subject that you're researching, right? Like, I want to find out everything about the evil wizard from 2 towns over. And I mean, they'd have the wizard's name, presumably. I want to know where he grew up. I want to know where he went to school. I want to know the name of his first girlfriend. I want to know everything, because we need to know this guy to a ridiculous degree before I'm willing to go into that dungeon to go and oppose him, right? This is a high-level wizard. We need to take our job seriously. I'm going to research this, right? That's more of a research thing than a carouse thing. Like, you probably could pick up some rumors about this wizard's life and information that way by carousing. So maybe the fighter's like, okay, you do the book stuff. I'm going to go party. I'll bring up the wizard from time to time. Maybe some people know some stuff, right? And that's something that the DM can then adjudicate, is that he can give like a good chunk of the information, here, but then via the fighter carousing, he can give like a handful of other little rumors and gossip and whatnot, and then other things that are relevant to the campaign or a new quest line or a handful of NPCs, some of which may be related to the wizard, right? So that I think that it would be good to have research be separate from carousing, even though there's a little bit of overlap. I think that little bit of overlap could complement it rather than be a detriment to it. Scribing spell scrolls. So far, we don't really have any kind of like spell scroll type equivalent for this system. So we're gonna say nope. Selling magic items. I'm gonna also say nope. I don't think that super matters. I think the DM can just look at the general threshold and think about what the people in this region, how they would value it, and who would be willing to buy it, and then just say whether or not the person at the blacksmith shop would be willing to buy your legendary item, or if you're just like, nope, that's out of my price range. Look, if you're willing to go way low, I'm willing to buy it, and then I'm going to be selling it way high, right? But otherwise, it's not something that I can currently afford. So I think that that's something that the DM can just handle on a case-by-case thing. I don't think we need mechanics for hunting down a buyer. And if people really needed to, they could just do a hack of, where is it? Here we go. Acquiring specific items. Just do that, but like in reverse, right? To try and find a buyer instead. So I don't think we need to worry about that. And then training, we've kind of already got some equivalents of training in there. And then work, we already have that here via performance gigs. We'll add work/work. All right. I think that's good. That's a good solid list. I can't think of anything else I'd need off the top of my head. Well, if it was a hex crawl, then there may be some scouting you could do. Yeah, sure, we'll add that. Scouting. Let me close the book and put it somewhere else. Wow, you get to sit over here on the floor for a little bit. Scouting. All right. For a hex crawl, maybe you go. Oh, how about this for a hex crawl where the map has unknown tiles? Maybe you go off exploring and reveal some tiles. Yeah, it's an idea. We can jot it down for now, and if we make hex crawl rules later, or if Nost wants to make hex crawl rules or iterate on that, so be it. Not gaining a perk. Just one weapon. / armor. Okay. Wah! I think we're good to go there. We got a variety of traps. Did I not make this 12? I didn't. I broke my own. Okay. Good. Good to go. We're good to go. So we've kind of gone over monsters. I think I've got sneaking written down here. Yeah, stealth rules, travel rules, make monsters. Okay. Is there anything else I'm missing now from my little checklist here? Traps we've done. Browsing we've done. Loot and gold progression we kind of already have, so we're good to go there. Is there anything in here that I don't already have covered down below? Oh, diseases. I don't have diseases. Disease rules. You know what? Disease. There we go. Rules. It's not super necessary, so I probably won't do it, but it's there. Let's see here. Basic overworld exploration rules. I've already got travel written down below. Okay. Ability to challenge NPCs. Okay, we already know about combat. Unlocking how to stock dungeons. That's already kind of like a messy area that we'll deal with later once we know more about Nost's stuff. Ability to motivate players. That's more just a section where we give advice to DMs, and we can kind of pepper that into the monster section and the loot section for the most part. But we could like have a dedicated section to it. So that's something I feel like 5e lacks, is it sure doesn't give DMs any guidance at all. It just assumes that you're naturally just a very good DM already, and that you can kind of intuit and reverse engineer everything about the system, which it might sound like I'm complaining. I love 5e, but also like I hate how lacking it is when it comes to DM guidance and tutelage, right? It's too hands off in my opinion. It could deal with a little bit more like, here's some things you can still be polite about it, right? Here's some things that you can consider for your campaign, right? That you may consider doing to better your campaign. And then the DM can be like, you know what? Yeah, that does sound like a good technique. I'm glad that I read this. I can add that to my repertoire. Or maybe the DM's like, you know what? No, I think it's a terrible technique. I'm just going to keep doing my own thing, right? The DM could then make that call, right? You can word it as though, consider this. And then there you go, right? I don't know. An example of that was my writing down here in carousing, right? Where this is effectively me saying, consider making some of the NPCs evil and or not helpful or lie in some of those rumors. Make them false rumors, right? So like, I think it's okay to do that, to say, hey, consider this. Here's just an idea you can explore, right? I think that it's okay to have little moments of that where you can kind of spark imagination and spark their ability to run the game better than before. And then knowledge of how / when / what to where the players are at. Okay, yeah. But we already know that's going to have to come in the pipeline, or we're just going to have to improvise for now. All right. Protection and lighting, I've already gotten written down below. Was for traps down below, curses down below, for quickly creating humanoid NPC blocks. It seems like that's handled. We'll say guidance for creating NPC stat blocks. Anyways, just in case. Guidance for creating NPC stat blocks. There we go. Wah, wah, wah. All right, trap / rules, carousing. Wait, hold on. Rest, affliction, okay, hold on. Here I am, okay. Downtime activities can be by mechanics, okay, and then I already did this. We're good to go there. Solid core character creation rules. This is stuff it already has. I do want to make a better way to track damage and afflictions, which will probably be a complicated Excel sheet. Because right now, the DM cannot reasonably track every player's damage thresholds and afflictions, and so the DM has a very hard time of knowing how close they are to certain things. So having a one-stop shop for the DM to glance at something and be like, oh, okay, I need to dial it back a little bit on destroying Bob a little bit and try and come up with an excuse to target down one of the other party members, otherwise I'm going to kill Bob. That's not something that's currently reasonable for the DM to do, so having a resource that the DM could look at that will hopefully communicate that to them, that's something that I'd like to try and develop at some point in time. Obviously, when you throw VTTs into the mix, that's something that a VTT... pardon me, a custom VTT formula and sheet and whatnot would be very helpful with, to have like just a one-stop shop for DM when it comes to, for the DM when it comes to that kind of information. Same with a mobile app, right? If you wanted to create an app for that where players can just track their resources and then the DM can open up a master sheet, so to speak, of those resources that tells them what they need at a glance, right? That'd be another good way. But otherwise, on the cheap, and in terms of what I may know how to do, I'm not an Excel master, unfortunately. But that's probably something that I could do to slap a band-aid on it now until we get like the kind of funding to fund like custom stuff in tabletop sims and mobile apps, right? So that's something that I would consider making if I had enough time. If not, fuck it. It can just be a deadly game, right? It's not the DM's fault I killed you. I didn't know how much HP you were at. Right? Doesn't matter. Okay, so monster sneaking rules, curse rules, trap rules, carousing, loot goal progression guidance. Okay, loot goal progression guidance is kind of important, so we will grab that. If I can kind of come up with like some rules of thumb and reverse engineer some numbers, that could be good. So we want that, and then we want an Excel sheet for the DM to be able to tell which players are really hurting at a glance. Say so the DM is able to tell which players. We don't need to possessive. I don't know why I did that. Really hurting at a glance. Okay. Excel with 1L. Okay. Loot / gold progression guidance. All right. So there we go. We're late enough in now that I've effectively gone over things and I've given myself a to-do list. Obviously, if Nost is watching this in the future or reads the document I sent him, he could probably knock some of this out too as well. But a lot of these things would probably be a day project from what he was saying before. So and not all of it is needed immediately. Especially considering that like stuff like stat blocks and gold progression, that stuff could get rebalanced multiple times throughout the process of playtesting this. So that's kind of something that probably should be done later on or while you're waiting, right? Because you can go and like complete everything, quote unquote, and then get stuff out and have people start playtesting, and you're like, okay, while I wait for information from the playtesting to come back in, now I can go and do some of this stuff that doesn't matter as much, and then that's when like guides like that could come in. So depending on how he wants to structure the creation of this project, like some of this stuff could get delayed for sure. But some things not so much, like lighting, darkness, dark vision rules, travel rules, stealth rules. Yeah, those are things that are, like, in my opinion, must-haves before we properly can start writing. Let's see here. The rest is pretty much optional. Like, all this stuff is just stuff that I want to make for me. And then if we go back above here, obviously you're free to steal the downtime activities or just say, fuck it, just make stuff up. You know what? Maybe it's already good enough. Maybe the precedent set here of making shit up, maybe that's good enough. And it's like, okay, I will make shit up. And then I'll say, hey, boys and girls at my table, here's what we're doing, right? We've got these 2 downtime activities. There are more in the work. Go have fun with it, right? Maybe that's just my table and it's not something that is inflicted upon all tables. Although I think it would improve all tables had they had this option. Anyways, curses, it seems like he does have plans to implement some degree of curse design akin to this. So that's worth me having noted for now. And then when official stuff comes out, so be it. Varieties of traps, same thing, basically, right? Official stuff will eventually come out. He did say that was going to be a day project, though, which I guess that's not bad. Right, hammering out like some example traps, that does sound like it would take a day, and then getting like the proper wording for it. Okay, I guess it's fine that takes a day. Oh, lighting, darkness, dark vision rules. Oh man, my mouth is dry again already. having a hard time staying hydrated because I'm not getting enough salt in my body, which is my own fault. I started eating soup, which your body digests salt better when it's inside like physical food rather than inside like broth, right? So it's not retaining as much salt as it normally would. It's also harder for me to balance it, right? Because I could put like it's not like a tablespoon or a teaspoon. I don't remember, but I have a little measuring thing. It might be like a half tablespoon or teaspoon. But I put that in the middle of my meat patties, and then I cooked a meat patty, and so then I know that meat patty has about that amount of salt. So then I know what's going in my body, right? But when it comes to soup, it's just like, I don't know, just put some salt in. Does it taste good? Okay, it tastes good, great, and we'll go from there. But I don't know if I'm eating enough salt or not right now. So between that and it being in mostly liquid form, I'm just having a rough time of it. And people are probably saying, like, oh, well, you're dehydrated because you're eating salt. No. If I just do nothing but drink water and don't have any salt in me, your body can't retain that water, and you will just piss yourself to death, which is the problem I'm running into right now. Anyways, we'll see where that goes. I might end up going to eat myself another thing of soup, if only just to get some salt in me. I guess I could like make myself a bowl of ramen. That's a lot more stable when it comes to salt, because then I can do the same thing I do for the meat. I don't know. I need to fix my my little panini press thingamajigger I cook my meat on, because it's I don't know why. I suspect why, but it keeps filling the apartment up with smoke every single time I do it. And I need to watch my voice, right? Because I do streaming and recording and whatnot. So I can't be breathing in smoke on a daily basis just to eat some meat, right? So I need to get that fixed or figure out a new system for cooking meat that is not soup. Because I like soup. Soup tastes great. But soup is not always good for me. If that makes sense. I don't know. I'm going to return to being on topic now. We're going to go look at what sort of dark vision rules we currently have available to us. Nope. Yeah. No, I think this is a relevant page to keep up for that. So let's go mess with this page. How about that? Species at a glance. So we have dark vision, yes or no, but I'm not seeing anything immediately about dark vision. Okay. Well. What about player creation? And then we can go F, and we can go dark vision. Got it. You can see clearly in the dark. This is not considered a magical effect. Okay. So no, like, it's monochrome or up to a certain degree they just see in the dark. I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with that uplifting of the limitations. Because otherwise it can be kind of annoying sometimes, especially to render on a virtual tabletop, right? So I think I'm okay with dark vision getting overly simplified here, if that is indeed the intention here. Okay, yeah, and that's the only place it's mentioned here. All right. So let's copy this over here. And then we can go put in quotation marks. So I remember that I stole this directly from the... Oh, wait, nope. Control Shift Z. B. There we go. That way it keeps my formatting. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Okay, so we're good to go there. Let's check core, actually. Let's go dark ring. Okay, well, dark ring is the only thing here that mentions dark. Okay, so dark vision is not mentioned here. Okay then. Is there any other places where those kind of rules would be adjudicated? Playtesting, relic, characters, species, classes, perks. We can check perks. Maybe there's a perk that like improves dark vision or something, which would then imply that regular dark vision does not have that. I doubt it. I assume that like dark vision is just bare bones and this is just all there is right now, right? There's training perks. That's not what we're looking for. Defensive perks on armored fighting, shield bash, shield deflection, allied defender, tough. Oh, hold on, tough. Okay. I'm looking for something that will raise my various thresholds for toughness, because the blink mage with assassin is very squishy, and I'd like to have an option to alleviate some of that squishiness. And from what I can tell, none of that super does that. I mean, this does affect like it a little bit. Same with Indomitable. You take an additional point damage, or you make your roll. Oh, okay, well, yeah, Indomitable would raise one portion of the threshold a bit, but it still would have the incapacitated threshold quite low, and then the damage threshold past that point quite low. So I'd like to see a catch-all for all of them, but in this particular case, I think this is the closest we're going to get. But then again, maybe raising the damage threshold... Sorry, maybe raising all 3 thresholds would be too powerful for a perk, because it seems as though we're trying to keep perks relatively low in power, so... I don't know. I want to go fight Sir Idaho. Alright. Brawler, slashing, bludgeoning, sprinter, swimming, climbing. Okay, nothing about vision yet. Overdraw, charge, bestow power, spell catch. Metabolic conversion. Ooh, what's this? It's action spending amount of mana. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That's really cool. All right. My only problem is it's an action, so that makes it a lot less viable. To the point where it's basically useless. There's already a pretty big drawback of 3 to 1 as the cost, right? Action kind of makes it worthless. So there's just some quick feedback. If you care. Well, I guess not worthless, but it makes it borderline worthless. There's going to be very few turns where it feels good to give up both an action and also a ridiculous amount of mana, just so that you then have the stamina to fuel whatever it is you're going to do with that second action. Because that also means that that's also a turn where you're not moving. I don't know. I can't think of any scenario where that is going to be relevant and feel like a clutch play. It will just feel like a chore that then pays off the next turn, which maybe that's the point. Maybe it's just like, you know what, I'm giving up a lot this turn, but next turn with all that extra stamina, we're gonna go to town. The other thing I see is that it doesn't increase your stamina capacity. This is just for regenerating stamina, which is also kind of frustrating because it doesn't actually let you boost beyond your limits. I don't know. I like this mechanic on paper, but the more and more I think about it, the more and more I think it's kind of useless, and I can't think of very many use cases for it. Anyways, I still haven't looked through all the perks, and I'm not gonna start doing that today. I'm gonna try and stay on track. Dauntless, Impervious, Glorious Stand. None of that seems to do anything with light. Elemental perks. Hold on, Firestarter might have something to do with lights. Nope, just burning damage. Okay, and ignite counters. Well, hold on. Ignite counters. Is there any, like... Does it posit that the character has a light effect when it's on fire? Adjacent allies will suffer, but otherwise, no. Okay. Just want to make sure. I'm not on the right page. No. There we go. Okay. Abominable. That's cool. Funny Yeti. He cannot be frozen. Good flavor. Storm Ward. Unreactive. Base. And there's no esoteric perks yet. Oh. Boo. Oh. It's fine. Alright, doesn't seem like there's anything there about lighting. I don't think there's rules for lighting, so what we probably do is we just steal from 5e. There's no... If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? We'll say, seems dark vision is either greatly simplified here or incomplete. No torches or lighting rules are currently present but for now I think I'll just steal from 5e, and we'll put this in brackets because this is not me actually detailing out a proper lighting section. And I will detail that out later once I do go and steal it from 5e. We can go period and then go 4. I do think I like the simplification of dark vision though. We'll add that. Makes VTT rendering easier. To just unshackle the beam of vision they get. It's not really a beam, it's all around, right? Because it'd be stupid to render it in just one direction and have you turn it around, right? You understand what I mean? Oh boy. I'm starting to get tired. I think I'm gonna go grab some soup real quick. Maybe it'll give me a second wind. Maybe I brave an energy drink. See, that's the good thing about having a giant cauldron of soup, though. Is I can just go and dish this up, so I don't have to wait like 10 minutes. Okay. It took so long. I put some extra salt in it, and I put some spinach in it, for better or worse. We'll see. We'll see if that helps or not. But I'm back. Actually, I don't think it's gonna be too hot. I think I could probably just dig into that immediately. But I immediately become distracted by a message on Discord. Hold on. Oh, that's cool. Got it. I'll listen to that later. Read that later. Okay. We're good. We're fine. We can go back to being productive. I'll either eat or type stuff. Travel rules. I like hex crawls, but it's very hard to actually determine hex crawl rules. That's something that not even I have fully mastered for 5e in terms of making my own travel rules. So we'll say 5e travel rules kinda mid, doesn't always work well with hex crawls. Future Derek copy paste your attempts at making it work later. Paste your reasons of making it work here later. Okay. Alright, that's that section filled in for now. Stealth rules. Contested precision checks while making use of passive detection seems to be this system's intent for group stealth. Hold on. We can simply apply that outside of combat as well for group stealth. I personally like to have each party member roll, take their average, and then compare to enemy passive or a single or the roll of one or two enemies. Make too many rolls there, and the party is doomed. Wouldn't feel fair. Alright, there we go. Compare to, yeah, okay, sure, we can add the passive. Oh, wrong use of 2. Got it. Cool, that's good enough for now. Some of that probably could have gone in brackets and be workshopped, but for right now, it's whatever. It's whatever. We kind of have an idea of how stealth rules go. This is not how I'd word it in an official text, but it's good enough for me right now. That I could certainly adjudicate and run these stealth rules. Which is all I'm looking for right now. I'm trying to get this to a point where it's as playable for me as possible, and I can begin writing for it and that kind of thing. Okay, it is too hot. I was wrong. I'm a weenie. My tongue is fragile and burns easily. I will eat my soup in a few minutes. It's more of a porridge or a gruel by now. There's not as much water in it as I'd like. But I mean, that's what you get when you put in a bunch of brown rice. It's whatever. Make monsters and magic items as relevant. That's just a note to self for future me. This is just a placeholder. Either reference those existing guidelines once they're out, or make some guidelines of your own once more examples are out. If you have the time. I don't want to create too much trouble for future Derek, because I might not decide that that's worth my time, and I might just science. I'll throw things out there and then run like two quick simulations, right? And then if it's good enough during those two simulations and no one dies, then there's like, okay, this is fine, this is balanced, we're good. All right, disease rules. We're gonna say similar to curse rules above, but different flavor, effectively. Within brackets. It's clearly a placeholder. Seems those are literally... Sorry, we'll say it seems example stat blocks. Stat blocks are literally being worked on today as I type this. Oh well. Wait till those are released and then go from there. Alright. Loot/goal progression guidance. Maybe I come back and actually do this. I don't think we put a placeholder here. For some of these things, I think the placeholder is totally fine, but maybe I actually do this today. Because there is a little bit of guidance for that. And the Excel sheet, I don't want to make that. I could, but that sure is a chore. I think that's a stream for another day. My brain is clearly starting to go. I think we finish up the loot/goal progression guidance, and then we maybe start in on writing the adventure. If it seems like that's not going well and that's not like making brain work, then I probably just pivot and play Pokemon or Fire Emblem. But I think I'm still good to keep streaming the rest of today, though, right? I think this can be one of those longer, like 7+ hour streams. That's what I'm feeling, anyways. I just need to find a. I just need to catch a second wind or rest my brain. Oh man, I realized I didn't have chat up for most of that. Chi-Chi. My cooking wear gets better. Oh yeah. Ideally, I'll have that fixed soon. I think I might be able to. The problem is the screws were in too tight. And either my fingers were slipping from the screwdrivers themselves, I couldn't get a good grip on them, or they were gripping too well, and then it was digging into my skin, and I in order to get it to go, I would literally need to tear the skin on my hand or fingers or whatnot. And so I decided against it. But I've since bought some rubber gloves, so hopefully that will get around that. I just need to get around to doing that. Which there's nothing really stopping me other than, I mean, I guess I'd say laziness, but I'm not sure it's exactly laziness is to blame. Laziness is to blame. There we go. It also like is a day chore because I have to go and clean it off again and make sure it's not going to be getting grease everywhere, and then I need to crack it open and fiddle around with it, and I need to also mentally prepare to possibly break it, which I think is fine because now I've shown myself that I could probably just get away with eating soup and just hope that my body adjusts to the lack of sodium, right? No, I appreciate the thought, but I don't think I want people getting me pots and pans. I have a pan. My problem is you cook the meat and then the grease boils up and hits your skin and your face, and it's not fun, and you do have to monitor it, you do have to flip it over, that kind of thing. That's why this press is so nice for me, is because then it's just like I just stick it on it, I put it down there, I wait 10 minutes, I walk away. That's all I have to do, right? But if it's like in the open air, things can get very messy and painful, and I've tried cooking it like that, but it's not fun. That's fair. Yeah, you can buy me salt. I'm okay with that. You can buy me salt. I currently have salt. My problem is my body doesn't seem to want to metabolize it. Is my current problem with salt. But I run out of salt, so I mean I'm not going to say no to a spare thing of salt laying around. But anyway, it's another thing I need to look into is maybe adjusting my diet, because right now my diet is min-maxed around being as cheap and simple as possible. I want stuff that doesn't take a long time to cook, or that I can cook in bulk and then eat throughout the rest of the week, which for me has been preparing meat patties and then cooking them, or right now I'm experimenting with soup, right? Because I can make a big old thing of soup that has like 4 servings in it, right? And then that lasts me 2 days. And it only takes me like an hour to cook the soup. Sorry, to prepare the soup. So I like miso when it comes to eating out at restaurants and when it comes to treats. But miso soup in and of itself I don't find to be very nutritious. I mean you could put tofu in it, and that makes it a little bit more nutritious, but I'd have to eat a lot of miso soup if I want to be able to survive off from it. You know what I'm saying? And if it's just like something that complements a proper meal, well, then that's just giving me an extra thing to prepare alongside that proper meal. So, which then eats into like time and backpack space when it comes to walking to and from the store, right? I guess not to, but from the store. I don't know. Miso soup's not a terrible idea. I do like miso soup, but in my particular case, it's a luxury that I can't incorporate into my everyday life. Someday though. And a lot of this just gets easier if I have like a car, or if the weather stops sucking. Because then I could either make more frequent or larger trips to the store, and then suddenly a lot of different things get a lot more viable. Like canned food, for example. Carrying canned food home in your backpack isn't viable. In order to make canned food viable, I need to buy it in bulk, and it's not something I can easily transport. But in a car, that suddenly becomes a lot more viable, right? So there's that. The concept of course, having a car means that you could pick up pre-made meals from the store, right? You could just daily go over there and buy like a big ol' cheap rotisserie chicken, and then that's like the majority of your food for that day and the next, right? So a lot of these problems I'm facing rather, are just because of transport and the weather. That when the weather gets better, or if I ever get to the point where I can afford a car, it's not necessarily like even just buying the car, just affording to maintain a car. Because I've had people that have been willing to buy me cars, not buy me cars, you know what I mean. But like my dad's been willing. I've had friends that have been willing. Chi-Chi, you know about that. To hand me down like a junker. And so like I've had opportunities to get cars, but then you need to pay to maintain that car, and you also have to pay insurance on that car, and that's an additional cost that I don't currently that I cannot currently afford. The easiest solution, of course, is to just get a job and whatnot, but I found that I can't work a job and still live a life at the same time. So while I can, I've decided to not do that. Which I'm sure sounds terrible and entitled to a bunch of you people, but it's fine. There's a lot of additional context when it comes to me and my life that you are not privy to, and you know what? You can judge me if you want to judge me. I don't care. But for right now, I'm in a position where I can hopefully focus on the things that I actually want to focus on. And eventually, money will come, hopefully. That's the goal, right? Yeah. Yeah, Chi-Chi understands. I know who Chi-Chi is, IRL, so like I'm speaking to the choir here. But in case anyone else is watching, that's why I'm phrasing the things the way I'm phrasing things. But anyway, depressing life shit aside. Soup and loot and gold progression guidance. Thank you. All right. Where was it? There we go. I knew I left open for a reason. All right. So then my big question is this consistent for all weapon and armor types? Let me go check these tables here as well. It looks like it is. And then go down to armor. So we're looking at this. Okay, so 100, 500, 250. Let's look at that. 100, 500, 250. 100, 500, 250. Okay. Then 50,000, 500,000, 10 million. 50,000, 500,000, 10 million. There we go. 50,000, 500,000, 10 million. Okay. Cool. So the item rarity reference is consistent regardless of what it is. So that would lead me to believe that would also be consistent for magic items. If they're keeping it consistent for all of these, and this includes technically some magic armors, right? And over here we have, pardon me, magical modifiers we can stick on the weapons, that kind of thing. And then to me that means that this is probably intended to be consistent enough to apply to the list of magic items once we have the list of magic items. I know that this is a work in progress, so that these levels are probably just numbers he threw out and may need to be revised heavily in the future, but for right now I'm going to take it as gospel and try and work with it a little bit. So it's definitely stuff that I can reverse engineer when it comes to making magic items for the dungeon. So we will bold that. Paste without formatting. Oh, that's right. It doesn't like me to do it like that. It wants me to do it the fancy way. All right, there you go. I did it the fancy way. And then based on the cost, note this is written as with an eye toward equipment, not consumables. Okay, fair enough. I like 5 years ruling of consumables cost half. I think that's nice. It's just a nice, simple rule where it's like, oh, you want a spell scroll? Okay, well, Is it a rare spell scroll? All right, so that'd be in this range. So you determine how much it would be, and then just cut that in half. So let's say the rare spell scrolls costs 1,000 gold. Well, now it costs 50 gold instead. Not 50 gold, 500 gold. There we go. That'd be quite the decrease. So I think unless proper rules are applied to them, I will probably just make them half value. So if we have a potion that I brew up that is of mundane value, right? Then instead of costing 100 gold, it'll cost 50 gold, right? Because it's consumable. Depends on how that sort of mechanic goes. The problem I have, though, is potions would heal damage, but that's only really relevant on a individual combat by combat basis. And it does take an action to consume as well. So we would realistically only really value potions that cure afflictions, which that seems like a very busted thing to just allow players to buy willy-nilly. So I think that we would need to have that at a higher tier, because otherwise they can just buy a bunch of it. No, I'm not sure that's something you could balance for. I'm not sure you should write potions that can cure afflictions. You could still write potions that can cure afflictions as loot, but not anything that's like regularly buyable. Like a one-time like acorn of the sacred tree, that could be a thing that you use once and it cures an affliction that you got from going on that adventure, right? But as buyable consumable items, I don't think that would be a good idea. Because like, let's say you put it at a low price point, right? Well, suddenly by the time you're at a higher level, you can just buy 200 of them, and you never have to take downtime or anything like that. You're never at risk of dying at all because you can just constantly cure your afflictions, right? Okay, so then let's say we put it at a ridiculously inflated price. Well, now it's not something that any one of the mid to early game levels can experience, and even then you'd have to cough up like all your money from that entire campaign just to get that one potion, right? And you're like, oh, well, what about we do Baby Bear, right in the middle? I still don't think that would work because A, it would be too cheap for the people at the higher tier, and then it would be too expensive still for the people at the early tier. For that reason, it might actually be better to rebalance these tiers, because going from 100 gold being considered a lot in the early game to 10 million gold being considered a lot. There's a lot of room in between there. We might want to go with like a smaller scale. Instead of going from 100 to 10 million, we might want to go from 100 to like 10,000. I think 10,000 sounds like a good upper scale for stuff. That's just my feelings if I were to rebalance prices and whatnot. But that doesn't seem to be like the intent of the designer, so and I'll like rebalance my expectations and tolerate this kind of more inflated scale. It does mean that we do need to be very careful about what we brew into this world, though, especially when it comes to consumables. Especially if we set the precedent that they can buy those consumables. So, I don't know. It's a bit of ickiness. We'll see what happens. Actually, on that note, I think this is another thing I'd put off then until Nos has a chance to like go over this and maybe solidify equipment and prices and whatnot a little bit more. Because I might start writing stuff for that and then just completely like everything's different the very next week. It's like, oh, okay, well that was a waste of time. And I think writing that would take me like an hour or two. So I think I'll save that hour or two for later once things solidify a little bit more. So in that case, I think we start writing an adventure. My question is, do I pull from one of my other incomplete adventures, or do we try and grab something from scratch? I'm not sure yet. It could be fun to have the adventure be inspired by something. I recently read Dungeon Magazine issue 1. We could make it be inspired by some of the material there. Dragon of Icespire Peak is a great little starting module. We could have it be inspired by that. I have this overly complex dungeon that someone posted on Reddit an image of. He's like, oh yeah, this was a dungeon my father made, right? Gotta use up all the graph room. And I'm like, you know what? That's cool. I'm gonna try and reverse engineer what I can of the notes found on this map, and make an adventure that kind of harkens to what my interpretation of that experience would have been like. So I could go and grab that and finish that up. I'd also had an idea for the starting town and how it's involved with that dungeon, and how the local goblins are involved, if I can find the notes on that. So that's probably the direction I go, is I either go that way or from scratch. Maybe take some inspiration here and there. Yeah. I'll finish eating the soup, and then we'll go from there. So for a little while, at least, you get to go stare at the top of my head, so have fun with that. You know what I could do while I eat? I could go get some rollable tables out. We can actually do both at the same time. We can work and eat. How about this? Give me just a moment. I'm going to get rid of this just for a little bit, so I make sure that I'm not accidentally showing anything I shouldn't. I'm gonna go try and pull up that PDF. Oh, here's the dense dungeon musing idea. Oh no, that's just an audio file. That's not what I wanted. Brah. Humbug. Well, there's Caverns of Thracia. Okay, we could maybe adapt Caverns of Thracia for Relict. That could be fun. I've got a pretty good understanding of its top 2 floors. I could adapt to those. Well, we'll try and be original for now, though. We'll come back to that idea. Adaptation. For right now, though, actually, there are some rollable tables in the DMG. So I think I will pull up a PDF of that. Yes, that's right, I'm a villain. I have PDFs of a lot of the 5e books. Ooh, so naughty. Look, man, there was a time before D&D Beyond where this kind of stuff was hard to come by. Virtually. And so it became the norm to find PDFs of things. And I have a physical version as well. I'm going to use the PDF so people can actually see it. I'll go show you the physical copy in case that matters to any of you. Where is it? Here we go. Dungeon Master's Guide. It's an old PDF though, so I don't think it's one of those fancier ones. I'm sure there's like modern ones that have bookmarks and whatnot. Oh no, this one has pretty good looking bookmarks. Okay. Yeah, no, this is doable. I could navigate this pretty quickly. Very good. Alright, well there's one PDF. And then I think what I want to do is pull up some of those old AD&D resource PDFs. They tend to have some very good rollable tables in them. Let me see here. Do I have anything fun over here? Oh, hold on. Absolute Tabletop had some free PDFs on their site a while back. As far as I know, they're still there. Here we go. Here's one for inspiring the tavern, reasons to hire adventurers. What's this one? 10 interesting ways to start your game session. Okay. It had 2 ideas in treasure chest plot hooks. Alright. Yeah, we'll grab treasure chest plot hooks. We'll go start session. We'll go reasons to hire. Oh, there's one on how to be creepy. Sure. Well, we'll go inspire tavern and how to be creepy. Those would probably be... Oh, man, it didn't pull up all of them, huh? Why? No, I do want Inspire a Tavern. I double-clicked on that for a reason. Thank you. I do want Hire Adventurers. I double-clicked on that for a reason as well. Thank you. Why is it not pulling up? Why? There we go. It finally decided to pull itself up. Alright. Start session was one I did on purpose. And the treasure chest did actually pull up. All right, cool. Things have pulled up now. All right, so we want those, and then, wow, I gotta get rid of all this nonsense. Whoa, I need to get to my desktop on the second monitor, please. Thank you. Let's see, what's my 2E folder? Do I have any fun resource books in there? No. Not for rollable tables, anyways. Hold on, Dungeon Master Design, what? Dungeon Master Design Kit. Oh, that might have some fun stuff in it. Let's comb through that. Very good. Do we want to comb through the Book of Artifacts? That might have some cool stuff in it, sure. Well, maybe comb through that. AD&D, okay. Nope, those are adventures. Yeah, I have a bunch of archival PDFs of all sorts of old stuff because I like it. Wilderness Survival Guide. It's actually a very nice little book. Maybe we referenced this. Maybe we pulled that up. Except it's not going to do it again. Why? I double-clicked on you. Is my mouse dying? Hope my mouse isn't dying. Dungeons & Dragons Expert Box Set. I know that has some stuff in it, but I don't recall it having a lot of good rollable tables in it. Or, like, information as a resource. Yeah, it was mostly just rules for running that system. I don't think I wanna comb through it right now. And then those are also just modules. Okay, those can go away. Okay. What have I got over here? Did I have any good Dark Sun stuff? Ooh. Well, that's just the campaign setting for 4th edition. Yeah, I had a very hard time finding a lot of the old Dark Sun stuff. Unfortunately, I found, like, none of it. And I was too much of a cheapskate to pay for it at Drive-Thru RPG at the time. I do want to eventually, because I really like Dark Sun, and I'd like to be able to look at its original source material, and not just the 4th edition stuff. But maybe someday. That's for Derek with spare income to deal with. Miscellaneous TTRPG PDFs, okay. There's a 3rd edition stuff, the Draconomicon, Planar Handbook, Faiths and Avatars and Faiths and Pantheons. We don't super need that. Well, let's go Faiths and Pantheons. Let's see, looks like this is from 3rd edition, judging by the art. And Faiths and Avatar is the older one. Okay, got it. So I'm hoping that one or both of them has, like, rollable tables or, like, some fun resource where we can just steal stuff for gods. There. That's what I'm hoping for. Because I'm not sure I want to use one of my already existing pantheons or generate a new one, right? What's that? Okay, well, I'll deal with that later. Limitations of the Flame Princess. That sometimes has some good stuff. I don't remember if there's rollable tables in the source book, or if the rollable tables are just books that are associated with it. Let me go poke through it real quick. Oh, that's summary. I want, like, a table of contents. Is there a table of contents? Ah. Ooh, property and finance. That's cool. I'll have to go look at that at some point in time. They might have some fun domain level play type stuff that we can steal from. Alright, this is for another time. Setting specific stuff. I'm pretty sure Stars of That Number has some good rollable tables. Let me go open that. Yes, please, Daddy. Psionics, equipment, systems, history of space, GM's guide. Let me go. Oh, world generation. Yes. Oh, and factions are right beneath it. Adventure creation. Oh, okay. Yes. I think this is where it's at. Has to determine atmosphere. That's fine. We don't care about that. Temperature. We don't super care about that either. Biosphere. All right. Let's keep going. Population. Failed colony, outpost, alien civilization. Okay, that's also not quite what we're looking for. Let's get a more zoomed in area here. Tech level could be worth rolling. Okay. Well, there's definitely some stuff here, so I'm going to stop being distracted. And there's at least 2 more PDFs I'd like to go open up. 2 more of them. 2 more of them, actually. Let me go. Okay, good. I haven't missed anything there. Sorry for like a blank screen for so long. I don't think I would show anything bad that I'm not supposed to show, but it's better safe than sorry. While I'm rooting around my my machine like this. Where is... Did I have anything saved here? Oh, here we go. References. I'm sure there's all sorts of good stuff in here. Oh, got a bunch on City Builder. This is definitely something to comb through another day, but that's a big level of specificity that I'm not quite prepared to conquer right now. All right. Okay, book of names. Maybe a book of names. Sure, why not? What does this look like, actually? Oh, okay. It's literally just a bunch of names. Got it. You can find this dime a dozen somewhere else. I prefer to just make up my own stuff. If it's not going to say, like, these are, like, inspiration for goblin names, or if you want to make them sound kind of like French or whatnot. It's just a collection of, like, 3 pages worth of names. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Ruins. Oh, what is this? Oh, Judge's Guild. Oh, Judge's Guild is always super nice. Oh, yes, please. Oh, man. Okay, I love old Judge's Guild stuff. What is this? What is this? Is this just some pre-made dungeons, or is this like something I can use to generate stuff? Okay, no, it's just a bunch of pre-made dungeons. It's fine. We could take inspiration from this later on, but for right now, it's not what I'm looking for. Book of Treasure Maps. Is that another Judge's Guild? It is. Yeah. Okay. That could be fun. Send the player on a treasure hunt. Ooh, written by JK. Very good. I believe that she's a she now. Goes by Jeanette. That sounds right to me. Alright. Judge's map. Okay. Book of Treasure Maps seems to be a bunch of example stuff again. Well, we could poke through this and take inspiration, potentially. But I don't think this is what we're looking for quite yet. Yeah, this is basically some example dungeons. Oh, but also some example, like, maps, right? Okay. In terms of the treasure map, that kind of thing. That's cool. We could definitely take some inspiration from here. We'll keep it open. Maybe we come back to it. Maybe. I want to zoom back out to 100% though, because that's way too zoomed in. And let's go back to the top. Okay. Very good. Castle Book 1. Is this... It's another Judge's Guild. Is this what I'm looking for? I know that there's like a handful of Judge's Guild stuff that just have some amazing rollable tables. I think that's what I want. Oh, hold on. Wall construction, moat and ditch, random garrison chart. Yes! Okay, I think this is what I'm looking for. Yes! Wait, no, right now it's just scratch paper. Please go past the scratch paper. Here's rollable tables. Hallelujah. Okay, yeah, this is what I'm looking for. Because we can generate like a local keep to the town where the local lord is, right? We could probably pretty easily come up with a lord and what he's up to and why his units are indisposed and why the party needs to go and handle certain things on their own, right? And then we can generate a town. There should be... Oh, hold on, there's Castle Book 2. Oh, even fancier. Woohoo. Castle Book 2. What do you have? Okay, it has stuff for determining occupants, encounters, mysterious finds, wall defenses, castle names, castle maps, treasure vault. Okay, got it. That's useful, but not as useful for us, at least, as Castle Book 1 is. Celtic creatures, Nordic nightmares. Okay. It looks like it's just not exactly pleasure reading, but inspiration reading. That's not what I'm looking for right now. Ooh. Okay, that's more pleasure reading, but not for right now. Okay. Engineering castles? No, that doesn't look like it's rollable tables. Wait, that might be. Oh, give it. Yes, please. Hey, yeah, there's some rollable tables sprinkled in here. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll poke around in here. Very good. Okay. Yeah. We'll go look at this later. It's also way too zoomed in. No! Okay. Engineering dungeons. Is that by the same people? Because if it's at all like this... what I'm looking at right now is... what looks to be called the Castle Crusades series. By Troll Lord Games. I don't recognize that brand, actually. Are they still around? Well, now I'm curious. Troll Lord Games. Let me go Google that. Troll Lord Games. Womp. Oh, well, their website appears to still be active. They appear to have a virtual store. When was... Oh, okay, looks like they published some stuff from 5th edition. So they're still around. They're just not quite hyper famous enough for me to, like, know them immediately. Maybe that's fair. Like, there's very few people that reach that kind of notoriety. Anyways. It looks like these PDFs would be worth combing through for rollable tables or inspiration, so we'll give them a peeky poo. Alright. What else have I got? There's food, there's some stuff related to Gary Gygax. Oh, there's his encyclopedia, Extraordinary Book of Names. Okay. Let me go see if this is any better than the other one, or is it just a bunch of names without context. Oh, looks like this was published by Troll Lord Games as well. They did a lot of stuff. Okay. Oh, okay, yes, very good. They do have it sorted by, like, cultures and ethnicities. So if we did want to go for, like, a specific naming convention, we certainly could go grab inspiration from these lists. That's good. Yep. I'm going to keep this open in case it ends up mattering. Living fantasy. What's that mean? What does he mean by that? Well, there's the value of metal and stuff in this world. Oh, okay. So it's probably like getting into economics and architecture and whatnot. Yeah, okay. Urban landscape, land transport, water transport, unusual transport. Applying magic. Okay. Pantheons. Okay, so this is just a lot of really good, like, high detailed world building type stuff to consider. I don't think we're gonna quite go into this, but maybe we keep it open just in case. And then world builder. Let me go see what Mr. Gygax's world builder is. Okay. Does this have fun rollable tables? Oh. Whoa, okay. It does have fun rollable tables, but it goes into some quite the detail, including cloth patterns and furs, ship's cargo. Type of rain, invisibility. All right. This zooms in maybe a little bit too much, but it sounds like there's some fun rollable tables to look into later on, or to take inspiration from. Okay. Instant world. It looks low quality though, and I don't think I want to look at it right now. Population, village and town. Yes, actually. Rolling for population size, very good. Optional population growth. Okay, cool. Stuff for occupations. Yeah, I think this is what we're looking for. Between this and like one other resource that I'm trying to find, this should give us basically like everything we need to build a town. Obviously, like we're just gonna do the rollable tables for some of the heavy lifting and take inspiration from it and go from there, but it certainly helps. That's more cities. We don't care about cities right now. Heraldry, we don't care about that right now. That's not what I'm looking for right now, I don't think. Those do look like they're useful, but those are some reads for another day. Okay. I've heard about lazy DM stuff. I think it looks like I have one of the lazy DM PDFs. Looks like it was, it's from 2012. All right, so I've got one of the very old ones. But that's fine. That explains it. Is there fun rollable tables there? There's a thing labeled 5-minute adventure preparation. Let's try there. Maybe that has rollable tables. Nope. Okay, cool. It doesn't look like this has rollable tables, or they're hidden somewhere that I couldn't find fast enough. Logistics of the Roman army. Okay, not right now, but that's cool for later. Magical medieval city guide. No, not right now. Magical world builder. I don't think I want to look at it yet. Medieval castles. We are going to do some castle stuff. What's this look like? Not tailored for D&D, but more so for if I wanted to learn about historical accuracy. Okay, not right now. The Great Big Book of Horrible Things. What is this? The Definitive Chronicle of History's 100 Worst Atrocities. Oh, okay, yeah. This is pleasure reading for later. Got it. By that I mean inspiration mining for big bads and globally changing events, that kind of thing. Oh, yes, the random esoteric creature generator. Yes, I looked at this before. It makes me so happy. Oh, this is great. Okay. We might roll up one or two of these. Oh, but then I need like a reason for them to be there. We don't really have wizard rules yet, so I can't just say that a mad wizard did it. Oh, okay. I'll think up something. We could. There could be wild magic in the area, or perhaps some wizard in the past did it. Right? Nothing saying that like the wizard has to still be around to be present and confound me. Ultimate toolbox. Well, that's impressive and all that, but do you have rollable tables? Okay, well that's character writing. I don't really need help character writing right now. World building. It looks like we're good to go there. Let me Sure, around page 37. Let's go look around page 37. World builder, shape of the world. Oh, okay, cool. So there are some rollable tables. Ooh, for stars and constellation names too. Wow, okay. Map features. That's not quite what we're looking for though. Arctic water names. Okay. Well, this is still good to go through for inspiration. So I think we do look through this. Elf realms. Okay. Yeah, we'll look through this later, but not right now. I think I found what I'm looking for. I think I'm looking at Village Book 1 and Village Book 2. I'm pretty sure that's some nice Judges Guild stuff with some good rollable tables there. Pretty sure this is what I'm looking for. And if not, we have a million PDFs pulled up right now. We don't need more. So, oh, I see Nost came back. Hey, Nost, welcome to the red screen of doom. I was off trying to figure out what kind of PDFs I would be relevant. I'm to the point now where I'm gonna go and write the adventure. So I figured we'd start that off with some fun roll tables. That's where we're at right now. Oh, hold on. Let me pull this back up. There we go. And then I can pull this back up. There we go. So, I just copy pasted this over and then decided not to do that. But I did. A lot of this is kind of stand-in stuff. But I did decide on what I'm going to do for the stealth rules if you don't get around to doing official stuff for that. And then I did type out the carousing downtime activity, which I hope you enjoy, and then the acquiring specific items downtime activity. It's a little bit wordy, but I think that like once you run it like a single time, it's going to be a lot simpler, and you'll know what's there. And the table, right, will do a lot of the heavy lifting because you can kind of look at the table and be like, oh, okay, I see how this lines up, that kind of thing. So I'll go send this to you at some point in time. Either, I guess I could do it right now. There's nothing stopping me. Yeah, sure. There's nothing stopping me. Let's go to... Well, okay. There is something stopping me. Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not going to share bad information. Because I need to go to Google Docs. Google Docs. I don't think I have it set up to share my last name with everyone in the world, right? But just in case. Just in case. Where is Google Docs? Why is it... Oh, I know what that is. Okay, thank you. Thank you. There we go. Google Docs. And this is notes from... Oh, nope, that's logged in as the wrong person. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Why? Why must you do this to me? See, now it's a very good thing that I was all cautious like this. Oh, hello, Pav. That is a lovely beast. Pav, you're just in time to once I give Nost some notes I took to begin writing an adventure. If you want to stop on by and help out with that. Let's see, notes from stream 2/3/23. I'm done going over this nitty gritty. Uh-oh, I heard noise. Is that Pav? Oh, is the Pav? No! What manner of villainy?
Yeah.
Alright, let me grab all this real quick. And then send it to Nost. We don't really need that. Okay. Paste.
Adventure time.
Adventure time. Come on, grab your friends. All right. And then we want to share.
Oh, the tab.
Uh-oh. Is Jenny back as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
What manner of villainy? These are strange times. Oh, I still need to eat my soup too. Oh no, it's gonna get cold.
Eat your soup. Eat your soup.
Boy.
Speaking of soup,
see.
I had chicken noodle soup. That was pretty good.
Only people with access can open the link. Yes, but how do I... Oh, here we go. I go anyone with link. Sure, we'll give him commenting rights as well. And if he wants to edit it, he can just copy paste it to his own document and edit it from there.
What?
I don't need to be privy to his fancy spoilers. All right. There we go.
Oh.
Ooh.
And then let's go up here and paste that. There you go, Nost. I've shared the thing with you. I don't know if you're still at the live stream or not, but...
No.
No? Okay.
I'm a
Yes.
fool.
I can... No. You're Pav. You're not Nost. Nost is a different person.
Oh.
Nost, different person. What are you on about, you silly Pav? Alright. Let me go open up a new document real quick, and then we can start combing through some fun PDFs. All right. No document. Adventure for Relics. Draft 1. That's a good enough title. And let me go turn the monitor back on. Very good. And now I can also do that for you fellas, so you don't have to look at what I'm looking at with a delay. Share screen. Screens. Screen 1.
Pretty good.
There we go. Okay.
Boomer.
That should be good to go now.
Oh.
I remember why I didn't eat the soup. It was because, oh man, okay. Village Book 1. Let's go with that. Let's... I think we do still want this zoomed in, but just out a little bit. There we go. So this is going to be a little bit hard for me to read as well, but it is what it is. So what we're going to do is we're going to roll up a fun little village. Okay. Do either of you want to roll dice, or should I just roll the dice?
What dice do we need?
Well, the first one appears to be a D6.
Okay.
I don't have my dice with me. I'd have to go.
I have one.
Yeah, Pev roll them.
Okay. First, I do so. It is 6.
So the number of wall sections are 12 to 72.
Oh.
So this is going to be quite the wall. But that's fine, because we're probably also going to generate a castle to go along with it. So that makes sense. It's a proper fortified city. Not city. Town. Wall sections. Okay. Oh boy. Nope, we don't want Village Book 2, not that yet. No. Oh.
Okay.
It's time to roll for thickness, and we might end up fudging this because I remember this table being a little bit weird.
Yes. Okay.
But go with another d6.
Yes. 4.
4. All right. So, let's see here. Let me make sure I'm remembering this correctly. So if we were to go 4, that'd be 40 feet of... Okay, yeah, that's how it works. It goes 40 feet of wood. Not wood, of earth is the default. If you'd rolled a 6, then it would kind of explode the die, and we'd go over here to wood, and then it'd explode again and again and again. But to me, that means that you'd have to roll a nat 6, like, 4 times to get all the way to marble, and that just seems weird.
Marble.
So what I think...
Why even...
I don't know.
Is a soft stone.
Well, because they wanted to, all right? Don't worry about it. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 categories. So what I think we'll do is we'll roll another d6 to determine the category rather than determine the exploding.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be fine. Right? Because there's 6 of them.
Mm-hmm.
So there you
So
go.
should we...
Because if we don't fudge this table, then we would generate like a bunch of different towns, and they would all be Earth.
That is correct. So we got 4. Should I roll again?
Well, yeah. Unless you got 4 again. Did you already roll again?
No.
All right.
3.
3, okay. So brick. So then we go back to 4. Well, that's kind of flashy. All right. So it is 8 inches, I believe, is what the single dash means. Of brick. Hold on, so it's times 4? What does that mean? Does it mean the 8 inches is times 4? Is it meant to be feet? Maybe that's supposed to be 8 feet. 8 feet of brick?
Check.
Maybe a thick brick wall.
Thick like a brick.
Thick like a brick.
Okay. An inch is a double kind of...
so that would be 8 feet of brick. That is
double
a lot
prime
of brick.
is inch, 1 prime is foot.
Okay, yeah, 8 feet worth of brick. I don't know what the times 4 multiplier is for. I think that's... Oh, no, that's for the height, isn't it? Want to determine the wall height, multiply the number in parentheses on the wall thickness chart by the actual thickness. Got it. Okay. So it is surrounded by a brick wall that is 8 feet thick, and in this particular case, what's 8 times 4? Fuck. 32 feet high.
32. Okay.
So
That
let's
sounds
see.
like something.
Brick walls, 8 feet thick, and 32 feet high. All right.
This is. I'll put it in. Oh yeah, this. Put it in. Is there a text chat here?
You can just put it wherever.
General.
You can put it wherever.
Hmm. Oh, that is the brick wall.
Yeah, brick house.
Brick boy.
Open in browser. Yes, I know it's a spoopy link. I don't care.
Yes.
Okay.
Something like that.
Me. That. Go over here. Oh, there we go. Cars. Funny brick. Okay.
Serbian cars.
Beep beep.
Yes. Okay.
Alrighty. So we know the height and the length. Oh, sorry. Determine the length of each wall section. Multiply the wall thickness by a feet to 20 feet. Okay, so that's basically saying you can make shit up. Got it. Okay. I can make shit up. I have the booklet's permission. Ooh, we can roll wall characteristics though. And then wall defenses.
Okay.
I think I want to roll 2 each. So
Okay.
I'll need 4 d20 rolls. If you guys
Alright.
wish to continue to contribute.
2d20.
You know what? I want to contribute. I'm gonna do some of them myself too.
Yes. Well, I'll do 1 then.
No, you do. You can do 2.
Fine. 2. Ah shit, that was fudged. It was. Okay. Oh no. I got 5 and 7.
5 and 7. That's all good. I got a 14 and a 20.
Yes.
I'm gonna zoom in here actually so people can read it. All right. So let's go back over here. Wow. I'm gonna do it in order like the columns. So we're gonna do my 14 and then my 20 for the other column and so on and so forth. So 14 is it has a dry ditch. Okay.
Okay.
It has a wall characteristics dry ditch. Wall characteristics dry ditch, and then what would Pav's 5 be? Spiked top. They don't want the climbers. No climbers. Spiked top. No climbers allowed. Oh, okay. I fear that it's hard to put emojis on here. All right. I was about to do it like a frowny face emoji. But... Anyway. Oh, hold on. And then a 20 and a 7. Okay. And the other one. 7 is nets, is their main thing of defense. And then 20 is cauldrons. Oh. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, they're gonna have them over a boiling cauldron.
Defenses. Nets and cauldrons.
Yes.
By that, of course, we mean like dumping oil down murder holes, right?
Yeah.
So this is a pretty savage, well, not savage, but like in terms of brutalistic.
Yes.
They don't want people to come inside. You try and climb our walls, good luck getting past the spikes. Maybe we catch you in a net, and then you can work in whatever nefarious thing we've got going on behind our walls. Or maybe we just cook you with a cauldron, right? There's also like a dry ditch
cauldron.
Yeah.
Very good. Such powerful people.
Doki doki.
Oh no. You've
Oh,
arrived in time to begin working on a town. We're having fun with rollable tables. Do you have dice ready?
Oh, I can make a random number generate.
No, it's not the same.
Oh no!
It's
Yeah.
click clacks or bust. Otherwise, I'd just do it myself on Roll20.
Oh no.
I can't
Oh.
make the good click class because I'm in my bed. So
Oh, no.
Villainy.
yeah.
I might have a dice. Actually, no, I do have some dice. If you
How
like,
many
but the
sides
moment
on the dice?
is six-sided.
Okay.
Nice.
Most
Yeah,
of these
if you
tables
give
are
me a
six-sided.
second,
Yeah,
I'll go
yeah,
find it.
go. Go. Excuse me to eat my food.
Dice with the rice.
Yes.
Nice.
Dice. Dice boy.
Him. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the next couple of rolls are going to deal with a d6. So we'll wait for him for that. I'm just going to go ahead to like the next fancy roll. The next fancy roll is going to be a d12, Pav. Do you have a d12?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
The best
Let me
dice. Yes.
retrieve it. Here it is. Go dodecahedron. 10.
10. It means they're fairly advanced. Feudal. Okay. So feudal. And then it's got a 4 next to it. That will be very important in just a moment.
Shilling.
Feudal. 4. Sodok, are you back?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he can't hog all the d6s, so how about this? We let him roll 2 of them, but Pav, you can roll 1 of them.
Roll
Yes.
your
Here I
mom.
go. 6.
Oh, you want this to be a big town? It has
Oh.
anywhere between 6 and 60 streets.
60. Fuck yeah.
69.
And they
Oh,
could
no.
be... Oh, man. Like these streets. Oh. Those are big streets. Okay. We could also technically roll a d10, but I'm not sure I want to do that. I think we'll just keep it vague at 6 to 60 streets for now if we need to narrow it down. But at the very least, 6 to 60 streets. What am I looking for? I'm looking for Firefox. That's what I'm looking for.
This is like bigger than my hometown.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you rolled high on the wall sections and high on the number of streets. This is shaping up to be a pretty big place.
Yeah. The dice say so.
6 to 60 streets. All right.
Mhm.
And then they're between, what was it? Between 20 and 200 feet. All right. Between 20 and 200 feet wide. 200 feet wide sounds ridiculous to me, so we're probably going to go. Like, even 20 feet wide already sounds ridiculous to me.
Yeah. Not
Let's go.
really.
Let's go with 20. I'm going to go with that.
How many of the click clacks do I need?
I want you to roll a d6 and do it twice.
Okay. Can I just roll 2d6?
Sure.
Well, there's a 1. There's a 3.
Okay. So similarly to before, they use a weird exploding die thing here. So I decided to just roll a d6 to determine. But that's fine.
Oh,
We
yeah.
got trail anyways. And then 3 is 3 feet. Oh no, never mind. I got confused. The 20 to 200 feet thing from before was the length, not the width. This is the width. So this is a trail that is 3 feet wide.
I have to.
The streets are
Oh.
3 feet wide. The streets
One more.
They are trails that are
No
3 feet
Oh, Pal is
wide
doing something.
Joker, I did it. I managed
and
it.
between 20 and 200 feet long.
You managed to get the pop.
Uh-oh. What's Pat up to?
Whoa.
Oh, he got the pop.
Oh, I see. He's playing a game.
Yep. Back
I
to
need to mute it. Okay.
Yeah, I was just.
Relic.
It's all good. You keep at it. Let's see here.
What is this system that you are building a town within?
This is the Village Book 1 by Judges Guild. It is a very old little tool
Hmm.
that I rather like to revisit old rollable tables every now and then. It can be
Is
it can
this
make for a
part
very-
of the D&D or what is this?
I've decided to write an adventure for the Relict system, and I think that it'd be fun to generate a little town and a keep with some royalty in it.
This
That kind
old
of thing.
this old document that you found though, where
Mhm.
does it originate?
Oh.
Somewhere online that I
Oh.
found probably 2 or more years ago.
I see. It exists as
I go
system
on.
agnostic, perhaps.
Hmm.
I mean, at the time, I believe AD&D would have been the big thing. So technically,
okay.
this would have been for AD&D. But
I see.
for our purposes, it is yes, system agnostic.
Oh. Let me know. I've got
Mhm.
2d6 to work with.
Uh-oh. How powerful.
Indeed. I've also
Mm.
got other Catan style dice for some reason. Hey, let's all play Catan later.
Oh no.
It's available online.
Hold on, I'm making sure I'm doing this correct for the shop types and whatnot. Okay. Find the types of the shops a village will have. Note first the number of shops the population will allow. See population chart. Okay, well, we need to go find that first.
Indeed.
Democracy, anarchy, tributary, republic, feudal. So we will end up using the feudal system eventually. So that's gonna require D100 rolls.
Oh.
But for right now, what?
I said population more like copulation.
Ah!
Or like time to cup of eel.
Said the
Oh, no.
sex word. Oh no.
Frightening.
Naming the villages. No, where's the population?
Hey Pav,
Oh.
do you
Yeah.
have good old games?
Well, I do have some games of GOG, yes.
Okay. So you
I
do
can't
have
find
an
it.
account on good old games. Oh good.
I can't find
Oh.
it. Alright, well, let me double check this beginning area. Nope. Okay.
Oh yes. Alright. I've got a good idea.
We can determine the population in a different way. But later. Oh,
One.
wait. Hold on.
Population 1.
Oh, never mind. I
Bob.
found it. I just need to scroll down just a little bit more. I'm an idiot. Looks like it's a D100 roll. Pav, do you have the D10s you need for that, or should I just roll that?
Let me check. Found one. Found another one. Okay.
Okay.
48.
48. It's a population of 190, and they have 4 shops.
Oh no, that's
Or
small. But okay.
Population
This looks
190.
promising.
Well, that's okay. We have a very big town, which means that they likely were like a proper place at some point in time, and then something terrible happened, and now their population is non-existent because everyone's dead.
Yeah.
So perhaps the land and their walls could support a much greater population, but for right now, they are not there right now.
Oh no.
All right.
Why not?
Okay, it's a reroll. Here's the number of government buildings to be rolled for.
Good.
Okay. So we need to roll for 4 shops and 4 government buildings. Let's see here. 4 shops, 4
Okay.
gov buildings.
Well, it's feudal, so yes.
Technological level. Feudal. And then we can go shops. And then we can go government buildings. Alright. So for shops, what do we roll for shops? Looks like it's a d20. Yeah, it's a d20. Okay.
Okay.
So, you roll 2, I roll 2.
I have rolled 13.
13. I rolled a 3 and a 13. So, I'm gonna re-roll my 13.
Yes.
It's now a 2. So a 3, 2, and a 13.
Yes.
One more from you, Pav.
One more. Okay.
Mhm.
8.
8. All right. Three is Castle Engineer.
Oh.
Okay. 2 is Road Engineer. 8 is Catapult Builder.
Oh no.
13 is Steel Factory.
Oh.
Okay. So, Road Engineer, Castle Engineer, Catapult Builder, Steel Factory. Let's type that out. Road Engineer. I've already forgotten it, but Catapult Engineer, Steel Factory. What was the one I forgot?
Meow.
Castle Engineer. That's the one I'd forgotten. Well, that's a good thing we plan to put a castle here.
Yes.
We know that the person who designed it and worked on it is still in town.
Meow. Oh no.
What sort of nonsense are you up to, Pat?
I'm a cop.
He's a cop. Alright.
Yesterday he shot a gal in a closet who punched him real bad.
Yes. She deserved it.
So we're gonna roll some D100s.
Yes.
You contribute what you want, Pav.
D100s.
I rolled a 50.
Yeah. Here they are. How many?
At least 2.
Okay. 89.
89. Alright, roll me one more.
12.
12. That's a good mix.
That one's quite chuffed.
Yes.
Alright. So, 12 is a fortress, which is good because we're going to put a fortress in here anyway. Let's see here. So let's just write that down as we go along. Fortress, and then 50 is our next one in order. 50 is a village coroner, and then let's write that down. Village coroner. Did I spell it right? Oh, where is it? Yes, okay, we're good. We're good. Alrighty. 89. 89 is Pantheon. Several temples. Ooh.
Hmm.
What? Here we go. I actually just want to copy paste that if it'll allow me.
Oops.
Oops.
Oopsie doopsie.
Cops.
Whoops.
Pep says, I'm a cop. And then he says, oops.
I might have shot my colleague.
Very good.
Oh,
94.
What's the friend in friendly fire?
Noble's dwelling. Okay.
Oh my
Oh.
goodness.
Hold on, was it Noble's dwelling or just noble? Okay, just a singular noble. But we can
Me.
extrapolate that out if we need to.
Bill.
If only
Bill
we
the
had rolled Tomb of the Overlord or
Oh wait,
Circus.
Perfect.
What'd you say, Jenny?
I said you have Jenny. I thought that's what you said. I thought you said if only we
No.
had Jenny.
No, if only we had rolled.
Oh.
And then I said Tomb of the Overlord.
Oh.
Unless you're saying that you are the dead Overlord.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Circus is big.
That's what's going on.
You needed a dice rolled?
In a second. I was eating some soup. Let me make
Yeah.
sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, no, we're good.
What do you need me to roll?
Naming the village. Okay.
Oh.
Ross Index. 2 20-sided dice rolls to find first part of the village name.
Ooh, okay.
So each of you give me a d20 and let me
Oh,
know if
no.
you go first or second.
D20. I don't have a 20.
I go first. I
do.
rolled a 13.
13. All right, so column 13.
9.
Long.
9.
Beginning of our
Oh,
town is
no.
long.
Long.
Town name
Wait,
long.
I might actually own a D20. Or give me a way to roll it with D6s and I'll do it.
No.
No.
Yeah, wait,
If
yeah. All you gotta do is roll 4d6s.
Do you
Oh.
want to do, well, but then it makes the minimum 4 is the problem with that.
Okay.
It would mean that we
You'll-
wouldn't have
you'll
access
have
to tables
to-
1, 2,
You
and
want me
3.
to roll again?
Oh wait,
Yep.
alright, so
We're gonna roll
what,
suffixes.
let's see, 12?
16.
Hmm.
Okay, 16.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got, Pav?
Hmm.
I got.
I'll be back, I'll look for one.
Okay.
Oh no! Wait.
Okay.
Okay. 18.
Joust. Long
Long
joust.
Long.
That's a cool name. I like that.
Yeah.
Long joust. We can have them come up with some kind of epic tale about the long joust. It went on for ages. I don't know. I don't know if jousting.
Just to have it be like subtle, like penis references, like you know,
No.
like they always have like who has the bigger joust contest kind of shit.
Oh no.
I'm vetoing your idea, Jenny. You're a terrible person. No. We're just not gonna devolve this town into Penis Town immediately.
It needs to be slowly, kind of.
The
Mind
town.
broken
Oh,
and
you know what? You could have an excuse where like the whole town is made up of like men or something, and that's why the population is so low.
Oh, I
They
did
have-
this wrong. Sudoku, you can roll a 6-sided die.
There you go. Doki doki. Sudoku's
Nope,
looking
we're-
for a d20.
Is he still gone?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's either joust or... hold on. What was it before when it was joust? Oh no, and I've forgotten what it was. Oh, it's in alphabetical order. Okay, I can just go down here to joust.
Huh.
Okay, it was 16, 18. Okay, so if we go with the second table, then it's vest. Okay, so long vest would be the other one. Long joust or long
Big.
vest.
Biggest, biggest.
Yeah, biggest dickest.
He is coming for us.
Stickers.
Oh, welcome back. Roll a d6.
Oh, 2.
2 is even, so it is long vest instead. I think we do want to do a space in between and capitalize the V in vest. Long vest. Very good. And then... what's next?
Mm.
Oh, the type of building materials. Okay. Any of you got a D8?
Sure. Give me
Yes,
1 second.
have one.
Oh no, the Ginny is finally getting into the rolls.
Yep. Wait till it's 7.
7? 7
Yeah.
is hall. Okay.
Oh.
So village type was hut, hovel, cottage, shop, manor, villa,
Ooh.
hall, or palace. So we've rolled up a hall. All right.
Yes.
Actually, do I want to do this for each building? How many buildings are here? Is there a section to determine that? Or do we just want to roll up a couple of them, just for fun?
Right.
I could probably just roll up a couple of them, but a town hall sounds like something we would need anyways. So let's keep
Yeah.
on going with that. So the town hall, roll a d6. Go Sudoka, because that's one of the dice he has.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go Sadoki. Is he here? Oh,
Never mind. Fuck him. Pav, go.
Oh, I missed it. Oh no.
no,
I
you're
only
you're
have
fine. You
D6s,
can
by
roll
the
it.
way.
Oh, you only have d6s? Okay, roll a d6.
Yeah, I only have D. All right, D6.
Yeah.
1.
Straw. The town hall is made of straw.
Yes.
It's like a giant basket.
The town hall is made of straw.
Also a circus. And it is oh.
Got noise.
Oh,
With all of
things
this
are
big
happening.
stone, the town hall is made of straw. That's kind of funny. It's like the 3 pigs that they made
Yeah.
of Vincent.
Well, it's got a brick wall that's pretty dang well
Yeah.
defended. It's gonna have like a fortress as well. I mean, you don't necessarily need the town hall to be anything fancy.
Yeah, but it feels really impractical that they would have.
I mean, it's
have
still
it-
probably straw mixed with like mud or something like that.
Okay.
I'm sure it's not like literally just bundles of straw.
Oh wait. Oh, I've got an idea. Oh, good.
If you want to roll another d6, we can have that.
Yes. 4.
It's a 16-foot high room.
16 feet high?
Yep.
It's like a story and a half. Almost 2 stories, I guess.
Made out of straw. Dang.
Ah,
It's
it's got a tall roof.
Yeah.
Yep. Sure, is it right? Yeah, okay. Well, it just means it's sized for larger creatures, right? Maybe there's an ogre that's friendly that lives in town, or a half ogre would be more likely for like AD&D times.
Oh. What in the world?
You don't know that AD&D has half ogres?
Oh, I'm doing
How dare
2 things at once.
No, you're
Please
fine.
forgive.
I figured I was giving you a hard time.
Yes.
Oh, we can generate level of how many rooms there are.
What's the roll for that? 20?
Oh, it does imply that there could be an upper level. Interesting. Is there like? Hold on. Let me go try and see if it says like, oh, if it's high enough, it could just have a second floor instead. Because then maybe that's what we're looking at. Is the town hall has multiple floors. So let me go. Oh, there's no advice on that. All right.
Oh no.
Sure. Yeah. Give me a d20, Ginny.
15.
15. Okay. 15 is BTN plus 2 plus LL plus UL. Okay. Sorry. So BTN. What does BTN stand for? No. Well, BTN with the star is building tower type. What? And 2 stars is lower level. Like,
Oh.
what does that mean? Does
I
that mean you
don't
go to
know.
the type and then you go here and then you go 7? Does that mean it has 7 plus 2? So 9? I'm just gonna assume that's what's going on.
Oh.
9 rooms. And then plus lower level plus upper level. Okay. So it's got a basement. and it's got a second
It's
floor.
2-story, yeah. So there you
Okay.
go. There's that. That's how you determine if it has 2 stories.
9
Made out of straw.
rooms.
Oh,
Has a second floor and an underground level. I mean, I don't think it's literally made out of straw. My assumption is it's made out of some kind
I
of
think
thatch,
the
some
roof
kind
is
of
made out
mud
of straw. That's
combination.
it.
How can we make
That's
bricks
true.
without straw?
That's true. And we have brick walls, so it's probably made out of some kind of brick.
Yeah,
Just
just say
not-
that it has a thatched roof.
Yeah. It's just not as fancy as the other
maybe
brick.
maybe call it, maybe say it's made out of wood with thatch, because I feel like if you're going to make brick walls, it wouldn't make sense to put a thatch roof.
Yeah. Keep in mind, if any of this stuff doesn't make any sense, we can just toss it out. This is just a starting point.
No, it must be made of thatch. It must.
Fine, I think the wood is more plausible, yeah. You can just upgrade it like wood or something. I mean, I feel like it would make sense for straw if this was like a really small town, but because of the walls and stuff.
But it used to be
Yeah,
a big town.
if the town hall, which
Maybe the town hall fell, and now
Yeah.
it's being repopulated, and they haven't quite put up like a new fancy town hall yet.
Oh yeah, that could make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, or it's undergoing renovations too. Yeah. Maybe a dragon burnt down the
Mhm.
roof, but the brick survived. You could come up with all sorts of excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the brick walls were from an older civilization, but now,
Yeah.
now
Everything is made out of oh,
straw.
no.
all of it.
You
No.
see, there were 3 little pigs and one became mayor. The big bad wolf hasn't arrived yet.
Exactly. That's what I was making a joke about. Just a minute ago.
Exactly. We are of the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, I'm almost done with my soup. Give me a second.
good.
Yes.
Hey Pav, is Vlad drinking the drink with his
Probably.
fellow? Oh, of course.
He's
Okay.
probably
I need
getting
to get
drunk as
chat
heck.
up. I've probably missed something. No, I
He
haven't.
is,
Okay,
he
we're good.
is drinking the craft beer as he promised.
The crafted beer.
Yes.
Yeah. From
Hmm.
crafting menu.
Oh, open up the crafting menu and make a beer.
I don't
Yes.
think I want to roll.
It takes 2 wheat and 1 malt,
I don't think I want to roll 9 rooms per floor.
and a knocko of yeast.
Because that'd be 18 plus 9 is 7. So 27 rooms. I don't think I want to roll 27 rooms.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm just going to say roll the 27 rooms later if relevant. Can I do a sweat emoji? Sweat.
Mhm.
There we go. All right, I figured out how to do emojis on Word document. That makes me happy. All right, what's next? Okay, we have example maps. Okay, let's go to the next book then.
Disco Elysium is on sale over the weekend on
Oh.
Global Games.
Nice. I played the beginning of it. I probably should get around to doing the rest eventually.
Yes, it is a very good game.
Does it have more features on Steam, or does it matter too much? You reckon?
I don't think it matters too much.
Okay.
Where you get it from?
It's over here.
Just the director's cut. Make sure to get that one.
Yep. No, that's the one. That's
Yeah.
Yep.
Ooh, display of coat of arms. Ah.
Yeah, this would
Ginny,
be that-
Pav, give me
Yeah.
a D10 each.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's just these guys.
7.
Okay, 7 is writing paraphernalia. Okay, and then 3. Alright, give me just a moment. Writing paraphernalia.
Oh,
And then
Yeah.
3. Alright, let me go look at that. What does that give us? Armorial Ensigns includes all achievements of die roll, and lower numbers. Okay. So 3 would include a helmet, a motto, and a shield.
Hmm.
Very good. I think perfectly. I'm not sure I'm understanding this correctly, but ideally.
Oh.
Ideally, it explains it. Nope.
Yeah.
Here's what I want. Okay.
Pretty quick.
4 supporters. Okay. So shields. Shields display a number of meanings achievements or grants of arms. Summary is arranged. Okay. Augmentations of honor conferred by a sovereign. Science. Okay. It's picked color.
Wake way, Milk May.
Trying to make it come up on the.
My brain is too small for this right now.
Oh no.
Wait a second.
The girl in the hand. Ooh.
Well, we'll figure out its coat of arms later. This is just.
Well, hey,
All right,
big,
we're
big,
gonna
and
skip this for
brain
now
gets
because
small.
it's that, or I go
Yeah.
play Pokemon instead.
Oh no. Hey,
All right.
let's watch Zardoz tonight. That sounds
Zardoz?
like a good idea.
Vlad needs to see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm on board.
Now we need to watch.
We don't know if Vlad will return, but
Um,
if he does, it will be
If Vlad
very
shows up
funny.
and it's not too late, we'll go do that.
I don't think
Watch
Vlad
Bochi the
shall.
Rock. Watch that cute.
Bochi is good too. What
Yeah.
day is today? It is Friday. I think Sheba's usually online on Saturdays though, so we should probably do Bochi tomorrow.
we can wait till
Yep.
tomorrow.
Sheba responded positively to Saturday.
Yeah,
Okay, very good.
that's good.
Now, if you want to watch Anime Girl is socially awkward and plays guitar,
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, Pav, come watch the Animu.
Principal charges.
The enemy girl.
The Anime Girl.
That's great.
Oh,
It's like a spiritual sequel to the other one that's like
oh,
rock.
Kaon?
Yeah, because it's another band type thing where it's like, yeah,
Oh,
new
yeah.
band. That's why I say
Okay.
spiritual, because it's obviously not an actual sequel. So
Yes.
Indeed.
yeah,
I haven't seen Kaon. I feel like
it's good.
it's a slice of life, yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I just remember when Moogie eats the strawberry.
There's a lot of stuff on
Mookie.
flags.
It
and
means
helms,
barley.
Oh.
crests, and I'm sure if I understood these tables, this would all be great.
Oh, let me find it for you, Jenny.
hmm
Ah,
No, trust me, I love the anime. Although my first experience was actually the movie, so I was like went in very blind.
Yep.
Yeah, but I liked
Oh,
it, so I was like,
Is
yeah,
the
I'm
rest
gonna.
just examples?
Would you
Aw.
recommend watching the series and then watching the
Yeah,
movie?
yeah, because the movie's sort of like a bookend to the series, basically.
Oh, yeah.
Never mind. Village Book 2 is just the flags. It should be Flag Simulator instead. They lied to me.
Flag lover. Yeah, I think that's overly autistic in the detail that it generates.
Yep. Just a little bit.
all right.
Oh,
Let me
no.
go look at some of this other stuff. What was? That's right. Ultimate Toolbox. Looked like it had some fun
And
stuff.
also, it's fun because they go to England.
Where is he?
Oh my goodness. It sounds like you're popping popcorn over there.
Treasure maps. Stars of number. It's and avatars. Okay.
You know what? Let's go look at that Pantheon. I'm pretty sure. Stars of that number, I'm pretty sure, as it would generate gods. Let me go and look at that. Assign world tags. No, that's not what I'm looking for. World tag. Fine. Factions, assets, faction turn, faction actions. Okay, no, that's not what I'm looking for. Adventure creation, alien creation, Xeno bestiary, Hydra
Oh.
Sector. Maybe it'd be under adventure creation. Rewards, adventure seeds. Okay, no. Alien creation, lenses, aliens versus players. Names of some of them. Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe they don't have a Pantheon generator. I could have sworn they did though.
Oh no.
Let me just do Control F Pantheon.
Pantheon.
No. Okay. I was mistaken. Oh,
Yes.
pardon me. We'll look at this later then.
Mistaketh.
Mistaken. Oh no. Someone's angry. Very
Wait.
angry.
Oh, is that happening on your end? Or is that Pavs?
It's Pavs. Yeah. No, it's Pavs.
What?
What? Worship in the realms. Oh, okay. Is this just going to talk about pre-existing realms? Is there a fun thing of tools? Oh, let me zoom in. Any fun tools? Okay, let's zoom in even more. Powers of the realms. Spheres of godly influence might have something. Divine immigrants, birth powers, death
All
powers,
creative gods.
being dead. Back from the dead.
Oh.
Oh, no. Found a thing. Here, Jenny.
Yes. The eyebrows. Yes, I loved that scene.
So good.
Pantheon.
Yeah.
Okay.
麦ちゃんって眉毛太いよ
What?
ね。実は
Jetty, could you mind muting yourself? That
Oh,
came
no.
through pretty loud and clear. I don't wanna,
You're-
Okay,
I don't wanna
no
deal
You're
with that.
suffering secondhand KO.
Okay, very good.
I don't know that good through the damn
Priest classes. Expanded
Stream.
priest.
Hikaru!
No. I hate you. Burning potions and ointments, magic candle shards, experience. Okay. Cool. It doesn't look like this can be of much use. Let's see what else we have. Oh, maybe one of these Gygax things will do something. Oh, that's the names. It's landscape, cultural landscape. Would cultural landscape have stuff on?
Yes.
Oh, lords, spiritual lords. What does lord spiritual lords mean? Temporal and lords magical. Okay. Hating man. Ecclesiastical concerns. Summation. Okay, yeah, it looks like there might be some religious stuff in here somewhere. Transport by magic. Ah, we got pantheons. Yes, yes. Page 40. Thank you, Gygax. May they always be silent. All right.
Yes, little guy.
Ulu guy. Too good or not too good? Oh, it said it was on page 40. Oh, here's page 40. Okay, we're good. Sex and order. Oh, it's just exploring stuff. There's no fun resources here. It's just a single page. Okay.
Yes.
What about up here? Armor, weapons, bazaar. Materials and construction. Rooms and furnishing, populace. That might be something we need to go and look at. Page 103 is where that starts. Alright. Oh, wait. Random generator. Structure generator. Color generator.
You gotta pee.
Unusual names, gems, crimes. Okay. There's all sorts of tables here. Rainfall. Ice strength. Okay. What if instead of rolling a god, we instead roll up some interesting creatures that people have mistaken for the avatar of a god and based a god upon? So I think I will go to... Where is it? There we go. The random esoteric creature generator. which is a fun and highly disturbing little book that I rather like. Very good. Okay. Basic body shape. I need 2d10s.
Building.
If
2d10s,
Pab is
okay.
busy, you can do it, Jenny.
Yes. I'll get them.
The entity. 1.
1.
1?
8.
8. Okay, 1 and 8.
No, I didn't roll. I was saying the first one is 8. Sorry.
Okay. You're fine. Actually, just gonna do this. Make my life a little easier, I think.
Here. There we
And
go.
we can zoom.
Second one is 10.
Okay, so 8 and 10 is 18. It is serpentine.
Oh.
Creature is serpentine. Entity. Body type.
Body horror.
Serpentine.
Body horror.
Oh no!
Cronenberg.
Creature has a slim, long body with no limbs and moves by slithering. The creature has a minus 10.
Slytherin.
Slytherin, yep.
Yep.
Minus 10 foot movement penalty. Got
Yeah,
it.
they go all Harry Potter up in this.
They do be Slytherin.
Yes.
For damn
That's not quite working
Slytherin.
for me.
They mistook a giant snake as their deity.
Yeah, we have the perfect excuse to come up with some kind of snake god, is my understanding of how it's shaping up to be so far.
Yeah, we could just use Quetzalcoatl.
Now,
No,
we
I
go
know.
further. We go further. There are so many.
I mean that is a creature that's like a celestial in the
basic
D&D
characterizations.
stuff. That's not a god. So
Jenny,
there you go.
just give me 1d10 this time.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the other one.
1d10.
Yep.
4.
Plus 8 is 12. So 12 is mammal. This is a mammalian serpent.
Whoa.
What?
It is a cronenberg.
Lovely.
It excretes milk. It lactates.
Yes. Out of the tail. There's like a teat on the
I
tail.
was telling you guys, this is like
It's
my
like,
favorite little creature generation book.
Uh,
It gets weird.
where does milk come from in the
Characteristics.
platypi? Isn't it like the
They
there's
sweat
like
it.
a patch of
Yes. Yes.
Oh, no.
Patch.
oh dear
Monotremes.
them monotremes, I tell you.
Mammal.
Yes.
The creature is warm-blooded and has body hair or fur. This provides mechanics probably meant for like first or second edition.
Oh.
Hairy snake, yes, I understand. It would be very weird and would probably be mistaken as a god considering how strange it is.
Giant
That's
fluffy
really
snake.
something.
Wait!
What?
You can have
Is
a
it
giant
fluffy?
ferret.
There's a what? What'd you say,
It
Jenny?
could be like a giant ferret.
That's
Yeah, it's a
fair.
ferret
But with no limbs.
Yeah,
and fangs.
yeah.
I would send this
And well,
there.
okay. What are you doing, Pav?
Check in general.
It's ferret.
Like that's pretty good
Glycon,
actually.
also spelled Glycon, was an ancient snake god. He had a large and influential cult within the Roman Empire in the 2nd
Perfect.
century, with contemporary satirist Lucian providing the primary literary reference to the deity. Lucian
Yes.
claimed Glycon was created in the mid-2nd century by the Greeks. That's what I assume it's about to go on to say.
You should visit Greece for us and find
By the
find
Greek
a temple to
prophet
Glycon.
Alexander of
You'll find it, I'm sure.
Abonotekios. Lucian was ill-disposed towards the cult, calling Alexander a false prophet and accusing the whole enterprise of being a hoax. Glycon himself was supposedly a hand puppet.
Very good.
Hi kids, I'm Glycon the serpent!
Adorable.
It's just a sock puppet. I'm your god. Worship me.
Oh.
Oh, here I am. It's Glycon, baby.
Yes.
Coming at you.
Coming
Oh.
at you. Sudoka, give me a D6, and then I can take another D10 from Jenny or Pav.
2.
2.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 half is 1.
What is this? What is this that I found?
They don't need him. There.
Oh, I've been waiting to post this meme.
4.
Yes.
4. Okay.
Yep.
It resembles it mammalianly. It resembles a bear. That's where it's getting its characteristics from. So
That
it
is a
is.
ferret.
It is a bear.
Yeah. But well, that'll make it look kind of like a ferret.
Mammal resembling a bear.
Cause the tiny ears are similar to like a ferret and all that, so it's perfect.
Mhm.
It is like literally like a ferret snake thing.
I'll take your word for it. I don't see the crossover between bear and ferret, but yes,
have
long,
little
fluffy
ears.
thing.
And the snoots.
All right. Oh, here's the most important thing: size.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
gold.
roll. Oh. Okay, you have fun, Pav.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Oh,
I'm just gonna roll this
no.
myself. Make my life easier. 28. Oh, that's right. It's not like that. Sorry, it's supposed to be a 2 and an 8. Okay. 10. Okay. It's human sized. Okay, so medium. Medium sized. So this isn't the biggest thing in the world.
Mm-hmm. But it is
Medium
strange.
sized. It's strange. Yes, it's
Mm.
quite the unique creature. I'm sure if this slithered its way to town, people would probably start worshiping it. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, if only I gotten 20. Its size is run. It's Godzilla. Movement. Oh, it might actually have not come slithering into town. It may have a funny way of moving. Ginny, roll me a d10.
Okay.
I roll a 6.
8.
6 and 8, that's 14.
Mm-hmm.
14 is flying. Okay, so it can fly.
Yeah.
It is a flying snake bear.
So no wonder they think it's a god. It
A
literally
flying man-sized snake bear. Movement. Flying. The flying snake bear. Perfect. Attack methods. Oh boy, okay. Sure, Ginny, give me another d10.
Okay. 3.
3 is claw. But it has no claws. Hold on.
It can have little stubby claws.
Dude, are we just making Rayquaza now? If we just add some stubby claws and it's a flying snake, it's just Rayquaza.
But it's a ferret Rayquaza, yeah.
A furry bear Rayquaza.
See, if it has stubby legs, it is a ferret. I told you. It's a flying ferret.
Alright, we'll add stubby legs onto it. Attack. Claw. Then what was the additional little thing? There we go. Creature has rending claws. It can be a bear, ferret, snake.
With big ass fangs.
And then we're gonna say in little funny notes here. This implies limbs, but lesser limbs. ... It's a ferret now. Fuck you, Ginny. Alright, there we go.
Oh no.
Reality can do whatever I wanted to.
It's a giant flying ferret.
Yeah.
Distinctive features. All right. Oh no. This is percentile dice. I'm gonna do that myself just to save time.
Okay.
88. All right. 88. 88 is wet/drenched body. Oh, that's gross.
What is this? What?
It's a giant flying wet ferret.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like one of those old dragons.
Oh
Not the wet
yeah.
part, but you know
Yeah,
they've got
they've
they've got the beard. Yeah,
you're right. It's like the
Chinese dragon.
Chinese
Yeah.
dragons, yeah,
Hmm.
or the whatever the Chinese dragon.
Following you.
Okay.
Maybe it's just like crying or something. There are ways to make it drip water without it having wet fur. Because it sweats or otherwise perpetually soaked to a degree that it leaves a wet trail wherever it goes. Any place it sleeps quickly becomes a pool. Any fire, heat-based spells. There we go. Only have 1/2 the normal effect or no effect at all. Okay, so and we can toss certain aspects out if we need to. If we need to toss out wet/drenched body because it doesn't. It's just kind of gross.
Tell me your wisdom.
All right, yeah, that works. If we have it emerge from like the local pond, then this can make sense. Perhaps
I found it.
They did say
Ah,
multiple
I
temples.
found it.
What?
Ah,
What'd you find?
sorry, unrelated. I
Hmm.
found an unlisted video that I've been searching everywhere for.
Good.
Oh,
If there's multiple temples, there could be a temple that's just a pool of water where this little thing resides. And that could be why it's wet. This is quickly becoming less of like a god and more of the town pet, though.
well, I mean, you give sacrifices. Those are
That's
just
true.
treats.
That's true. You have to feed the pet.
Yeah.
Human flesh.
Oh.
The flying
just feed it
skies.
goblins or
Bear,
whatever.
snake.
Like they'll
Yeah,
have
but
it
those aren't
the yearly
proper
hunt for the
snacks.
orcs,
They're
and
not
they
the
feed it
same.
orcs.
Okay, special abilities, stuff like drain stats and absorption and whatnot. It looks like it. Some of this is pretty cool. Yeah, we can roll this. We can roll this. It's just percentile again, right? Oh, it's 2d100. Okay. So that's 9. No, that's just 9. Okay. It's the zeros. It's 9. Okay. 9 plus 78. 87. Okay. 87. There's 87. 87. Camouflage. The creature can change its color to match its background. This gives it a +2 and 6 chances to surprise foes. It also allows the creature to be effectively invisible if it can get 50 feet away from the nearest foe. Okay. So it can kind of hide in its pool. It's like, oh, is our god here today? Nope. But it actually is. It's just always there. It's just sometimes camouflaged. Special ability. Camouflage. Beep. Alright. So this section is called, right? Special abilities? Yeah, okay. You know, we have kind of lucked out. A lot of these are pretty mundane and not like horrifying, because there's some messed up stuff on these tables. I think I'm okay with funny ferret of the lake. This is still mundane enough. Delivery of special attacks. Okay. Sure, we can have it do a special attack. You know what? We're gonna expand the table just a little bit. We're just gonna say it's a d20. Jenny, roll me a d20, please. Oh, never mind. Jenny's muted. Fuck you, Jenny. It's 16. Okay. 16 is
16.
area effects centered. Special attack affects everyone within d10 by 10 feet of the creature once when the creature's created. Okay, got it. So I roll a d10. Whop. 50. Okay. So it's a 50-foot AoE. It has a 50-foot AoE attack centered on itself. Right? Is that what it is? Okay, yeah. Special attack. It has a 50-foot AoE attack centered on itself. Very good. Do we roll for the effect, or is it just for us to use our imagination? Looks like it's just for us to use our imagination. Alright. Oh. Oh,
And
I guess we
that's-
missed... Oh, welcome back. I guess we missed rolling for the special attack. Oh, or is this what the special attack was, actually? I think, yeah, this was the special attack. Okay. But camouflage wasn't a special attack? What? Hold on. Yeah, camouflage is in here with the special attack. What? Ooh. Yeah, that by itself is not an actually special attack. Alright, we're gonna roll that again then. Jenny, roll me a d100.
Okay. 1 second. I'll do. Gotta get the other. I know I just need to roll 2d10s, so
Mm-hmm.
find it. Let's go. Perfect. Alright. 11.
11. Okay, so 11 plus 84 is 95.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully 95 is something that actually makes sense. Dark vision. Alright, that's also not an attack. Why are all these things under attacks? I'm so... whatever, alright. We don't get to know what's in special AoE, but we've given it dark vision. Special
fair
ability.
you know.
Camouflage.
If you need me to roll another d100. I
And
can.
dark vision. not yet, Jenny. We'll get there ideally. Just delivery special attack, which you've already rolled, but neither of those are actually attacks, so whatever. Combat strategy. No, we don't need to do that. We can let the DM figure that out. Motivation. Sure, we can roll motivation. Roll me a d10.
Okay. Can't wait to see what this is. 3.
3. 3 is fear. The creature is something of a psychic vampire feeding off the fear of its victims. If those it attacks show no fear whatsoever, the creature will attempt to disengage from combat and escape. There's nothing for it here. Okay. So when it fights, it tries to terrify people. So maybe that 50-foot AoE could be some kind of fear-based effect.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. Motivation to fight. Fear. Perhaps the 50-foot AoE is a fear effect that regens HP or provides a bonus of some kind. There we go. That's good enough. The entity number 1. uh. So what? Oof. How do we extrapolate this into a god? Do they necessarily know it feeds off from fear? They might not actually know that.
Right.
But
They're
it
too
is.
afraid to figure it out.
Yeah, they think he's terrifying and all powerful, so they think he's a god. There you go.
It is a flying, furred creature. I think I do away with the back limbs. We do keep the small little Rayquaza claws though, and I think I do want to drop the wet/drenched body. I like the
Yeah.
idea of this majestic, furred, flying, clawed bear, serpent body.
Parrot Rayquaza. Yep.
Do away with the small
like
back legs and wet body, but we keep the rest. Its head resembles a bear. It has rough.
There we
Sorry,
go.
it has a durable, tough hide. For what have you done, Jenny?
I didn't do anything. Somebody else did.
Okay.
Here we go. I'll post this in art.
All right. Go look at art then.
Whoa.
Yo.
Whoa. There it is.
Yeah.
There's the boy.
Yeah.
Well,
We'll
nope.
pause it for it. Yeah.
Oh. Nope. Go over there. All right. There we go. What a what a silly god. Maybe we do keep the little legs. That's kind of cute, though.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, even if it doesn't use
They're
them.
vestigial legs.
Yeah.
It's just like the lizard snake, where the legs break off and it
It
becomes a
can
snake.
use them. Sure.
Yeah.
I think we just drop the wet body then. But we keep that maybe it likes to hang out in the lake. So then it
Yeah.
can kind of have a wet body. It's just not permanently wet.
Yeah, exactly.
It has a durable, tough hide of fur. Oh, it's because it isn't possessive. I'm a fool. There we go. I forgot A. Thank you, Google. Sometimes I mess that up.
Fear it. Like fear, but for it.
It's A.
Fear it, you know?
Fear it. No.
Yeah. Because of the fear thing.
I hate you. It works, but no. A long.
Also, there's this funny one that I have to share where it I'll post this too, but it's funny because it makes it they made him look like a
Body with
What the body?
small.
Oh, what's happening to it? Oh,
it's a furret
What have you done
attempting
now?
to cosplay as a Rayquaza.
Very quasi.
oh wow.
That is really cute, though.
Yeah.
All right, we'll show this as well. I need to find a better way of doing this. What a bean.
Yeah.
All right, get rid of this now. Okay. Long body with small. Paws. Sure.
Mhm. Yeah, because it can still have the little claws, like
Yep.
even in the image, in the example image of like an actual furret and Rayquaza fusion, they have the little claws, like it like your little suggestion thing.
Mhm. It does. Sorry, we'll say it prefers not to use them. However, it
That makes sense.
flies
Yeah.
whenever possible.
Mhm.
Very good.
Oh, I just realized the stick arm.
I might draw it and experiment with it from there, but that's good enough for now. Gives me a general idea of what it is. We'll say this. It feeds on fear, although the locals do not know this.
Mhm.
True. That is worth noting.
Yeah, maybe it has like a lake just outside of town or something, and people like go there to worship it. Or
Mhm.
It has its own little shrine, and so it decided to live there because it could feed
Yeah.
off of it.
But it did say a pantheon, so to me that implies at least 3. I know you could
Yeah.
technically have a pantheon of 2, but let's go do it again. This is fun.
Yeah.
Well, then it's a duality, as it were.
No.
Yeah. The 2 ferret gods, one. You have 2 ferret gods inside you.
No. You have 2 ferrets inside you. One is a Pokemon.
Yep.
Jenny, roll me a d10.
Okay.
I got 9.
I got 9.
18. So, that's Serpentine again. We had 2 snake gods.
It's gonna be 2 ferrets again. That's funny.
Not on board.
They just form a squiggly yin yang.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or like the little infinity symbol.
Characteristics. Alright, so we
Oh.
can get rid of this
Yeah.
for now. And then so there's its size, movement, and then that as well. Attack, we can get rid of.
I mean, if it's a god, you didn't really need that the motivation for attack thing, right?
I mean, it still dictates how it behaves in combat and what
Oh.
things might motivate it. Why it would potentially engage in combat. It could attack someone for the sole purpose of causing fear, or if it's intelligent, its schemes could involve making people fearful, so they could then feed on it.
Yeah. Which I guess impersonating a god would be perfect for that.
Mm-hmm. You have angered me, mortal. Oh, who are you? I am your god.
Oh.
Angry for it.
Well, this is, I don't remember what that is, but it goes here. It's wet, but that's not wet. That's just where that section goes. All right. Special ability, and then we can get rid of this special attack.
Actually, if this one does end up being like a lizard of some sort, so like a serpentine lizard or something, like a snake or something, it could be like
Forbidden.
a,
This
yeah,
book's
it
not
would-
allowed to produce normal things that sound like they'd actually exist.
No.
Well, I mean, it would still be like a yin yang thing because of like how what is it? There's like that it's not a weasel but the mongoose, yeah, mongoose and like the snakes,
Mhm.
kind of thing. Because they're like that. They're that weasel shape.
All right, give me another D10, Jenny.
Okay.
I got 8.
4.
And 4 is 12.
Weasel boy.
12 is mammal again.
Ah!
It's yes.
Reptiles do not exist.
It's too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Perfect.
funny.
If we're not careful, we're just making a Pokemon legendary trio
Yeah.
of flying snake
What do you
furries.
mean if we're not careful?
This
Are
is
you
how
trying
they-
to avoid
this is
it?
how they make their
Yes.
Pokemon gods. Yeah, this is how they make the legendaries in Pokemon.
They
How to
find an
keep up with
AD&D
all
roll,
the lore.
and they just keep doing.
Yeah.
Sudoku, give me another D6.
Okay.
Jenny, give me another D10.
Okay.
4.
5.
4. Okay, so 4 halved is 2, so that'd be above 10, so that'd be 15. So 15 is horse.
Hmm.
This one resembles a horse.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so this one would kind of be like dragon-like then.
Yeah,
It'd be
yeah,
like
actually.
yeah,
What's its size, though?
like
Do we
a
just want to
furry dragon.
forego that and make them all medium? We could just forego it.
Well, you might want to choose the size for this one if it's horse resembled, yeah.
It might not. They may not be related. So sure, we'll determine this. So give me a D10, Jenny.
Okay. 1.
Okay, I got a 0,
It's
which by
little.
itself would be 10. So 11. Okay,
11 large.
so 11 is large. Got it. But just
Mhm.
barely. We could fudge it and go back to medium if we need to.
Mm-hmm. So it could be about the size of like a regular horse,
Large
yeah.
sized.
But it's just long. Long horse.
It was 11, so we could fudge it if we want to make it like the other one. Okay. Just make a quick note for myself. Put that in brackets. Movement. Does it fly? Does it fly? Another D10. Everything's a D10 now.
Mm-hmm. D10 for me too.
Yeah, I got a 9. Yep.
I got a 1, so a 10.
10.
Yeah.
10 is standard. Okay. It's the standard movement method suggested by the creature's basic shape and features. If it looks like a creature would therefore have no real movement method, then it is immobile. No, I could slither. So it can crawl, maybe even burrow.
Mm-hmm.
Movement. Standard. So it slithers.
Yeah,
Whoa.
because even if it has those long limbs like that, it could still slither. That's how they sort of designed those like long snakes. I mean, long,
Long horse.
Yeah. Long horse
We
lizard.
have the long horse.
Yeah. It was
Attack
basically like a flightless
methods.
dragon. I think we
Uh,
can just argue that it's
obstacles.
basically like a flightless dragon. But like the long ones.
Normally you just call those a serpent, but this is kind of
Yeah.
different from that. This
Yeah.
one's furred. So
Right.
spikes / horns. Okay, so it has horns.
Yeah.
Or
So it is a
spikes.
dragon.
Or spiny bits
Yeah, you can do
protruding
the
from it.
horns. I like the horns because then then
Yeah.
you really are leaning into the Chinese dragon thing.
You could also wrap around someone and do a bunch of piercing damage that way.
Yeah.
That's nasty.
Yeah. It's like you could do it as like parent and child, where the the long the dragon thing is like the parent and the ferret the flying ferret is its child.
Nah, I don't want
I
to do
don't give
that.
a flying ferret. Oh,
Where do things happen?
I have distinctive features. Alright. Here's hoping it's not wet again. Roll me a D100, Jetty.
Roll a D100. Gotcha. I got 29.
29.
Multiple arms. Okay.
Yeah, multiple arms. Creature has double the number of arms. Vol currently had no arms. Alright, well, I guess it just has a bunch of arms.
Yeah. I mean, it could have just the normal amount of arms,
That's
if you were
fair.
doing it like the, so
We
it's just like
can.
more, like a horse or a lizard or whatever. Since you were going about like you were
I
thinking
think we'll do
about
a reroll. If I still don't like the
Yeah.
reroll, then we'll just give it 4 arms. But
Okay.
otherwise, I'm gonna reroll
Yeah.
real quick.
Okay.
Unless you want to.
Yeah, I want to.
Okay.
79.
79. Okay.
tentacles. No, that's even worse. All right, I prefer to just go 4
Yeah,
arms.
yeah, 4 arms. Tentacles. God.
It
Tentacles.
has
Tentacle dragon.
4 arms.
Mhm.
And then we don't have that described. So, special ability. Special ability. It's 2 D100s. Okay, you roll a D100, Jenny.
Okay.
I got
Alright,
11.
57.
57? 7 plus 11 is 68. 68. 68. Immune to magic resistance. Hold on, does that mean it's resistant to magic, or is it immune to magic resistance, so it goes through people that have magic resistance?
Yeah. Okay.
Chance to ignore any magic spell cast against it. For every level of caster 11, lower percentage by 5%. Okay, no, it has resistance to magic. I don't know why it says immune to. Whatever.
Maybe it's just a weird thing.
Resists magic cast upon it.
Yeah.
Magic resistance resists magic cast upon it. There we go.
Mhm. That's fair.
Special
Dragon
attack. Am I already in the special attack section, or am I not there yet? Oh, no, this is special attack. Okay.
Mhm.
Excuse me. Oh no.
No, you're not excused. Got him. Special abilities. Hold on. When do we change it into special attack?
Keep going.
Because then we go all the way to the D200. Yeah, and then it just goes to delivery of special attack. Yeah, I think that up here is supposed to be considered a special attack, but we didn't roll up a special attack. Anyways, we're just not gonna roll that. We can go down to motivation though. Give me a D10.
Okay. 10.
Territorial. That's good. Seeks to defend its home area. Serves any intruder to be a threat. That could also mean
It's all matching up with that, yeah.
Yeah. This could also give us an excuse to like make a dungeon
Yeah.
that it is guarding, and there's like, oh, lots of big treasure inside the serpent god's hovel.
Yeah.
So it didn't have a special attack, so we can get rid of that. Alright. So this is just a strange 4-armed horse serpent.
Basically a dragon, yeah.
I'm not seeing your dragon comparison.
They're all dragons, Daddy.
It's also got spikes coming out of it.
Yeah, it's got the horns.
But it's got like a horse pelt.
Yeah. It's like a Chinese dragon.
Oh, alright. So be it. Let's generate another one that's hopefully not a serpent this time.
Yeah. Alright. That is pretty funny though that you ended up with 2 serpents. Go for 3.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
got an error. Okay. I think this is where we're at. Yeah, basic body shape. That's where we start. All right.
Yeah.
D10. I got a 10.
I got a 3.
3. That's 13. Quadruped. Hey.
There we go.
We didn't get serpent this time.
Yeah.
Walks on 4 limbs. Although the creature may be capable of raising its 4 limbs to attack. Got it. Quadruped. If only this one had gotten rolled with the horse, then that would have made sense.
Yeah.
The horse with 4 arms. Alright. Oh, we're just gonna Paste this for the time being, but let's go grab this real quick. And paste. And get rid of this. Heuristics go like that. Exercised. Standard attack. Get rid of forearms. Oh. Special ability. Motivation to fight territorial. Not necessarily here though. Get rid of that. Very good. This. Go back. Body type. Alright. Characteristics. Oh, this is the like animal thing. Alright. Give me a D10, Jenny.
Okie dokie.
I got a 6.
I got a 1.
That's 7. It's avian. Oh, is a bird.
Or
Warm-blooded and covered with feathers. Doesn't necessarily say that it's got a beak, though.
Feather
I'll have to
boy.
go and write that. Okay. Avian. How did I format the other one? Resembling. Okay. Resembling a
Ooh, it might be a griffin type animal.
It's
though.
a 4-legged bird.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it's some
Four-legged
kind of
bird, like a griffin.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
It's a griffin. Oh,
Finally, something normal. I can't wait for
Yeah.
this to turn into a horrifying creature.
Uh-huh.
Let's see here. I just need a D20 this time.
Okay. D20. I rolled a 12.
Mm-hmm. 12 is a parrot. No, owl. Oh, even better. Owl. An
it's a four-legged owl.
Yeah.
owl. It's a 4-legged owl.
How powerful.
Powerful. No. I'm gonna kill you. Jenny, roll me a
Come over
D10.
I roll a D10.
Yeah, I got a 5.
For foul. I rolled a 1.
So that's 6. It's small. It's a small 4-legged owl.
For foul.
Would you rather fight a big owl or several small four-legged
The
owls?
flock.
The
Yeah.
flock.
For foul.
Movement.
Maybe
Alright.
maybe it's like those pygmy owls
it.
that burrow.
Yeah, what I got to roll for
Yeah,
me?
so far there's nothing saying it has wings yet. So this could
Yeah.
just be like a feathered
It's just a
4-legged owl.
kiwi owl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doing movement. Here we go. So movement is 2d10. So I need another
Okay.
d10, Jenny.
Okay. Give me 1.
I got a 6.
Oh,
Rolled a
a
4.
sneeze.
4, so it's 10.
You sneeze.
10 is standard. All right. Nope, doesn't get wings. It just gets to scuttle around on its 4 little legs.
For foul. No.
I'd call
Standard.
it like vestigial wings, like a kiwi or whatever.
No, that
like,
that would make it make too much sense.
No, you got.
it'd be cute. It'd be
Is it
cute.
just big
Like,
bird?
but it can't
Only
fly.
small.
No.
It's
It says it's a quadruped that's warm-blooded and has feathers.
so it's
It
a bird.
resembles an owl. No, just because it has feathers doesn't mean it has wings.
It just waddles around like an eggnog.
All we know is it walks on 4 limbs. It doesn't say anything about flying. The feathers didn't give it wings, so it walks on 4 limbs. And it's good at it too, because apparently that would, back in the day, give it a boost to its movement speed.
You could have the little teeny tiny vestigial
Standard.
wings that don't work. That'd be cute.
You could, but that would make sense, and I don't like that. What am I doing? Okay, there we go. Attack methods. I'll just roll this myself. It was an 8. Spike slash horns again. Okay. That's fine.
He's got little horns. That's kind of cute. An owl with horns.
There is a horned owl. Could base off from that.
Yeah, instead of their little feather things
This
on the
is no
side,
longer an attack. This is just
yeah.
now we've determined what variety of owl this is.
Yeah.
Alright, special ability. Oh no, we still haven't done distinct features yet. Okay. It's a D100. Jenny, you want to roll a D100?
Yeah, sure. 99.
Ooh, a high roll. It's like the first time we've gotten a high D100 roll.
Yeah.
99 is multiple features. Reroll twice and combine the results. Alright. You roll one of them, I'll roll one of them.
Okay.
I got 46.
I got 50.
46 and 50. Alright.
Yep.
So plant features for me, and then faces for you. So let me
Oh.
copy this all down and then I'll read it. Plant features.
So it's like a forest guardian, but it's really small.
Faces. Oh, that's horrifying. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun. This is
That
what I
actually
was
be
waiting
kinda
for.
cool. So just imagine that even though it's like four-legged, it climbs trees really well. So it's like it like skitters around in the trees, and it's like, who dares disturb me? And it's just this
Who
tiny little
dares?
it's four-legged owl thing with
Mhm.
horns.
The creature has characteristics of plant matter, leaves, branches, roots, and or vines growing out at random places on its body. Perhaps there is even fruit or berries growing on the creature. What happens if you eat it?
Its horns have like little fruit.
Oh,
Yes.
oh, I'm supposed to combine the results with faces, though. The creature has 1d4 additional non-functional faces on its body. If a 4 is rolled, roll again. If a 4 comes up again, the creature is covered with faces. So this is gonna determine some things. 3. All right. So it's got its normal head, right? But on top of that, it also is growing some fruits, and those fruits also have faces on them.
Yes, yeah, that's perfect. Like they're like very like distraught faces, like it's like those who have disturbed his like
It's,
his forest or something.
we'll say this, its feathers
Mm-hmm.
are, in fact, leaves.
Yeah.
Hold on, it's supposed to be a dash. All right. In fact, leaves. It is a plant-like creature. It grows up to 3 fruit. Each fruit bears say a face, just for right now. If we want to say an anguished face later on, we can start making this weird later. But for right now, we'll be vague.
Mm-hmm.
Each fruit bears a face.
I do like the idea of like the anguished faces though.
Mm-hmm. And then I will say, I will add in what happens if you eat it.
Yeah.
We'll go into that later on. There we go. So we've combined those two now. I liked that. That was fun.
Oh,
Yeah, because you don't know. It could be like
The other two were very mundane
that
and
could have
fine.
faces and make people very worried about eating them. Yeah.
Yeah. But now we just have this small little horrifying cryptid.
Yeah. It's the little forest deity.
I'm not sure if I want to make that a forest deity. We'll see.
Okay. Or a forest spirit at least.
I need a D100, Jenny.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
okey-doke.
Get a 64.
31.
31. So 5 and then 95. Wait, 95. 95 is dark vision. Alright, we're gonna roll again. It is dark vision.
No.
Yeah.
Dark vision. And then I got a 6.
I got 38.
38 plus 6. 44. There we go.
Yeah.
I got there. 44. 44. Drain wisdom. Random effect. What does random effect mean? Characters subject to this attack lose a d6 points of wisdom. The lost points return at a rate of 1 per hour.
Yeah. Yeah. So it
Oh, it's a random effect. Okay, so that's what makes it a d6. Whereas over
Yeah.
here, it's just they lose 1. Got it.
yeah. That's pretty good. Yeah, because it's like because we were already like doing the thing with like the anguished fruit, so that's perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this works.
Yeah.
Dark vision. And
This should have gotten the fear thing already.
there's
Maybe it will.
nothing saying we can't combine them. Or like mix
Yeah.
and match.
Yeah.
Drain wisdom.
Little fear owl. Although I mean the fruit would probably make it pretty fearful looking, so
There we go. All right. in a system like Relict, that would actually be kind of terrifying, losing a d6 of your willpower
yeah.
ability
exactly.
score, especially if you have 0. What happens if you reach negative? Do you just die?
Yeah.
We probably can't take this literally. We would need to go and like simulate the idea of it draining one's wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Maybe-
like an illithid, only it makes you worse at reading situations.
I
don't know
guess.
How that would work.
Loss of wisdom means like you're more scared though, right?
Sorry, what?
Usually like a loss of wisdom is like a more terrified of the situation kind of thing though, right? Kind of
Oh, yeah, that could work.
like how like wisdom saving throws are.
I guess. Yeah, they are tied to wisdom is the fear save usually.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was saying that. So
What am I looking at? I was looking at motivation to fight. That's what it was. Oh, that's a D10 if memory serves. Yeah, it's a D10.
it
I'll
also
let
means
you
the
roll
less
that, Jenny.
perceptive you are. So maybe you're more like frozen by
Never mind, I'll roll it.
his gaze or something.
4. Hunger. The creature is constantly hungry, much like a shark, and will attack in order to feed on its foes. Oh no, it's aggressive and hungry.
Yeah, that's how it grows. It's hungry. It grows its fruit.
I'm so
It's hungry for souls.
The entity.
Oh yeah, you need me to check on the coffee?
No coffee. All right, we'll roll up a 4th one, and then we'll call it there. By then, if we need additional inspiration for our deities, then we can make stuff up on our own, or like actually make proper deities instead of just being like, oh yes, this is totally the act of an angry god, that sort of thing. I think Ginny's off doing chores, so I'm just gonna start rolling. Wow. That's 1 plus 4 is 5. Biped. Okay. Biped.
Oh no, I'm
Pardon
getting
me.
tired.
Very sleepy.
Then I think... There we go. What's after biped? Then we have... Oh... Characteristics. The cursed table. 46... Oh no, sorry, that'd be 4 plus 6, 10. Okay, 10 is reptile! Hey, we got reptile!
What is it? Warm-blooded.
So, oh, hold on, stuff is glitched out. Or no, I just went too high in the thing. No, things are glitched out. Okay. Uh-oh. Refresh. Yeah, that's not what that does. Oh, did it crash? It is crashing. Ah, okay. Well, we can at least go right down Reptile while we wait for it to stop crashing. Reptile resembling a yeah, no, I think this is crashed.
Oh.
Alright, well, can we close out of it, I guess? I'm gonna try and solve this. Let me get rid of this monitor stream right now. And let's pull this up. Whoop, nope, that could have been bad. In task. Alright. Then I think I can just have it reopen everything. Not that we really need everything right now. But we might need it next session. Reopen PDFs from last session. Okay. Well, it's gonna take it a little while, but it's slowly opening up the stuff. So let me put this back up. Yep. Hey, that's what we needed. You can briefly see it loading in for a few seconds. There we go. Then we want here. Well, okay. Well, it's taking a little while to load up, but we're good to go. Okay. So we did. Oh, hold on. Let's go copy Reptile. Reptile. Bye bye. Can zoom in a bit. Alright. So Reptile's a D6. Hey, Sadoka, you have a D6.
Ah! Should I use the red one with white pips or the white one with red pips? Which one?
We'll go with the second one.
The white one with the red. Okay.
Mhm.
6.
6. 6 is turtle.
Oh.
This is a two-legged turtle. Hold on, I clicked the wrong thing. This is a bipedal turtle.
Does it have arms or is it just those are the only ones?
Who knows? We'll discover
hops
that as
around.
we go along.
Walks around on its 2 legs.
Okay, no, it does specify it does have 2 limbs for basic manipulation. All right.
Oh, good. Okay,
So
so it's a
it's-
tortle, is what it is.
It's a turtle. Yeah. Yeah, so far
Yeah.
we've rolled up a turtle, just a normal turtle.
Mm.
Unless that's copyrighted, in which case no, we haven't rolled that up at all.
A turtle with an
Alright.
E.
With 2 E's, turtle E.
Yeah.
All right. 4 and 7. I can't math right now. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There we go. 11. It's large. It's a big turtle.
It's like large as a horse, sort of thing.
yeah. Large is as in the size large. Yeah.
Oh no. So when it lays
Large.
down, is it as big as a horse, or is it
Size.
like a horse tall? How does that work?
So you know how when I ran Dragon of My Spire Peak for you guys, you know how the ogres
yeah, it
took
was-
up 4 tiles? That
Yes,
was
yep.
what large size is. So it takes up 4 tiles.
So it's pretty tall.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's a very squat turtle.
Yep. It's what we would call either a small giant, or a large man.
Yes. Large man.
Yep, you can be bigger, but it is certainly bigger than the average guy.
Big boy.
Movement standard is what the previous one was, so let's go determine that. Here's hoping it's flying again, because then we just have Gamera. It's 7. 7 is standard. Okay, so it just walks around. Boopity boop boop boop. Standard. Alright, cool. Attacks. Ooh, pardon me. D10. Wow. Oh no, I've lost the die. There we go. It's 5. Bash. Alright. It mauls its prey by with clubbing blows, doing standard damage. Alright. It does have a shell, so it bashing its shell into someone makes sense. I can dig that. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Alright. Bash. He do the mash. He do the monster bash. The monster bash. It was a graveyard smash. He do the bash. He do the monster bash. Oh. This is its special little feature here. So, correct that. 3 grows up to 3 fruits. I don't think 3 fruits is correct grammar. I don't know why it's trying to make me say that. Well, hold on. OBS is having a problem.
Uh-oh.
This is the turtle. So now it's just it's the dry bones version of Bowser.
Yes, exactly. Does he have minions?
He
Little
does
turtle
now.
skeleton minions.
I don't see why not.
Oh, of course. It's just a mismatch of weird Luigi's Mansion, I guess. I don't know. And
okay.
the Pokemon.
It doesn't mean
Yeah.
it's actually skeletal
Oh.
appearance. It says here it just means it's so lean and drawn that the internal bone structure is the most striking
Oh.
visible feature.
It's like the I was gonna make a
So it's
Bible reference. That
emaciated.
wouldn't make sense. It's like those weird horses from Harry Potter. The Thestrals, that's it.
Okay. I don't remember them,
Yeah.
but I'll take your word for it.
Or it's like the skinny cows in Joseph and the Pharaoh's Dream.
Oh. 35
Is that a
plus-
reference I can cash?
Probably, but I'm busy doing math. Give me a second.
Oh, okay.
5 plus 4. I'm just gonna use the
Oh yeah, are you streaming right now? I didn't quite
Yeah.
catch that.
Yep. We're in the
Onto
live
the
chat for
YouTubes. Oh, perfect.
124.
Oh, sorry then.
All right,
Was
no,
a bit
it's
off
all good. What
topic.
was your Bible reference? I don't mind Bible references.
Oh no, I was off topic earlier when you were streaming, so sorry about that.
Oh
But,
no, it's fine. If things get out of
yeah,
hand,
there-
I'll manage you.
Oh, there are. It was the Pharaoh's Dream about the 7 years of plenty and the 7 years of famine.
Yeah.
And there were a bunch of lean cows that ate up all the healthy cows.
Oh yeah. The dream
Yeah.
sequence. Mhm.
Boogity boogity.
Skeletal appearance.
Welcome back, Jenny. We're creating a strange character that can only be hit by wooden weapons.
Oh,
Oh,
yes, so it is a forest spirit. Oh,
Nope,
never mind.
this is a different one. This
Different
one
one.
is a lot more horrifying.
What is it? Walks upright?
All magical weapons also affect the creature. Okay.
Reptile, okay. Resembling a turtle. Cool.
Yep. So it's a bipedal skeletal, not skeletal in terms of like it's a skeleton, but it's a bipedal skinny turtle.
it's the bone turtles from Mario.
The bone turtle. Yeah, that's what we were thinking before too. So I might just take that interpretation of skeletal instead. We'll see.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Instead of the emaciated version. Although, we'll see. It's
Maybe turtle
motivation.
men that are hungry.
No, we haven't rolled that yet. That's a D10. Roll me a D10, Jenny. While I get down there.
Hold on it. Just they keep running away from me.
Tricky
6.
dice.
Think they can run away from you?
I rolled a 6.
6 is mating. And the creature
What?
is able to reproduce
They
through
got
sexual
both.
contact with humans and demi-humans, and attacks in order to procreate. Very
What?
important. Referees should not
Um,
use this as a license or even a suggestion. Oh, okay, got it. They're going into some heavy stuff here. Yeah, fair enough. I think we're gonna re-roll. I don't want to touch that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hold on.
If it's implying that it's that this could potentially be non-consensual things
It was
with player
funny, I had rolled
characters.
It's one of them
Oh,
kind of
one.
monsters.
A
Yeah.
1 abomination. The creature is so unnatural that it cannot abide the existence of natural beings. Any magically
tell you,
affected
Bowser will
character
destroy.
will
No,
not
here's
be
something
attacked.
funny though.
Okay.
Before I rolled that 1, I rolled a 6 again. So that was kind of funny.
Oh, good.
So I had to roll again.
No.
Yeah, I had to roll the 1.
Stop
That's how-
rolling the cursed number, Jenny.
I know, that's what I was saying. I was like, oh, that's funny. And I rolled again so that it would be an actual different number.
Mm. So it's an abomination. It doesn't like normal things, but it likes fellow abominations.
Mhm.
It won't attack anything else. It's also a monster unless it's in self-defense. Okay, that's cool.
Mhm.
Turtle is
but they
friend
can
to
use
other
the actual
monsters.
monster thing.
Monster turtle is friend to monsters.
Mhm. So it is a bone monster. You can use the bone thing instead of emaciated. Because it's unnatural.
Yeah,
So
that's
it's-
fair.
Yeah.
Sure, we can do that. Do I want to type the thing out for it? No, I don't think I do. I don't know if I want to try and draw these or not. I kind of do, but I'm also not good at art. But that could be funny.
Mhm.
I'll do that on a different stream. How about that? Sounds good to me.
Mhm.
So some of these maybe aren't gods. Some of these might just be wandering monsters in the dungeon. We'll see where that ends up going.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this certainly could help us inspire our pantheon. Or
Mhm.
perhaps one of these
I do
things is
like
worshipped
the-
by like the local goblins or something.
Yeah, I do like the horse dragon thing being a could be a deity though.
Yeah. The
Or the ferret.
the four-legged owl of the woods sounds horrifying. I definitely need to use that somewhere, if not here.
Yeah. I love it. It's great.
It's pretty silly. Okay.
With the anguish fruit, yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting tired. I don't think I'm gonna eat an energy drink though. It's too late in the day. Well, I guess I could drink like half of it, and then
It would
drink the
actually
other
be
half
cool
tomorrow
though
morning.
if like the fruit did something instead of of what you'd think it do because of the anguish. It does something like radically good. So it's like
In this
they
case,
take
it
out
could drain the wisdom.
Yeah.
It could be what
Yeah.
it does. Just combine the two concepts.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. What was I doing? That's right. We were designing a town, and we got sidetracked trying to figure out the gods, and I don't think this quite gave me what I was looking for gods. So we'll skip that, and we'll go back to castles because I think we had a castle book open. Yes, here we go. Castle book 1. Yes, it's another Judges Guild thing. Campaign guidelines and castles on numbered hex grids. Oh, this was $2.75 back in the day. How fancy.
Oh wow. That's pretty good.
You're welcome.
No.
She was thinking.
Oh.
Okay.
Jenny
sorry,
is
missing
speaking to the creatures in the background.
Mhm.
The strange owls with their strange fruit.
Oh no.
You're welcome, owls.
They chitter. All right. Wall sections. Is this the castle's walls? Citadel number of wall sections. Castle number. What does citadel mean? Is that, maybe I'm not.
Owls.
I hate you.
Yeah.
Citadel. I didn't need that. No, I don't want to look at people's businesses. Citadel meaning, please.
Wait, is there capitalism? Wait,
No.
where is it?
We can add in capitalism later.
Uh,
Citadel is a fortress typically on high ground, protecting or dominating a city. Oh, okay. So this is the structure.
can we make us Spice and Wolf insert character? Oh
No.
No.
No. We can add Spice and Wolf characters, sure.
oh good.
I'll make a quick note above the entity section. Take inspiration from Spice and Wolf.
That
And
means you need to
add
build out the economy everywhere.
capitalism for Sudoka.
Yes.
And heart emoji if it'll let me. Okay, well that's fine. It can just be less than 3.
Oh good.
All right, so we'll add in capitalism later.
So look, socialism is accepted, but it needs whatever you do, it needs to work.
Mhm.
It needs to
time
be
for
a fleshed out
capitalism.
system.
I see no problems here.
Oh good.
I think Citadel just means like it's on high ground, and then it's inside of it. But this
I have the high
isn't
ground.
worded that way. Da, 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 da.
Oh.
Sorry. Oh nope. Now I need to reopen. The
Oh
castle
no.
thing. Walls. Citadel number of wall sections. Castle number of wall sections. Okay, so the. I think you're just gonna ignore the wall sections for now. That's not what I want right now.
Yeah, capitalism
Well-
is more important. You're right.
Hold on, I've actually highlighted this. How do I undo that?
Control Z.
I figured it out. We're good. Well,
Oh yeah,
okay.
that'll work.
Wall thickness and type. Wall thickness and type is important though. Okay, so hold on. Because it does the
Could it
weird
be made of
exploding thing
straw?
again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, yeah.
Ah.
Roll your d6.
I will roll it. 5.
5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Marble.
Why
The
is it
walls are made of marble. Don't worry about it.
The walls are made of marble, but the
Ro-
town hall has a thatched roof.
It's fine. It's because this was a fallen kingdom and they're just resettling it.
It's
Yeah.
ruins.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here we
that
go.
actually works really well.
I-
I got our
10
serpentine
foot.
horse, guys.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think I want to see this.
Oh
Yeah.
good.
No, you
What are
do.
you up to, you villain? The castle. And then we're gonna bold it and make it 12. Wow.
It even has the horns.
The castle's
It looked up dragon
walls
horse, and that's exactly
are
what it came up with.
12 feet
So it told you.
thick and
Well, let's see it.
made of
I posted it in art.
marble.
Oh,
Alright,
Yeah.
we'll
it is
see
a
what you've
dragon
done.
horse.
Yeah. It's a serpentine horse.
It looks. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on board. It's a fun design.
Yeah.
But we need to remove its legs.
Yeah, but we decided it would have like a normal amount of legs. Remember? Because it said.
No, it has
no
4
legs.
arms. That's different.
Yeah.
It had no legs, and then we added some arms.
Yeah.
Very good. We can definitely take inspiration from that image. You're right, that does look nice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's right. We're adding capitalism later. Capitalism comes later.
That's fine, and it can be simplified. But
Oh, it's 10
please.
feet. No, why? No.
Oh,
Thick. I can't apparently type today. Alright, castle book 1.
actually, how does Relic handle economies?
It doesn't.
Oh, you just add it?
Those are
As
some
you
very
like.
advanced rules, and it's not there yet.
Okay.
That's up to the DM to determine. Most tables don't handle economies. I do, but it's loosely and largely improvised and arbitrary.
Honestly, that's the best way if you're just one person running it.
Yep.
Uh,
For some hyper detailed settings, like yeah, it's nice to do economy, or if it's very necessary for like the book you're writing, then yeah, you want to do it. But
yep. I'd like
largely,
to short the pyrite market.
no.
No.
Wall height. Okay. Determine the wall height, multiply the number in percent. Oh, okay, got it. So times 3. All right, so 30 feet high. Got it. 30 feet high. All right.
Good.
Wall
Okay,
length.
guys. I'm gonna go
Uh-oh.
and eat the dinner.
All right, yeah, fun.
I wish you the best of luck constructing this town.
Yep.
Yo, toe, bye.
Yo, boy.
Bye. 1 inch to 20. Sorry, 1 foot to 20 feet. What? Oh, thickness. So the wall thickness is currently at 10. So it's 10 to 20. No, 10 to 200 feet. Okay, in length. 10 to 200 feet in length. All right. Got it.
Damn it, it's just giving me normal owls.
10 to 200 feet in length. Oh yeah, that's a unique enough creature that we're definitely gonna have to like make our own art for it.
But yeah, we can use the great horned owl for inspiration.
Or
for
we
it
just
to be
plug
so-
a bunch of prompts into
Yeah.
AI and see what it gives us.
Yeah.
Use that as a jumping on point.
Yeah. I do like using the great horned owl as like the reference for its like owl
Mhm.
features though, because that's perfect. Because it's already got the
Yeah.
little feather like one.
Yeah, I'm definitely considering it.
Yeah.
It's the double. It's not
It's
detailed.
four-legged blathers.
Okay. Wall characteristics. Oh, okay. Let's give it 2 characteristics. Jenny, roll a d20 for me.
Okie dokie. 3.
3. And then I rolled an 8. Alright. So 3 is carved. So it is a carved wall. So it's a proper chiseled, fancy looking marble.
Mm-hmm.
And then 8 is arrow slits. Got it. It is carved and features
By some wolf capitalism. Yeah.
arrows. Yeah, that's Sudoku's contribution here.
Mm-hmm.
He wants capitalism to be in this module somewhere.
Yeah.
Wall defenses. Sure, let's go with another d20 from us both, Jenny. Yeah,
D20
19.
from us both. Okay.
Yeah.
6.
6. So 6 is an arrow trap, and then 19 is Greek fire. Notable defenses. Arrow trap and Greek fire. Alright.
This is quite the castle.
You're quite the castle.
Thank you.
Moat creatures or ditch creatures. We don't know if it has a moat yet. Random locations. Sure, let's roll a random location. I'm just gonna do that. 17. Okay. Stores. It has stores in it. Okay, cool. So it's got like some inner walls to this little castle. It's got some stores there. Doesn't mean stores in storage. Probably just means that.
I
but it's
caught
got
a
sellers.
female Eevee!
Oh, nice. Congrats. It's like a, what,
You know-
12% chance?
Yeah.
Yep. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it was from a dungeon too. Wild.
So it's probably got good IVs.
Yep. Yeah,
Solid.
it was like a 5-star. So
Oh.
yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, it's got 4 perfects.
I'm gonna say stores is in storage. All right.
Yeah, it was
It
from a
has
5-star rating. Pretty cool.
ample storage space. All right. I mean, we could always just turn the castle into the dungeon, right? That people are looking
Yeah.
to settle underneath this castle, but we've been hearing weird noises at night. It's probably time to hire some adventurers to go clear out the castle. That could be a
Yeah,
plot hook.
it's the lizard horse that lives in it. There you go. Be like a Drake
Yep.
situation.
Some horrifying wizard in the past when he took over, or no, maybe when like the court wizard made these things, and these were magical creations that were stored hidden away in the
Yeah.
basement or something. And then over
Yeah,
time they
sure.
broke loose, and now they roam the fortress.
Yeah, I love the idea that he made like a freaking like turret monster. It's like,
No.
yes.
Not
Yeah.
allowed to call the fur.
Moat creatures, crocodiles. You know what? I should probably jot that down before I forget. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna say idea. What if the castle is the adventure? Maybe this fledgling town was settling here in the ruins of
Yeah.
this once great town.
Yep. Or even
Um,
cities. Maybe because of the size, right? Like it was once a
that's
city,
fair.
now it's reduced to like the rubble and stuff, and
I'll
the
look into it. Could be town. We'll say
yeah.
town. Say or city? Question mark. There we go.
Yeah.
And the there we go. The castle has thus far gone undisturbed, but strange noises at night have the settlers, say noises or events, possibly caused by the one that feeds off from fear.
Yeah, and then the thing that lives in the when you have like a moat creature, it can be the
Furry.
the furry thing.
They have hired local adventurers to investigate and clear out the castle if possible. There we go. That works.
You can have the moat creature be the weasel lizard thing.
Nemo creature.
Yeah, because of the water and stuff.
Yeah, do we want to give it a moat?
We don't have to.
I'm not sure I'd give it a moat. It implied a citadel, so I think I'm going to give it just a big old hill, and it's built on that hill.
Hmm.
And there's probably like a big staircase that goes up to that hill, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why the town is so big, is that the walls had to, beyond
Yeah.
just the hill, go all the way around. So all in all, the town itself is probably not that huge. It's just the way it's structured around that giant hill with the castle taking up a big amount of space. That's probably why the walls are so
Yeah.
big. So yeah, we can make the town make a lot more sense that way.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna start drawing now. I can't. I'm not gonna remember to retain all this. Here's what we're gonna do. I can put my water bottle over here. We can go over here to the stream, and we can go to desk cam. All right. Do I want to use this as scratch paper? I don't think we've used this as scratch paper yet. I should have another thing of scratch paper somewhere. There's something I kind of scribbled on a little bit. Let's do it on the back of this. So at one point in time, printed out like a Flesh and Blood booklet, but I messed it up. So this is one of the pages that I messed up. We have the town. We have hill. We're gonna keep it vague for now. Big hill in the middle. Right. We have castle. That's showing up? Yeah, it's showing up. We're good to go. We have like town walls.
Oh, the castle.
Sure, there we go. Then we have whoop, whoop, town, town, whip. There we go. That should give a general idea of what we're working with here. We know that there's a dry moat out front, a ditch, I believe it was. Oh, so we're gonna trace around the outside here just a little bit.
It doesn't even have to be that big. It could be like a, you know.
Yep, just a little dip just to make things unstable. Get rid of that and go back up to my notes up here. How did it word it? Dry ditch. Okay.
Dry dick.
No! No peens.
Yes.
Dry ditch.
Mm-hmm.
There was spikes on top of the castle walls.
Mm-hmm.
Just gonna draw just that section. So spikes on top of walls. All right. It would also need a platform on the inside for people to stand to drop the yucky cauldron boiling oil through the murder holes. Draw some stairs real
Imagine
quick.
they walk up and there's a creature peering through one of the holes down at them.
Hello.
It's like the owl of anguish or something.
Hour of anguish. He's coming for you.
Mm-hmm.
Beware, citizen.
All right, there we go. So we have some stairs to kind of denote that a little bit. Then we can say murder holes on inner walls to spew. Oh, there we go. Cauldrons of. Yeah, you definitely can't read my handwriting now. It's too tiny. Boiling oil. Very good.
Boil your oil.
No, not my oil. Please, spare me.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Spike top, nuts and cauldrons. That's don't need to be written about on the paper. Okay. A little circle here and say brick walls. Right up here, marble walls. Like chiseled. How about that? Chiseled marble walls. Very good. All right, cool. That'll remind me my general idea.
Chiseled Chad.
Chisel Chad.
All right. We have a bunch of streets, trails. It's nothing fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Feudal level. The norm. Road engineer makes a lot more sense now, because if this is newly settled, then we definitely need someone that can ideally connect it to the main road of the region, the trade routes, right? So you can ideally get some merchants to come in here and help trade you the supplies you need, or attract wandering people to come settle here. So road engineer makes a lot more sense now. Castle engineer, perhaps they have plans to reinvigorate the castle once it's cleared. So they're just in the wait, but for right now, they can at least use their expertise repairing the castle, not the castle, the town walls, right? Catapult engineer. There's no catapults in play yet, but that's the key word there, yet. Steel factory is interesting. Steel factory to me teaches. There could be dwarves involved. They would value steel and setting up the town with steel defenses, reinforcing it.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a steel factory, what would the steel factory really make? It's more of like an industrial revolution type thing. So unless we want to get into like steam engines and whatnot, this is probably something that the dwarves are involved with. Anyway. Fortress, which we're just going to extrapolate that into a castle, because we were going to do a castle anyways. Village coroner. So we do have dead people. Fair enough. The Pantheon, some of which may be local cryptids. We have the Noble's Dwelling. Okay, so it is good that the Noble's Dwelling is separate from the castle, because then, like, that is saying that, like, there is nobility here that is in charge and involved, but they're not in the castle because the castle's an ancient ruin that needs to be cleared out.
Right.
So a lot of this stuff makes a lot more sense now that we're writing it like this. So I think I'm going to make this be the direction we take it. I'm going to say the castle might not be the first dungeon necessarily, but it can be a dungeon that they're eventually called upon to go and investigate. But if it's too high level, then at lower levels, they're just like, don't go near the castle. The town drunks were last seen going to the castle. We have not seen the town drunks since. Don't go to the castle, right? We can have the locals give them that kind of warning.
Yeah. And the fruits of anguish have their faces on it.
That could work. Yeah, we could say missing persons, and then there's like someone drew on some parchment some missing person's face, and then you go inside the building, and the owl's fruits have that guy's face on it. Yeah. The DM begins describing the creature, and he's like, you guys saw the missing person pamphlet, right? Like, yeah, I remember that. The fruit on the owl, they bear faces that resemble that missing person pamphlet. And the player's like, oh no.
Yeah.
That could be fun, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my kind of implied horror.
Yeah. Exactly.
Alright, but the castle itself. What was it like back in its heyday? And then we can ruin it. But let's go determine what it used to look like. It's operational.
Heyday.
Heyday. Do we want to do moat creatures? I think we can not do moat creatures. I think we're fine.
Milk
Ditch creatures. No, moat creatures.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
ditch
no,
creatures, though, is interesting. We could have there be a ditch.
Horrors inside.
I like the idea of a ditch full of owl bears. That's terrifying.
I want it to be the little ferret thing lives in the ditch thing, and it's like got like a burrow and stuff too. So it's like the
okay, yeah, because it does need to go and feed off from the fear in the town, so it has been regularly spooking the people, so it makes sense.
Yeah. And it's got like its burrow like extends throughout the town, so there'll like be like random holes.
Has taken up Oh, but it likes to fly, though. And this was something we
Yeah.
wanted the town to have been aware of.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe
Eh,
it's been flying around.
spooking people, wearing a
Yeah.
bed sheet over its head with 2 holes in it.
That actually would be funny.
Not a ghost! No! I've been spooked.
No. We'll come back to that. maybe we put stuff in moats and ditches. But for right now, I don't think we're doing moats and ditches. I think we're just doing a big hill. It's like a staircase. Goes up to the top. There we go. We need 2 staircases. Put in 2 staircases. Can't stop me. I can put in 2 staircases. Alright. Having fun with that aside, let's go back to... we want this one. There we go. Stables, dungeon, random locations. I don't think we want to roll any more random locations. We can design the dungeon ourselves later on. The garrison size. Okay. Garrison size is a D6. Oh no, where's Sudoku when we need him? Alright, you give me a D6 though, because I'm going to need one for the garrison technical level as well.
Okay.
Oh, 3. Unit size 10 to 200 men.
I rolled the 6.
Very good. Garrison size 10 to 200 men. And then 6 is technical level. Mercenaries. Okay. They were hiring mercenaries. Levies, militia, regulars, barbarians, regulars, mercenaries. Okay, got it. So this basically just means that like they were at like a oh, okay, morale level. Okay, got it. But yeah, no, these were some like actually trained men back in the day. Very good. These were home to some properly trained and equipped men back in the day. All right. Very good. That works well. If I typed out mercenaries, it's going to send my head in a completely different direction. Garrison morale level. Okay. Well, sure, we can go determine what they were like back in the day. 5. Elite. Oh, elite. Properly trained and equipped man back in the day. Elite warriors. Alright. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Excuse me.
Okie dokie. I return.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Garrison size. Alrighty. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Alright.
Yahoo!
Yahoo! Pop, 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 pop. Abbreviations. Oh, the abbreviations are here to tell us what they all are. Okay, got it. Here's a composition by technical level. Okay. We want to go down to mercenaries. We want to roll a D10. Sure.
And these nuts.
You can roll a D10. A D10. A D's nuts 10. What'd you get, Jenny?
Oh, I didn't. A D10. You
okay.
said. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't roll.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Okay. It's all good.
5.
5. Alright. So they are 50% LF, 20% AF, 20% HCB, and 10% HH. I'm going to try and copy that, and then we'll go and look at our key. LF. 20% AF. Let me go see that.
One D's nuts.
No. LF, AF, HCB, HH.
I got the
HCB,
gay guy.
HH, okay. They didn't get the percentage, but that's fine. Oh, no, put that in the wrong spot. 10% HH. And then that is LF is Lightfoot. And then AF is Armored Foot. Lightfoot. Armored Foot. HCB. HCB. Heavy crossbow. Ooh, how fancy. Heavy crossbow. And then HH. I heard a ping through your microphone, Jenny, because I know I've got streamer mode turned on.
Okay.
Heavy horse.
I didn't know what was coming through. Sorry about that.
It's all good. Heavy horse. And period. Alright. So that would imply a stable and a barracks. Horses
The horse
would
creature is like in the stable. That would be cool.
stable. The crossbowmen line up well with the arrow slits we know the walls have, comma. They did have armored units, so there may still be some armor in decent repair squirreled away somewhere. Safe from the elements. Parentheses, loot. Yeah, there's nothing really to say for light infantry. But they're well trained, so they probably have some good weapons. Not much to say for light infantry, but they were well-trained elites, so they probably have some fancy weapons laying around. Very good. Flying around is what it wants me to do. Okay, fair enough. I like laying better, but you're allowed to win this time, robot. Okay, then we already rolled that. Very good. Random castle siege engines. Technical. These militias. Regulars. What? Already know they're mercenaries. Okay, so then we go over here. Oh, okay. And this just tells us how many siege engines we have. Oh, okay, I get it. I get it. Alright, Jenny, roll me a d10. You there, Jenny? Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Yeah, d10.
I rolled a 6.
6. Okay. 6 is... Oh, boy. Oh, that just looks wrong. Alright, well, I'm just gonna try and read it. You know what? Take my paper. Make everything nice and straight. Alright, so 6 is this line right here.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Alright. Let's try and copy that. It'll let me. And paste. Hey, that kind of worked, except it's on, not 0 in. 4 on, 2 meh, 2
Okay.
meh, 1 susp, 2 han. Make sure those are the right abbreviations. Be, me, sp, han. Okay, we're good. We can go and see what those are, except some of those aren't there. Han's not there. Where's Han? What? Well, maybe H is heavy again, so that mean heavy on Agri? I don't know. Every 50 foot of wall and every gate there is a separate chance of 1 to 4 cauldrons of oil, grappling hooks, balled chains, 3 to 18 large stones, and to 6 ladder repelling poles. Brush fire bales equal to the technical level of the defenders. Roll for each.
You're a 50-foot wall.
Okay, this is just stuff that they can drop on people or use to get them off the wall. Got it. This is just further defenses. Do I care? And I have to extrapolate over each 50 foot of wall? I don't think I care right now. Maybe I had some flavor via that later on. But for right now, I don't think I care. Onagri. Onagra. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna learn something about castle defenses today, I guess. Onagra. What?
Nothing. I was being silly.
Dare mock me.
Mm-hmm.
Ballista and Mangonel. Okay. Ballista. Mangonel. And then H. Onagri, whatever that ends up meaning. Maybe it'll make sense once I look up what that is. Gonna get the dashes. What's this called? Before I type in fancy defenses.
Well, that's...
Random castle siege engines. Okay. Siege engines. Alright, let's go look up Onagri. Onagri. We don't need this thing on Dungeon Magazine anymore. Onagri. Onagri. Siege engine. Onager. I guess maybe it was just misspelled and it's supposed to be Onager. Anyway, let's look at this. So it's like a catapult.
Just say catapult.
It's like a type of catapult. Catapult with a bowl, bucket, or sling at the end of its throwing arm. Seems a scorpion. Oh, well, there's Mangonel. That's something we need to look at, too. Let's just open that up. Okay. Cool. So it's like a fancy catapult.
You're a fancy catapult.
No!
Yes.
Mangonel. Guino. Okay, traction, trebuchet. Okay. From China.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta go let Penny out because she's in the
Okay.
crate with puppies.
I didn't understand most of that. You have fun, though.
I'm just letting Penny out of the crate with the puppies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She said fishies, and I got very confused.
Yeah. She's in a crate with fishies. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Your model of the Chinese. Okay. So it's like a sling. It's another kind of sling, but with some weird ropey thingies. Russian reconstruction of it. Okay. Function. Decline. It's a trebuchet. It's a fancy term for trebuchet. I'm gonna stop thinking about it now. Otherwise, I'm gonna get sidetracked. And then we know what ballista is. All right, got it. If this matters, we'll come back to it. But otherwise, it's just right now it's going right over my head. I think I'm probably gonna be done for the day after I finish this section up. Unless I just start getting super creative and launch right into creating the castle itself, dungeon-wise. We'll see. Alright. So there's technical level. We already rolled that. If it's easy to copy-paste, we'll just copy-paste this in underneath it so we can remember. Doesn't recognize separate. Why doesn't it recognize separate? Separate. An A? Yes? Okay. Very good. Alright. Not roll for each. There we go. Is there really 3 dots there? It's such a weird spot for it. Welcome back. There's 3
I'll
dots.
have to
Okay.
get some pictures of the puppies for you because they're so cute.
Good.
Yeah.
Dog.
Yeah.
Oh.
They got their little eyes open now, so they're looking at us and trying to explore. It's real cute.
Random leader chart. Is there a way to determine how many of these we roll?
Your mom. Mom determines how we roll them.
No. No.
Yes.
No. I died. Sir. Nothing that says how many we roll down there. I guess we could just have fun with it. Roll until some interesting things come up and then go from there.
Mm-hmm.
Unless there's something down here for it. Random leader chart. Okay. No, there's just this random spot right above random leader chart and nothing about either of them. Alright.
What is Star Umbreon?
Leader's
No.
position. Angry. Angry. Ooh, special leader type. Ogre Magi. Oh, that's cool. Giant. Titan. Dragon. Demon. Lich. Very cool.
Mhm.
Man/God. Wow. Okay. Oh, pardon me. Oh, yeah, you could have like different types, like trolls or ogres or whatnot. I assume this was like the making of man or of dwarves, given it's like chiseled marble. Sounds like something man or dwarves would do.
Yeah.
But I guess I could roll. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Rolling the leader's alignment though is probably very informative. That's something I should definitely do.
Mhm.
Oh, and rolling their class could be informative as well. Sure, we'll roll. I'm gonna say leader. Oh, not for each roll, for each. Okay. Leader. My assumption is that they are were a human or a dwarf, given the architecture and strength of the past civilization here. But feel free to take inspiration from above. Just a quick note for future Derek. And then let's go roll that. So, to make things go faster, Ginny, I'm just gonna roll a lot of these myself. Roll a D100 for alignment, though. How about that?
Okay. Sounds good to me. D100.
Fighter. Okay.
38.
38. Got it. Fighter. And 38 is neutral. Okay. True neutral fighter. Oh, except I can't spell neutral. There we go. True neutral fighter. And then let's see, level. Hold on. I gotta reroll. That was jacked. Okay. 77. 77 is 10. 10th level. So we'll say level 10 true neutral fighter. Alright. Very good. What was the leader type? 89. 89 would be ogre. Alright. Ogre. An ogre. But maybe we don't make it an ogre.
You're an ogre.
No!
Yeah. The Oni.
Alright.
Oni owl. Yeah.
That still informs us quite a lot. Because even if we make it a human or a dwarf, we do know this was a neutral.
Uh-huh.
To me, that implies it's a
Oni fans.
fair leader.
Oni fans.
Oni fans? What?
Yeah. Get it.
Oh, only fans. Got it.
Yeah.
Fuck
Oni
you.
fans.
Disposition. I guess this could tell us his disposition at the time that it fell. I'll roll that. 8, 68. 3. 3 is irritated. At the time of the fall, the leader was irritated. Cool. Yeah, and then we didn't roll special, so we don't get to look at this cool stuff. Or all these fun subtables. Random follower chart. Oh. There's the fighter.
Mhm.
Fighter slash SA. What's SA? Sa. Sa.
Are you the fighter? The racist?
What?
Nothing. I was referencing a silly
Okay.
thing.
It's all good. Oh, maybe it's samurai. That would make sense. Fighters, samurais, they could be lumped in.
Yes.
Then good cleric and evil cleric. Alright. Is there anything that says like good or evil aligned fighter, or do we just start rolling on fighter? Looks like we just start rolling on fighter. Yeah, because now we're getting into special territory. And then we get into maps, and it's at the end of the book. Yeah, and the rest of the book's just maps. Okay. Oh wait, oh, it looks like there's stuff to back. Oh, is that just advertisements? That looks like it's just advertisements. I weep. Alright. That's fine. So, how many followers are we going to give them? I think, let's give them at least 3. Oh no, this was a proper, powerful castle. And they're level 10. Let's give them 4. Let's give them 4 followers. Jenny, roll me 2 D100s. If you can. And if not, I'll do it all.
Yeah.
84.
18 and 53.
18, 53, 84, and... Whoop, that got jacked. And 87. Alright. Oh, and that's in that order too. Okay, so that should make my life a little bit easier. 18. 18 is 1 to 2 BA, which I assume BA is Barbarian. Let me go see if there's a key anywhere. Doesn't seem like it. Looking at this abbreviation, it's probably Barbarian. Yeah, I'm assuming it's Barbarian. 1 to 2 Barbarians. Okay, so we're gonna say we're gonna roll a d6. High is 2. It's 1, so that's very low. So just 1 Barbarian. Followers. A Barbarian. And then 53. What's 53? 53 is 1 to 4 Chimeras. Alright, so we're going to roll a d4. Hey, 4. 4 Chimeras. Maybe that's some of these creatures. Maybe that's where the Chimeras came from.
Mhm.
We did roll up
Yeah.
4 of them. 4 Chimeras.
Yeah.
Possibly the entities we already rolled. LOL. Alright, very good. Because those would count as chimeras, I think, anyway.
Yeah.
Shoot, I forgot to check what the next number was. Oh no!
Your mom.
84, and then 87. 84 is a d4 Minotaurs, and then 87 is a d4 Nagas. So Nagas and Minotaurs. Whoop, that's not what I want. Let's go back up here. There we go. Nagas, Minotaurs. Jenny, roll me a d4.
D4.
And then do you want Nagas or Minotaurs?
1 and oh gee, what?
Do you want Nagas or Minotaurs?
Minotaurs. What are
All right.
Nagas?
So 1 Minotaur then. And I rolled another 4. So 4 Nagas. Nagas are snake ladies.
Okay.
4 Nagas. A Minotaur. So that does tell us a bit about this. Despite being of the neutral alignment, he either had enslaved some monsters, or perhaps the local wizard conjured them in, or maybe he was just that powerful and respected that the local Nagas and Minotaurs and Chimeras flocked to him. I don't know.
Mhm.
At the very least, he had the respect of a barbarian. So it seems as though, despite being a neutrally aligned leader, he had the forces of chaos on his side, is what I'm getting, anyways. Or he had some allies, or he was allied with the forces of chaos. So if the place fell to ruins, that means it could have been possibly conquered by agents of law instead. We're going by classic standards. We're gonna actually just go to the next line and say, seems he had sway with the forces of chaos. Perhaps some of these could have been created or magically dominated by a court wizard. Regardless, it seems he may have been an enemy of law. We're gonna go capital C for chaos and capital L for law, so we know it's important.
Yeah.
At least that's the vibes I'm getting so far. That he himself was of the neutral alignment, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't have sway over forces of chaos. Or have had just a very peculiar wizard. Alright, that's just more tables and then we're done. Okay, cool. Cool. So Castle Book 2, baby. What have we got in here? Castle Index, terms and terminology, encounters, mysterious finds, passing encounters, wall defenses, castle names, castle maps, treasure vault. Okay. Well, here's more things for taking notes. I don't need that. Terms and terminology of castles. Okay. Cool. Cool. Occupants. Tables under construction. Oh, that's right. We did have a fun little thing for occupants in the other one that I skipped over. Let me go back to that.
Yeah.
Attendants, retainers, servants, kinsmen, and random arms. Let's roll twice on each of them. That sounds fun. For now, Jenny, you roll 2d20. We're gonna make that attendance. I'm gonna roll 2d20 on retainers.
Okay. Is what? 11 and 9.
11 and 9. Okay. Let's go look at that. You know what? Let's get all the rolls out of the way. Roll me another 2 of them for servants, and then I'll roll kinsmen.
Okay. 15 and 7.
Gotcha. Servants, that's 15 and 7. Kinsmen.
2 more.
Sure, we can do 2 more, because there's also going to be another category.
1 and 17.
1 and 17, and then random harms, and I'll roll that. 1 and 17, and then random harms.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Nope. There we go. That all in there. All right. Random arms. We're up. 11. What? Jacked. 4. 11, 4. All right. So I'm actually going to stick this over here just so that it's easier for me to type. So I'm tired of going back and forth. It's nice for stream, but it's gonna help me do it better if I just do this. So attendance 11 is champion, and then 9 is crony. Crony and a champion. Very good. Retainers. I mean, the barbarian could be the crony and the minotaur the champion. I mean, that's an easy fill in right there if we want to conserve elements.
Yeah.
Or I guess one or more of the Nagas could be a crony. Anyways, retainers. 8 and 10. 8 is sage. Ah, there we go. There's an excuse to give him a court wizard. And then 10 is scribe. And what good court wizard doesn't need a scribe?
Yeah.
So we have an excuse to give him an apprentice too. Things are looking up. Servants. 15 is cook. Cook. Castle had a cook.
Jesse, we got a cook.
A valet.
We gotta cook, Jesse. It's meth time. Mr. Boy, is it meth time? Yes, Jesse, it's meth time. Yay!
Kinsman, sire. Okay. So you had a son or daughter? Do they do that? No, son is different. Okay. What is meant? Yeah, grandchildren and son are different. What does sire mean? Sire and grandsire. Let me just look up grandsire and see if like there's anything fun comes up for that. Grandsire. Archaic term for grandfather. Okay. So then would sire be son and they just decided to be weird about it? Sire is a male parent of an animal. Oh, okay, so this is their father then?
Yeah.
Got it. Alright. Father. Kinsman. Their father. I'm gonna say sire. In parentheses, just so I can remember that's where it came from. And then 17 is nieces. A d6 of nieces. I'm gonna roll that. 3 nieces. 3 nieces. Good for them.
Liam's nieces.
What's nieces?
Liam's nieces.
Liam. Oh. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Random arms. Random arms was 11. Broadsword. Oh, okay. So this is like what people are armed with. Okay, got it. Broadsword. And then 4 is quarterstaff. Broadsword and quarterstaff. So I'll try and incorporate that in there somewhere. Perhaps those are 2 things I could turn into magic items. Perhaps the leader, the fighter, wielded a magic broadsword, and the sage, the court wizard, favored a magical quarterstaff, right? That's something I could easily do. That's good. I can go down to the next line and say, perhaps the Minotaur is the champion, the barbarian, the crony, I don't think we need to sign the rest. The broadsword is a magical weapon wielded by the leader. The quarterstaff is a magical weapon. We'll say item, how about? Because sometimes they have like fancy little magic effects instead of like actually like, oh, +1 to whacking people with my staff. That's not a very wizardly thing to do. Magical item favored by the sage. We'll say the sage or one of the Nagas. They could certainly have been casters. There we go. There we go. All right. Now we can go to Castle Book 2. Castle Book 2, yeah, baby. This is construction workers, castle conditions, and under construction. Okay. Brand new garrisons, and then invaders, special, extraordinary. Okay, some of this is kind of weird. Do they go on to explain any of this? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go try and figure this out. Brand new. Look at the garrison. Okay, this is just basically saying what occupies it. Got it. Got it. So we rule castle conditions. Okay. So in this particular case, we wanted it to be ruins. Or tumble down foundations only? No, okay, not ruins. Aged. Go aged or ancient. Let's go look at those tables. Aged or ancient. Okay. Yeah, they're basically identical. Do we want to roll for invaders? There's definitely not going to be anything in the garrison left anymore. But on a 5 or higher, we might have some fun stuff. Sure, I'll try that. My D10. There's my D10. Oh, that's my D8. Oh, there we go. There's my D10. A 1. All right, well, never mind. This doesn't give us any information. We can make stuff up later.
Don't give us any information.
Tables. That's just telling us more things that we already knew. I guess I have 40% chance of temporarily housing someone. Yay. Okay.
How's your mom?
No, not my mom.
How's your mom?
The problem with this is that it would be housing people in the middle of the town. So if they're housing someone, they've been there for a long time and they're self-sufficient.
Yeah.
It's probably just monsters and maybe undead warriors that just haven't quite been disturbed yet.
Mm-hmm.
Or perhaps the wizard could still be alive. He's just put himself into stasis, right? There are ways by which we could make the castle inhabited, but largely it's not inhabited by like orcs, right? Because then they would have come down from the castle by now and ransacked the city.
Wizard's just casually a lich.
Just casually a lich. No. No. I used too many liches. Not this time. I'm gonna save my liches for an actual module.
But he's just nonchalant. He's just like, I just wanted to live forever.
I don't think liches are nonchalant. You and I write some very different liches. Counters within castle. Okay, well that's not bad for generating ideas, but there's also tables like that in the 5e DMGs. I prefer to just go and roll on those if I need to.
Roll on your mom, yeah.
No, not my mom, please stop it. No. Garrison members. All right. I mean, we kind of already know what's in the garrison. We're fine there. We don't need to roll on that again.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Neck hurts. Mistress/wife reaction? What? Reaction to what?
Your wife reacts.
Oh, I guess reaction to the players appearing. So she might try and kill the players. Or expose a leg. Ooh, lady flesh.
Yeah.
How enticing. Or propositions them. Okay. Oh, but propositions and then roll again after player reaction. So if the players say F yeah, and you roll again and it says pulls dagger, then that implies she's gonna kill them after they finish having sex. Very good. Alright, well, that's not something we need to do now, because presumably she's dead or didn't exist in the first place. This was in the past. Drunk's reaction. Okay, there's probably not any drunks here. Alright, so this isn't quite relevant right now.
Your mom.
Passing encounters is important. That could give us some information on the people down below. Mysterious finds outside walls. Gauntlet, Broken Lance, Torn Banner. Oh, this is actually relevant. I do like that. Yeah, let's roll on that a few times. Jenny, roll a d20. Please?
Yep.
Okay. Wasn't sure if you
11.
11?
I had to grab the dice.
No, it's
that's
all
why.
good. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
We'll say mysterious finds outside walls, and then so far we have 11. I rolled an 8. I'm gonna roll 3 times, so let's go one more. 10. All right, and 10. Mysterious finds outside walls. 11 is a dented goblet. A dented goblet. 8 is a broken statue, and then 10 is a rusted dagger. All right, so I don't know if I'm going to end up using any of those or not, but it's some fun things for me to toy around with if I come up with something later. Passing encounters, maybe later. Wall defenses, we kind of have a decent idea of wall defenses. I'm not sure I want to add any of this stuff to it. We've kind of already got some pretty complicated stuff to deal with. Including Greek Fire. We already have Greek Fire. And Nets. But that's the other wall. Anyway. Castle names. Oh. Do we want to do this? We roll a d100 to determine the table number, and then we roll on that table, which is a d12. Got it. Is it just a single name? Is it just a... So castle like Acton? Kashi? Ako? Okay, so it's just like the name it's named after, be it the person who founded it, or some note that was, some name that was relevant at the time. From a story, right? We can come with our own castle name. None of these are really striking me. And then we have our maps, okay. I thought they said something about there being some section that sounded promising after the maps, though, so let's actually go down there. Nope, it's just ads. The treasure vault. Oh, no. Oh, wait, no, treasure vault is what we're looking for. Oh, wait, no, the treasure vault is just the ads. That's just their fancy word for the ads. Now! I have heard of Dark Tower, and in terms of not the book, in terms of like the module, I've heard of that. Apparently that's one of the good ones. Let's see here. Anything else here I recognize? Laser Grinders, Field Book, Laser Tank. Laser Tank sounds silly. The toughest dungeon for $4. Oh boy.
Laser tank, yep.
Dungeon tech cards. City State of the Invincible Overlord. Okay, that sounds impressive. Modron for $3.50. Thieves of Bedabaskor. I believe I've heard that before. Gen Con 9 Dungeon. Cool. That dates this a bit. Citadel Fire, Fantastic Wilderness. Ah, Caverns of Thracia. Oh. $6.50 back in the day. $6.50. I don't know what that is now, adjusted for inflation, but I have read through most of Caverns of Thracia. I still haven't read the final floor. I know there's a forest down there, and then another small little structure that I haven't fully read. But I've read the majority of it. It's a lot to go through, and it's good, but it definitely is a product of its time. It's not easy to read. I'll keep it there, but it does seem like a fantastic adventure if I ever get around to like actually finishing prepping it and running it. That might be something I do. On top of writing this adventure, I could go and adapt Caverns of Thracia for Relict once I have a better grasp on how Relict works. Let's see here. Book of Treasure Maps. I think that's another one of the things that we guys had this up here. Yeah, there's Book of Treasure Maps up there. Okay. That's one of the PDFs I've found. Don't really recognize the rest here. Portals of Torch sounds cool, though. That's intriguing. I want to go look that up, actually. Portals of Torch. Nope, not Trosh. Torch. By Rudy Kraft. Supplement published by Judges Guild in 1980. Wow, okay. The Torch is a campaign setting for medieval characters. Sorry, for mid-level characters. It's a campaign setting, not an adventure. This world is accessible by magic. Oh, okay. It is like an actual setting. There's a portal that leads to the setting. And the setting is Torch. Got it. Well, a prehistoric version of Torch, rather. Oh, there's a lizard wizard? Okay. I have to read this. Alright. Alright. Oh, I was wrong. It's Janelle JK. Ah, I was close. I said Jeanette earlier in the stream. Janelle JK. Alright. But I need to go and write that down. Portals of Torch has a lizard wizard in it. Portals of Torch has a lizard wizard in it. Do read. Smiley face. Alright. Future Dark will find that amusing. Interviews with Traveler. So it looks like Traveler is like a sci-fi type thingy. Then Rune Quest, Broken Tree Inn, Hell Pits, Night Fang. Legendary Duck Tower. Oh no. The Duck Pond. But they're not advertising a lot of like the supplements like this, from what I can see. Interesting. I wonder if they stopped printing them. Maybe that's why all this stuff was archived. Oh, okay. And there's just a random ass map.
Your archive.
Oh, no. Not
Yeah.
my archive.
Yep.
Alright, so we've got an okay idea of the castle and the town. If we're not going to have them go into the castle as the first adventure, then we probably do need to branch out and do the local region. So let me go see. Because I opened a bunch of things. Actually, let me go look at it like this. That'll make my life easier. Just plan will be raisins to hire adventurers. Sure, let's try this. Town guards are dead or gone missing. Okay, it's a secret mission. Townspeople can't know. Okay, it's not strictly illegal / plausible deniability. Help the party clear their names of previous crimes. Okay, these are good, but these aren't quite what I'm looking for. Oh, add your 11th. How nice. Okay. Start session. Start your game session. Say the words. So there's fire all around you. Fair. So there's fire all around you, just casually. What do you mean there's fire all around you? How'd we get here? Well, it all started 2 days ago. Oh no, not a flashback. Start off with something expected and then do the opposite. Blow up the tavern. So you find yourself in a tavern. Except you're now outside the tavern. The tavern just exploded. That's a way to do it. Start with the final scene of the session, then go back to the beginning. That's kind of what I was doing with the whole fire all around you thing. All right, we're on the same page. Funny little prompt thingy. With a chase through the streets. At a crime scene, the investigator speaks. We found him in here this morning. All right, just hard cut to the investigation. A narrative cutscene showcasing the villain of your story. Okay. Yeah, that would work. Right in the middle of a bar fight. Describe one of the characters getting punched. So you find yourself in the middle of a bar fight. Ben's character has just been walloped by a half-orc. What do you do? Kind of thing. Everything seems normal in the session until the entire party dies in a terrible fight/accident. Then one of the characters wakes up out of this awful dream. Well, that's not a start. That's like at the end of the session. That's like mid-session after you've wiped them.
Kissing the orc, yes.
Kissing the orc?
Yeah.
No. Get punched by the orc. One of the characters is missing. That could be fun. And then you can turn to that character and say, hey, Jim, where is your character right now? And then that could be a fun little improvisation thing. It's like, now Jim has to figure out why his character isn't there and what he's busy doing. Perhaps seducing the ladies. Ho 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 ho.
Seducing the lady orc.
No, orcs are for punching.
All right.
Oh, the Sudowoodo has 4 perfect IVs, the shiny.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah.
Inspire the tavern. Uses to hire a bitch. I guess we could generate the tavern. Every good town needs a tavern.
He is shiny friend. He's got his little tree
Oh.
leaves.
A hoppy hog. It's got a little turtle shell on it. That's cute. All right. Sure, that sounds fun. Let's go and generate a tavern. Go back to these little ones here. I don't know where to put the frickin' note about Sudoku and capitalism. Let's just go back to the top. We'll put it right above the castle section. How about that? The tavern, because every good town needs a tavern.
Oh man, Woodhammer would be great.
Woodhammer.
Let's generate one from scratch. Grab a full set of polyheels, roll dice, and roll them all at once. Oh, the chaos! Then consult the tables on the following page to flesh out the patronage, description, and events inside your establishment. Grab a sheet of paper for notes if needed, or use a supplement on the fly, improvising as you go. Also find inspiration in the tavern name generator at the end in the immersive art drawn by Runehammer. Okay, well, good for you, Runehammer. I'm not sure this counts as a full set because it does want me to. Oh no, it is a D0, not a D10. Okay, so it's. I thought it was saying a D10 and a D100, but no, never mind. If it's being specific about that, I think we do. Go and switch the camera real quick. There we go. We're gonna roll a fistful of dice. Wow! Okay, that's not quite jacked, but let's move that closer to the center. Same with that. 4, 12. Hey, 12 on a D12. Very nice. That's a 10. 14. 1. Yeah, you can kind of tell that's a 1. All right. Very good. So, the D20 is the Tavern and Barkeep. So the D20 was a 14. 14 is Smoke Hall Saloon. The place smells of rich smoke, tobacco-stained oak furnishings, and cigar ash scattered along the floor. Benny has run it for ages, literally. and the clientele expect the best service and choice of smoke. The bar is non-existent. All drinks are brought from a private room in the back. That's suspicious. All right, well, gonna grab that, and then we'll rename things and tweak as we go along, as we continue to roll, right? Reflavor it if we need to. Oh, that's not it. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Firefox here. There we go. The tavern. I'm gonna say the D20, which is the tavern and barkeep. The tavern and barkeep. What'd you say, Jenny? I guess nothing. We'll call saloon. Well, we'll bold the same things they bolded. So I can get to it. But it still tells us a saloon, so that's something that I could certainly get behind. Gives it a bit of a cowboy flavor to it. Practically hear those swivel doors rock back into place on their little funny springs. And then the Pokemon Coliseum music for the train that acts as a little restaurant and shop begins playing. It goes womp 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 bum ba bum ba 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 dum ba dum ba dum womp ba 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 bum ba 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 bum womp ba ba da bum ba 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 da do, or something like that. All right, so a D12. D12. Pip, pip, pip. The Peddler. And that was a 12 on the D12. Leighton the Key Forger. Oh, and this must be him, the Key Forger. He just reveals opens his little jacket. He's like, hey, look at all the keys. You want these keys? Leighton the Key Forger's countless keys line the inside of his jacket. One in particular stamped with the seal of a noble family. Ooh, worth 85 GP. Another key is recognized by someone in the party, and he happily gives it away for free if they buy another. Okay. Got it. It's like, hey, tell you what, I see that key's kind of, caught your eye. You buy one of my keys, I'll give you that one pro bono. What do you say? It's very good. I like that. He's got some good flavor to him. This shady peddler of keys. Alright, what's next? A D. Well, hold on, what's this note here? Yeah, okay, very good. It's just some nice flavor things. The Outsider. D10. D10. The Outsider. Alright. Tyler the Trader. They ask the party. Oh, sorry, I didn't actually see what I rolled. The D10 was a 4. Okay. Billy the Mark. There's a price on his head, and he knows he deserves what's coming to him. The chase has run its course, and so Billy now prefers the inside of a bottle to running away any longer. Maybe someone can help him. So the party probably either captures Billy because they know about his bounty, or kills him. The price is on his head, and he deserves what's coming to him, right? Or maybe they have some connections that they can go to secret him away somewhere, give him a second life, so to speak. But now he works for them. It's a part of the deal, right? So depending on the party and their alignment and their connections, maybe this is an ally. Regardless, this is very nice. This works well. And let's keep reformatting that, and there, and we're good to go, and looks like we're going down in descending order, so this is probably a D8. I'm gonna just guess and start typing it out, and... No, I was wrong. It's the other D10. Ah! My cockiness bit me in the ass. All right, what's the 0-0? The 0-0 was 10. All right, so 10 is rescue the missing. The quest. Okay. The quest, and then next line, and Bip, and rescue the missing. The kin of someone here in the tavern is missing, presumably in the Wilderlands, on the outskirts of town, though it's possible something else is amiss. Ooh. Very open-ended, gives an air of mystery. This is a good prompt. I like it. Alright, now it's gonna be a D8, right? It's gotta be. No, it's a D100. Oh, that means it wants me to roll it again. You lied to me. You lied to me. You said I wasn't gonna. Or do I just read it across? So in that case, it'd be a 14. Do I want to just take 14? Group of brawny miscreants loyal to the barkeep. Yeah, they said I could just roll a fistful of dice and not have to reuse things. So I'm just gonna go with that. Just gonna go with that. We can use the occurrence. The occurrence is 14. All right.
Ooh.
Oh, the Jenny.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Yes. How dare I?
D100. The occurrence. We're getting some good stuff out of one of these prompts. Group of brawny miscreants loyal to the barkeep arrives outside, presumably to protect them. Someone else may be on their way to pick a fight. Oh, I like that. That's very nice. Did they spell occurrence wrong? They did spell... No. It just... Oh, I spelled it wrong. We're good. I'm a fool. We're all good. Oh, is that the one that's depicted? Very cool.
Your mom depicted.
No. Stop. Not my mom. The game. The game. I just lost the game. Alright, and that's a 7. The game is a 7. Board games are the weekly event at this tavern. And multiple tables been shoved together to make room for play. The party is invited to play so long as they can pay a hefty buy-in, and the winner gets to keep the beautiful game crafted of bone and marble. That's nice. So every week they get together and they do a little board game club activity, and the winner gets the board game. Some aged craftsman in retirement, no doubt, spends their time crafting it weekly. Or I guess you could just buy it from a merchant. Maybe the locals take time rotating between whose turn it is to buy the board game, right? Oh, D6 a fight. D6 dash. A fight. What was my D6? A 5. The outsider is attacked by someone coming in off the street. They don't look like they can defend themselves against this far more fit and armed opponent. Who was the outsider? The outsider is Billy the Mark. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, if someone's here to collect the bounty on Billy the Mark, and Billy's outmatched, yep, that 100% tracks. All right. Sometimes the dice, they tell a good story.
Yes.
Sometimes it just works.
Dang, Sudowooda's got a pretty good move pool, doesn't it?
Where's the D4? Where's the D4? What?
You're a D4.
Oh, there's a D4. The mood. Okay.
Oh, what a
They just kind of skipped over for a little bit. D4. The mood. D4 is a 1 for me. Celebratory. Okay. Yeah, that's about what I was feeling anyways. If they're doing like board game week and like smoking cigars and whatnot, they're probably feeling pretty good. Celebratory. What am I doing? I've been copy pasting. Why stop now? They're reformatting it. And then they wanted to bold celebratory. Bold. Military promotion. successful hunt or otherwise. Very good. Alrighty. What would make a celebratory gathering turn mournful? Why did the packed tavern suddenly empty? When the mood changes, the story follows. Ooh. Spooky. We want to use their, tavern names? Tavern descriptor. And then that could possibly be like Mustang at the corner. Or if we're doing both of them, then it'd be like Handsome Mustang at the corner. Sure, let's go back to this, since we're gonna be rolling more dice now. In desktop. There we go. We have these dice can go in the corner here. Sure, let's do a full set of D10. Jenny, you want to roll dice?
Sure.
Give me 2 D10.
Okay. 2 and 6.
2 and 6. So that's Dead, Haven, and then 6 is Tavern. Alright, Dead Haven Tavern. Maybe just Haven Tavern. Ow. I don't think I like that. I'm gonna roll again. 1 is Handsome. 9, drop. 3 is of royal sanction. No, this doesn't sound good. All right, well, we'll name the tavern later. We don't need to use the roll table for the name. We can come up with a better name. I guess drop would work. Drop of royal sanction. Maybe we'll look at sanction. What does sanction mean exactly? I know what it technically means, but I need to see what its actual definition is. Threaten penalty for disobeying the law or rule. Okay. A drop of sanction would be cool for like a lawful place. A drop could be like a drop of alcohol, right? Of drink. I do like the idea of drop. We can call it last. Oh yeah, last is even an option. Yeah, so last drop, then probably the best thing here at the corner, under the terrace.
Mm-hmm.
Last drop club works. Or lounge. Lounge works. It's a cigar lounge place. Last drop lounge. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go with that. Oh, except I need to go and grab the Firefox. Move this over here. Alright, there we go. Taking what spoke to me on the rollable. We need to capitalize rollable. Rollable name table. Last drop lounge. Very good. That certainly gives me more than enough to go off of to go and write for. Like, I could easily flesh this out, and honestly, yeah, there's enough plot hooks here for like an early game campaign. We could just do a you start in a tavern type thing. They can potentially help or capture Billy. The key guy could be a quest in his own right. Because a rumor has it this key leads to, and then he tells them, and that's at a quest location, right? Smoke Hall Saloon. It's rich in flavor. I think I probably reflavor it a little bit, though. But I like Leighton. I like Billy. I like the guy coming to get Billy, like, immediately. Like, you give the party, like, 20 minutes, 30 minutes to cook, right? To maybe interact with Billy. Or maybe, like, interact with the board game people. Maybe question the mob out front, right? And then the bounty hunter comes in, right? And then they get to go and have fun with that. I think this is a good little scenario that we've rolled up here. Which kudos to Absolute Tabletop for making a great table then. Like honestly. Good stuff.
Yeah.
I can definitely work with this. We've got like a general feel for the castle. That'll probably be a dungeon that we write, and its past will need to be written and worked into like the local lore, which will probably also inform a location or two, possibly another neighboring town. Yeah, this is a solid start. This is a solid start. I don't think I need to roll on too many tables anymore. Because I think I could probably flesh out some of this, and then that would lead me to other things. And then once I've fully fleshed out like as much as I can, go from there. Then I can go and return to roll tables if we need to. Who's calling? Oh, it's Dad. Okay. Well, I am gonna end the stream then, because I was gonna end the stream anyways. So thanks for stopping by. Hit the happy
Yeah, of
buttons if
course.
you haven't already. Goodbye.